Good morning, flock. So we're about to get started with our morning keynotes. I hope you've all had a chance to grab some coffee and maybe a couple bites to eat from the refreshment table out there. Before I bring up our first keynote speaker, just a few FYIs. Tonight, we are going to be in the Strong Museum of Play, which is a short walk from here in the Hyatt. But it's going to be a really great time. We've got the whole museum booked out. Doors open at 6, so you're welcome to show up anytime after there. Full dinner will be provided, so make your dinner plans for the Strong. We'll also have full access to their arcade cabinet hall, so there'll be lots of fun things to do throughout the evening. I hope to see you all there. Other things to note is that the quiet room today will be unavailable during breaks. If you didn't know, we had a quiet room that's all the way back in the corner there. If you need a place just to decompress for a little bit or get some downtime, that is a place that's meant for no conversations, but you can find it there. It just won't be available during breaks and lunch. Other things to note, there was something else. If it comes back, you'll see it in the flock announcements room, which you should be hopefully following along. Any important things that we have throughout the day will be shared in the flock announcements matrix room. But I'd like to go ahead and now, Troy? Oh, that was it. Thank you. The group photo. So we are going to do it in the Strong tonight. And the suggestion is, if you'd like, I encourage you all to wear your conference t-shirts for the group photo tonight. We're going to do it there at the Strong, probably a little bit after we start, after you all get a little bit of bite to eat. But it will be tonight at the Strong. Thanks, Troy. That was exactly what it was. Brendan.
We need our badges to get into the Strong.
I suggest bringing it. It's not a requirement, but it just helps, people also names to faces, it always helps too, but it's not you don't have to bring it. It'll help us though. And was it Kevin?
Yeah, do we have to sit in the exact same spot we sat in?
We might use those same stairwell. We shall see. But with that, really quick.
What time are you planning to
I'm gonna say probably 7-ish. It'll be probably after, or no, we'll see when the food is all served, but it'll be after dinner basically. Before you all have full access to the arcade cabinet hall. So it won't be too late. But with that, I'd like to go ahead and welcome our first keynote speaker for the morning. Pat Rehecke is here, and he's going to talk about it's okay not to know things. So please give it up for Pat.
Thanks, Justin. I'm good, yep. Good morning. So, I'm Pat Rehecke. I sit on the board of directors for the CentOS project, but I'm at a Fedora conference, so I'm using Fedora branding and a Fedora email address. So, quick disclaimers, a little bit of paperwork. That's the way my life is. I am not an official spokesperson for Fermi Research Alliance, Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, the Department of Energy. This presentation is not an endorsement of any technology, software, service, or organization. My life is like this. So the title of this presentation is, It's Okay Not to Know Things. And for a probably non-significant percentage of you, your immediate response is going to be, yeah, Pat, you're totally and utterly wrong about this. My experience has been nothing like that. So why on earth should you listen to me since I sound like I'm wrong? Well, let me level with you. I'm playing on easy mode. I am a heterosexual white cis male with an English-sounding name. I am in meetings with international collaborators all the time. And when I speak up, people stop talking and listen to me. When I ask questions, people go to the bother of trying to answer them. And what's perhaps strangest of all, when I ask questions about a service and I get an answer, people then credit me for the answer to the question that I asked. This happens more often than you would expect, and I do not understand it. So additionally, English is my first and native language, which means that I can RTFM. In the last 2 weeks, I have programmed in Shell. I know why it says ESAC on that line. I have programmed in C. I know what F and def means. I have programmed in Python. I understand that it's get-atter, not get-atter. I programmed in Ruby. I know the difference between a for loop and an each loop and the fact that they are equivalent. This is the nature of our industry. It happens primarily in English, whether or not English is your first language. And this gives me a huge advantage. Additionally, I had a middle-class childhood. I was on the internet in 1993. in the year 2000, I had a computer that was mine in my room. It ran DOS 3 and played none of my games, but it was my computer. I had highly supportive parents. They put that computer in my room. They bought computer books for me when I was in high school, and I asked nicely for a $50 technical manual. And my wife is super wonderful and supportive. Hello, my love. I am here on vacation. My time card says that I am not working this week and that I am off having fun. And she is okay with that. So a little bit of background on who I am. I'm a free software hippie. This means a lot of things to a lot of different people. I failed to install Windows 11 because it asked me to create a Microsoft account, and I would not do it. I would love for my laptop to have 0 binary firmware blobs. I stare angrily at my phone when I get a new one, and it demands that I sign into a cloud service. This is the way life is. So I sit on the CentOS board of directors. I'm listed as co-chair of the project, but I need to make a brief aside here. When we had our election for chair, Amy received 56% of the vote. I received 27% of the vote. So to call me co-chair implies that election was a lot closer than it actually was. I was the scientific Linux release manager for SL 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah! When I joined the scientific Linux team, we were number 19 on DistroWatch. That was awesome. I work at a national science lab, so we're primarily interested in prove or disprove rather than produce a product. And I love my job title. I'm computing support specialist. I am not systems admin. I do not lord my power over the machines. I am not a developer. It is not my job to tweak and modify the machines. I am not a DevOps engineer because no one knows what that title means. And I have degrees in philosophy and theology, not computing, which gives me a strange perspective on these things. So I got some hard truths for you. Your teachers lied to you. There is such a thing as a stupid question. But let me be clear, a stupid question is one that you ask when you don't care what the answer is. Those questions are dumb and a waste of everyone's time. Stupid questions are context specific. If I said, hey, is Fedora going to support OpenRC? Because I want to rant and complain about systemd, that question's dumb. If I say, hey, is Fedora going to support OpenRC? Because I would like to learn about how the systems boot and how does the initRD hand off to the running system? That is a good question. Stupid questions are not rhetorical questions. If I ask you something and I don't care if you respond, well, if it's a flourish, it's a fancy way of speaking, that's not stupid, it's just distracting. Stupid questions are not teaching questions. If you have a junior admin and they're trying to SSH into a box and it says, the host key is different, what should I do? Well, ask them a question. Did we change anything on that machine? If they say, well, we did reinstall it, well, follow-up question, would that made a difference here? So teaching questions are great, and they're not stupid questions because you care about them trying to answer. This basically boils down to the fact that if you care about the answer, your question is not stupid, you should ask it. Depressingly, some people are going to judge you for this. This field attracts know-it-alls who seem to think that they're in competition with the rest of us to know the most things, or at least to know the most interesting things. That's kind of weird. We're not in competition with each other to know stuff. We're in competition with the silicon to get these things done, and we're in competition with the large language models to make them not make us all crazy. Computing work, though, is about knowing specific things. And people seem to make the mistake that just because you are uninformed on a topic, you are therefore bad at your job. That's fundamentally not true. If no one told you that Web35 runs the database server in the background, it doesn't make you bad at your job for not knowing that Web35 has a database server on it. This is just a question of information. It's also a question of mindset. School generally taught you that you need to know how to repeat this process, fact, or idea, and that makes you a good student, which means you have the idea that knowing something and not knowing something is the difference between success and failure. But the truth is, in computing, your job is to help. If you're a developer, you help processes work better through coding. If you're in a support role, your job is to help users solve a problem with tooling. All of these start with the word help, because that's what this industry is for. Your job is not to know. Your unapplied knowledge is totally worthless, and they're not paying you for that. They're paying you to help your users. So let's talk for a brief minute to early career folks. It is impossible to know everything. The x86-64 syscall table has 410 entries in it. I don't know what the vast majority of them even are. If I were put to the test right now, I could probably name 12. glibc has 3,134 features to make your programming life easier. That's not the only object that this project produces. You do not know what all of it does. If you're into Python, well, there are 480 modules in the standard library. I know 3. This is a lot to know to just get off the ground for basic development, which is why you don't know it to get off the ground for basic development. If you're in a support role, the RHEL 9 configuration basic system settings doc is 132 pages. And let me level with you. If you're in a support role, I expect that you know every single thing that is in that doc, and this is the first time I have ever asked you to read it, so it is fundamentally unfair of me to expect this. It covers things like user IDs need to be unique, group IDs need to be unique. Here's how you check if a service is running, here's how you start a service. These are straightforward systems admin tasks, but if no one told you to read this doc, it's completely unfair of me to expect you to know what it says. Or let's take a look at an actual operating system. CentOS 9. BaseOS has got 938 packages. AppStream has 4,779 packages. You don't know what they all do. You don't know how to install them and support them. You don't know how to run them in the system. But if your job is systems administrator, you're going to be manipulating these and doing stuff with them, and you don't know what they are or how they work. So here's how the real world actually functions in my experience. Early career folks get jobs because you're teachable. You're not expected to know things. Anyone who expects a new hire to come in on day one and know the systems is going to be wildly disappointed. You have to learn basic stuff like the site infrastructure. These are the web servers. Those are the DNS servers. These are the auth servers. You need to learn the best practices. Every site has a different set of standards and policies, and you got to sit down and learn those. You got to learn how the systems are used, how they relate to each other, and when the DBAs say you can have 32 persistent connections, and the web app folks say, well, I need 64 persistent connections, you got to figure out who gets to be right about that and what you do about it. This is all learning stuff that every person from every job is expected to do on day one. And so if you're early career and you're freaking out, this is what we expect of you. We expect you to not know these things. And that really brings around a simple set of questions. If you need to learn about the site-specific systems, is not the fact that we're running Postgres and you don't know what that is a site-specific system? It seems unreasonable that you can ask where these systems are, but it's somehow embarrassing to ask what these systems do and what the software on them is. People behave like technical questions about technical things can be embarrassing to ask. The fact is, if you're afraid to ask how you do your job, that's a bad sign about your work environment. So when I started working on Scientific Linux, we were number 19 on DistroWatch, and yeah. And I did not know how to use mock to set up a build environment. I did not know how to build a multi-Libium repo. I did not know how to build install media. I had written one spec file, one kickstart. I had never GPG signed in RPM, and I had never applied a patch to a spec file. Those of you who are Fedora packagers are like, I do this all the time. Yeah, so I'm working on developing an operating system, and I do not know how to do the basic stuff. Troy might remember it differently, but for the week that I sat there with him, basically every time he stopped talking, I had to ask new questions. Because I desperately needed information, because I did not know how to do this job, but I had been hired to do it. So early career folks, this is your big picture stuff. There is too much to know. Your primary responsibility is to ask good questions and apply the answers. And your secondary responsibility is to help others ask good questions and apply those answers. Trying to answer these questions will help you figure out what you do and don't know. But fundamentally, your job is to help. You help computing problems get fixed. It's almost always an information-based problem, and you almost always don't have that information. Because if you had that information, you'd have solved the problem. So, middle career folks, that sneaks up on you. Fun fact, we had a summer intern this year who was born after I had achieved basic mastery of the SE Linux tools. How did I get this old? So, as a middle career folks, you need to answer questions, so you're going to have to figure out how to enjoy answering them. It is the fastest way to figure out whether or not you know what's going on. But the thing is, just because you're middle career doesn't mean you need to stop asking questions. Everything is changing all the time, and so in many ways, you do the same thing that early career folks do and keep asking questions. Which brings you to imposter syndrome. Middle career folks, we have a ton of background knowledge, and it doesn't seem to be worth all that much. I can write an Xorg config right now from memory. The thing is, though, I'm using Wayland. I am an expert, and I am a beginner. We had a problem with the tape drive system at the lab. So they said, Pat, when I run a status command on the tape drive, it returns an I/O error. And I say, all right, cool. How do I replicate that? And they say, Pat, when I run a status command on the tape drive, it returns an error. Because here's the thing. I didn't know you needed to use the MT command to talk to the magnetic tape. And I did not know that you needed to use the MTX command to talk to the robot to move the magnetic tape. And they're coming to me for help. This is the root of imposter syndrome. I used to learn new things constantly all the time. Now I learn edge cases, and the edge cases don't feel like new knowledge, but they are. So remember to just stay humble and don't be afraid to do your job. That's super unhealthy. Learn your limits and just be honest about it. Once I told the tape staff that I had no idea how to ask the status thing, their response was not, Pat, what's wrong with you? I was like, oh, okay, you need to run these commands. So breathe. This is the way it works. So big picture for middle career folks. This is the same slide as for the early career folks. Because here's the thing. When your job title is sysadmin 4, it's the same job as a sysadmin 1. We just expect you to do more stuff. The rules haven't changed for how you do this job and how you get good at it. Ask good questions. Help others ask good questions. Apply that information, and don't be afraid to do it. So, all together now. It's okay not to know things. It's not just okay, it's expected. Ask questions because we all need answers. Don't be afraid that you're uninformed. I deliberately avoided the word ignorance here because we use that to insult people. And when no one told you the information that you need to know, it's unfair to expect you to have it. Don't be afraid of this. It's how life works. Unlike the goddess Venus, you did not burst forth fully formed, knowing how to be a sysadmin, knowing how to be a developer, knowing how to track these tasks. We're not in competition with each other for who knows the most stuff. We're in competition with the problems that our users have. And we're all in this together, and so we need to act like it when we feel unsure what's going on. So, questions?
I'm very curious because, oh, this is off. I'll talk loud. Switch to the bottom. Switch to the bottom. There's a switch. Now?
Yep.
Oh, now. Many of this sounds a lot like a person both of us know. And I started crying halfway through this. Is this influenced by Connie C?
Very much so.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, Connie was effectively the founder, originator, primary driving force, and by force of will kept Scientific Linux up and running. Connie is great. Connie was intensely patient with me when I had no clue what I was doing.
I forgot my question, actually. Sorry. Anyone?
She is not dead. She is retired, and I miss her.
So you didn't say anything about the end of career people. Does it get any easier?
I haven't tried that yet. So I try to only speak from my experience. I haven't gotten there yet. I don't think I'm late career, but I was surprised to discover that I was middle career, so who knows?
What are the best ways to incentivize people to help, especially middle career, to help their juniors along? I mean, other than the joy of doing something nice.
I don't know.
That's fair.
I think most of the things that you talk about relates a lot with the fact that in technology there is a high percentage of people that did really bad at official educational systems. And I'm wondering how we could change things. Okay, so you point out what is wrong, and I ask, what could we do to make it better?
Well, I can say from my experience, the various Fedora project communication areas, I haven't seen anyone say RTFM in a long time. And it's a matter of culture where we're willing to talk to each other about things that we don't necessarily know and understand, but we're interested in. A lot of my experience in computing is we do this because we're interested. Not necessarily because they pay us, though God, that's nice. But like, I'm here on vacation because I love this community. And so to find a thing in this area that you love, and to be honest that you love it.
So when you were talking about there are no dumb questions, you mentioned how teaching questions can be helpful, and in the context of your talk, right, that's being on the other end of, if someone's saying, I don't know something, can you help me? Then you on the other end want to be able to reply. Do you have any tips on how to ask teaching questions? Because I feel like it can be easy to just, you receive a question and you just ramble on, and it'd be cool to be able to give some teaching questions to help them think through it themselves.
I find generally when you're looking at a problem, you know, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and step 5 is our solution. So let's ask the question that I know the answer to for step 1. It's like, okay, SSH is behaving weird. What changed? And I've been doing this forever. We reinstalled the system, the host keys have moved, we need to drop known hosts and we're gonna be fine. But to sit there with your early curve folks and ask them question 1 that you know the answer to. That first piece of data that you use for troubleshooting, to, rather than do it internally, to say it aloud, and ideally with a question mark at the end, but at least to talk about your solution process and not jump through it. I feel like I'm out of time, but oh, Jim.
No, you've still got one more.
Okay.
The question that I would ask you, the way that you framed this, you were talking about engineers helping other engineers. I love that. I feel like a lot of us have managers that have hard deadlines breathing on us to get things done, and it becomes a bit of a cultural push. So how do you help manage up and force or encourage the manager to develop that type of mentoring culture?
I would start by effectively asking them teaching questions up the line, but more about business processes than about technical stuff. It's, all right, we need to get these microservices off the ground. Okay, I hear you, boss. Let's roll that. Which one of these is our mission critical service? And they're going to say, like, we both know it's auth. Got to make it auth. Okay, what staffing do we have on auth? Are they dedicated? And they're going to say, we have 3 people, none of them are dedicated. Okay, can we talk about how we realign these resources? Because right down here in the trenches, you can see my ticket queue has 65 entries, and none of them are for auth. So how do we talk about the questions that they're looking to answer? And so our upward management folks typically do business processes. And so we have to treat business processes like systems troubleshooting. My background is in philosophy and theology, and so I would argue that every organized system is in fact the same. We just have different inputs. And so the engineering things are about technical bits and bytes, and the business processes are about market force bits and bytes. But at the end of the day, they're still, these items are related. How do we get questions into their hands that talk about these processes in a way that makes us engineer folks happy?
So let's thank the speaker.
Oh, hello. Okay. Yes, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy you made it out here today to hear me ramble about my life. I don't really know what you're thinking when you made that decision, but I hope you'll at least be entertained for the next 20 minutes or so. This is different from the talks I usually give, which tend to be more technical. You can search for some of those later if you're interested. The content today is going to be a lot lighter. So who am I? I'm Anita Zhang. On the tin, I'm currently a software engineering manager at Meta, nay Facebook, for what I call the Linux umbrella family of teams. Prior to that, I was a software engineer at Meta for about 6 years. My official work title is Engineer D, Manager D, as a callback to when I was the primary System D maintainer for Meta. For those who don't get the reference, all System D daemons end with D. Before I was known for either of those things, I wore many hats. I was the Certificate Authority Wrangler, the president of the T Club, and my personal favorite, honorary production engineer. As a manager, my engineers probably have other nicknames for me too. I always get a chuckle when someone calls me boss. I think it's important to have an identity outside of your employer. So here are some things people may or may not know me for. I am actually a proud dog owner. My husband and I adopted Bella May 2023 from our local shelter. She is now 1.5 and she's very smart. However, she is going through her adolescent phase right now and has become very vocal, opinionated. She basically owns the house and these slides now. The remainder of my presentation is just going to be pictures of Bella. Yes. I know, dog photos, yay. I am a Linux enthusiast. I started using Linux around my university days when I also fell in love with operating systems development. I basically haven't stopped using Linux since. I guess that's how I ended here today. I am also a fan convention volunteer. I've been the stage manager for BronyCon, and today I still volunteer and staff a bunch at my local anime conventions like FanimeCon and YumeCon. And I'm also a small Asian girl, so we'll just go ahead, address the elephant in the room, namely me, having gone to many Linux conferences and now this one. Women are still kind of the minority demographic, and the intersection between like Asian and female is even smaller. But on the plus side, I am very easy to identify in a crowd. The title of my keynote is a little tongue-in-cheek, but also a bit serious. Even until my later undergraduate years, I didn't really have dreams of like going into tech or computers. I saw computers as fun and useful. I thought that maybe I would do like some hardware stuff at some point. But recalling some of my peers in university and like seeing some of the new grads that apply to internships at Meta these days, I feel kind of like a lot of them have been intentionally working towards big tech their entire lives. And while I don't know if I would recommend that path to getting into tech, I probably also wouldn't recommend mine. So I was born and raised in San Francisco in a relatively tight-knit Chinese community. I think as an adult, living in the city is like awesome, and as a kid, it's really convenient. There's a certain level of independence you kind of learn early on from living in the city. My parents were immigrants from China who came to the US in their early 20s. They had a pretty stereotypical hope for me and my younger siblings: get a safe, stable, low physical intensity job, like a pharmacist at Walgreens. We lived down the street from Walgreens, and I'm sure they would have loved it if I went to like a university nearby, worked at Walgreens, and lived with them for the rest of their lives. I kind of grew up at a time when San Francisco's public school districts started adding computers to the curriculum. I remember playing math games and like learning to touch type with Mavis Beacon. And in later years, the computer labs like all stocked the Apple iMac G3, you know, like the big CRT style all-in-one. We learned to use Microsoft Office Suite during class. I played like a lot of Oregon Trail on the side. And like a lot of my friends back then, I eventually got my first coding experience by learning to write HTML on Neopets and later MySpace. So the first computer my parents ever gave me was like an HP desktop with Pentium 4 running Windows XP. I'm pretty sentimental, and this one had a special place in my heart. No matter how much it failed me, I refused to let it die. The power supply blew out, and I kind of replaced it with a more powerful one. When I got slow, I added more RAM. Insert joke about downloading RAM. At one point, I even thrifted a GPU to put in this computer. And when my friends came to visit, they would always complain about how slow my computer was because they had the newest stuff. But it didn't bother me too much since I was kind of saving up for bigger things. And I also had a lot of fun hacking on it. My mom in particular had a very stereotypical outlook on things. Boys build things, girls do housework. Of course, she made me do plenty of housework too. But it must have kind of perplexed her to see me taking my PC apart and putting it back together so much. But for me, it was extremely frustrating to have her nag me about doing so-called boy activities when school was also trying to get more girls into STEM. But I was young, and it was kind of easier to say nothing and move on. I learned early on that if I didn't cause trouble, I could kind of do whatever I wanted. In high school, we had a volunteer counselor named Ms. Kornblith. So she's one of the first people who changed my life. Ms. Kornblith introduced me to Carnegie Mellon's pre-college program. At the time, I wasn't even aware that Carnegie Mellon existed and what a reputation it had. But I managed to convince my parents to let me go across the country for the summer because it kind of had a full scholarship for those with financial need. And I kind of used that excuse that it was good for college applications and stuff. So Carnegie Mellon's pre-college program had many sub-programs under it. I suppose that if I was a bit more academic focused, I would have just taken university courses for the summer. But I had different motivations. I absolutely loved video games, and so I attended the National High School Game Academy. The idea behind the Game Academy is that over the course of 6 weeks, you take classes, do homework, and learn from industry professionals about what it's like to work at a video game company. And all of this culminates in a final demo that you create with a team. And contrary to where you think this story is going, I did not end up in the software development track at the Game Academy. I was actually in the art track. I had a fantastic summer sketching and learning how to 3D model. Don't tell my mom that, she doesn't know. The next semester, it was time to apply to college, and after what a great time I had at Carnegie Mellon, obviously it would be the #1 choice. But as part of the application process, you have to pre-select a major from one of many schools from within the university. So did I apply to the College of Fine Arts after spending the whole summer drawing? No. What about the School of Computer Science? Because computer science is hot. Also no. I actually ended up in the College of Engineering. So remember how I used to hack up my old computer? Well, electrical and computer engineering was the major to be in if I wanted to learn all about that. And saying it out loud now, it sounds a little illogical, but I'm sure it made more sense in my head at the time. So let's talk about my first experience with Linux. Out of necessity, I was kind of forced to become a Linux user in the sense that all the remote machines at Carnegie Mellon were running Linux. If I remember correctly, it was either some version of Red Hat Enterprise Linux or CentOS. But I really only learned the bare minimum to get my coursework done. I had a lot of gaps in my knowledge about what Linux was and what made it special. I didn't really get into Linux until later when I had money for my own laptop. And at the time, it was the era of tiny things and being minimal. I kind of got swept up in the hype and had the mindset that minimal is good. Use as little CPU and memory as possible. Don't use a heavyweight desktop environment. So I ended up using the smallest environment I could tolerate while using Fluxbox. This first Linux laptop was my daily driver. Everything was muscle memory and distilled into a series of shortcuts that I eventually forgot. I learned to use GNU Screen and Vim, both of which I still use today. And then I started to learn about packages and all the different repositories, and fiddling with everything was so fun. And it was amazing that I could make every piece of the system my own. The other thing that contributed to my Linux enthusiasm, especially the systems aspect, was the operating systems course at Carnegie Mellon. Of all the computer science courses they offer, OS was known for being infamously difficult, but it also had like a reputation for changing your life. So what happens is you and a partner spend most of your semester writing a preemptive multitasking kernel for x86, complete with context switching, scheduling, virtual memory, drivers, and interrupts, and all of this is from scratch. Needless to say, I kind of fell into the hype, and when I finished OS, I felt enlightened. I became super passionate about computer systems, and I loved everything about it. I loved race condition problems, I loved debugging, I loved dissecting code and like kind of creating that mental model of a system. There's kind of something magical about like understanding all the pieces of software needed to run like a simple binary. So there is a course that comes before OS. Every computer-related major at Carnegie Mellon also requires you to take Introduction to Computer Systems. And doing well is actually a prerequisite for being able to take OS. The first time I took Introduction to Computer Systems, I dropped out halfway. I don't remember exactly why, but I didn't do well. I hadn't paid enough attention to the lectures or something. The material just wasn't clicking for me. And during this time, I paid a visit to our department advisor, Jessica. Jessica really dug into like the fact that I was a first-generation American-born Chinese with like the pressure of also being first in my family to graduate from college. And she kind of acknowledged the stigma that comes from dropping a course when you're in that position. You know, therapy might have been more suitable, but it was not normalized yet. Instead, I had Jessica, and she was like there to help change my life once again, get me through this hurdle. When I walked out of her office that day, I felt better about quitting, and I dropped the course. And I'm really glad I did, because I did a lot better the second time around and had a much better foundation for OS. So when I finished OS and thought about my first failed experience with computer systems, I felt motivated to become a teaching assistant. And prior to this, I never had any aspirations to teach. First of all, I had a little bit of lingering social anxiety stemming from my childhood when some kids made fun of me for my accent. And up until my teens, I was also scared to death of even talking to waiters at a restaurant. But there were certain parts of the course that I had really struggled with that I thought could be presented differently. And it also felt like a disservice that the course wasn't making an effort to show people how awesome computer systems were. And so I pushed myself to become one of the teaching assistants to try and change that. Teaching assistants do a bunch of things like host office hours, grade exams, and like teach their own recitation class. And I took my own liberties with some of the material in order to present it in a more friendly way. I had a lot of fun putting my own twists on things and helping other students with their own computer system struggles, that I ended up being a teaching assistant for the remainder of my college career. So during one of these summers in college, I worked as a teaching assistant for this course. And the notable thing about that summer is that out of necessity, we had to deliver and grade all of the exams digitally. And I'm so sorry to all the teaching assistants who came after me, but I had written the autograder script in Perl, and they were still using it for a few semesters after I had graduated. And in my defense, it was maintainable Perl, if such a thing exists. But I'm pretty sure they had rewritten it to Python by now. So getting into Facebook was also a bit of an accident. There was a recruiter who said she found my resume in a book from like the School of Computer Science. And I never did find out how it got there. But the recruiter wanted me to do a full loop interview and kind of join as a full-time software engineer. I told her I wanted to do an internship so that I could go back and like finish a fifth-year master's. She was so generous to tolerate a request from someone with literally no leverage. And I like to think that I am generally lucky in life, but my interview luck specifically is abysmal, which is why I've never found another job. Most new grads at the time knew that in the tech industry, you have to do like an outsized number of interviews to even land one offer. But I had failed so many interviews prior to interviewing at Facebook that I assumed I'd be drowning in college debt for like the rest of my life. But however, I mean, despite answering like, well, it's not my first choice to why you want to work at Facebook, I did do well enough to at least get a internship offer. I really don't have a lot of insight into how internship return offers worked back then, but in another bizarre example of like things you shouldn't say to your employer, I actually told my intern manager, I don't know if I want to work for a full-time offer. Why did I say that when I literally had no other options? I don't know. Thankfully, I did wise up and tell him, before the fall ended, that I did want an offer. And here I am, over 8 years later. So by the time I graduated college, my two main interests happened to be security and operating systems. I had a basic security background from like taking courses at Carnegie Mellon and interning at like a security consulting firm. The team I interned with at Facebook still works on security infrastructure today. And when I came back full time, they enticed me to join the team again with some really interesting projects. So the great thing about Facebook during this era was that even a new grad could drive a project as important as securing the master keys. And it's almost funny that I've been at Meta for over 8 years because there was a time in my career where I was like seriously at risk of being fired, or what engineers call up or out. So when you join Meta as an IC3 or a new grad software engineer, there's a deadline by which you need to progress to IC4, and from IC4, there's a deadline by which you need to progress to IC5. And IC5 is like equivalent to like senior software engineer at most other companies. So I got promoted to IC4 by shipping some medium-sized projects and like working really hard, but I was stuck trying to get to IC5. And I really started to feel the pressure when I was in the yellow zone, which meant that I was more than 50% of the way to the deadline. And if you enter the red zone with no clear path to promotion, it's pretty much game over. My manager was like helping me as much as he could, and I think that had I stayed on the team, I would have gotten to IC5 eventually. But for me, the root of the problem was that I didn't really feel like I was learning anymore. I hit a plateau in like my technical growth. And here's where I got another lucky break. So I was scrolling through our workplace newsfeed, which is like the equivalent of the Facebook newsfeed, but for work. And I saw a post looking for an engineer to work on System D. So for a variety of reasons, the containers team wanted to heavily integrate System D into their systems. And this was kind of hot on the tail of the CentOS 6 to CentOS 7 upgrade when System D first became available. Specifically, they were looking for someone to provide dedicated meta support for System D and contribute back to the upstream project. So remember how I said when I graduated university I was only interested in like security and operating systems? I kind of saw this as an opportunity to finally get back into doing operating systems again. But restarting in a new area on like a new team was also in conflict with my desire to like not get fired. But eventually I decided this was an opportunity that was too exciting to turn down, and I ended up doing a hack-a-month with the containers team. A hack-a-month is like an internal mobility program at Meta where you spend a month with another team as like a trial period. And I figured that if the new team didn't pan out, I would just go back to my old one. I spent that entire month working on System D pull requests, and it had been a few years since I had like touched GitHub, Git, and C. So it's kind of like learning how to ride a bike again, except that the bike could like segfault and like crash your whole operating system. But I was like so ecstatic that month when I got my first pull request merged into System D. And I was really happy to be contributing to open source and seeing people like and use my code. Maybe some of you can relate, but I get like a huge dopamine hit when I successfully debug an issue. I ended up changing teams and becoming Meta's primary System D maintainer for a few years. Before I talk about my transition from engineer to manager, let's talk about how I became the stage manager for BronyCon. So a stage manager is the one who's coordinating and organizing a show, usually with a technical crew. And if you're familiar with BronyCon, it's the fan convention for the show My Little Pony. If you were around in the 2010s when the show was really popular, you would know that the fan base was primarily made up of adult males. As you can imagine, I do a lot of bronies because I was in a male-dominated major. And one of them was a staff member for BronyCon and needed a stage manager that year. And he asked me because he knew that I had experience stage managing. I had never been to BronyCon, but of course, I'm not gonna turn down an all-expense stay in Baltimore, Maryland with a ticket to BronyCon. And also, friendship is magic. But this is not a story about BronyCon. It's a story about how I ended up stage managing, considering my social anxiety. Remember how I mentioned I was into art? In middle school, one of the pieces I made was actually displayed at a museum, and the art teacher asked if I was going to go to the Ruth Asawa San Francisco School of the Arts, because she wanted to help me with my portfolio and stuff. It was only one of a few, if not probably the only specialized art schools in San Francisco's public high school district, and I told her I considered it, but not for fine arts. I actually wanted to do theater tech. I thought that maybe I would enjoy theater tech as an intersection between like art and hardware. She told me about the audition process and how you actually have to go in and be judged on your abilities as a stagehand. And thanks to my crippling social anxiety, I noped out and went to a regular high school instead. But at Carnegie Mellon, I found out there was a student group called AB Tech that did theater tech as like an extracurricular. If you don't know, Carnegie Mellon sells a specific brand of Kool-Aid called Randy Pausch's Last Lecture, and I really drank that up. Like, Randy Pausch's lecture was given in the final months of his life, and he talked about achieving your childhood dreams and like overcoming brick walls. And I wanted to be like Randy Pausch and live my life with no regrets. So I kind of pushed past my social anxiety and joined AB Tech, and I'm really glad I did because I loved it so much. I participated for like the remainder of my college career. Lighting was my favorite job to do, but I kind of made an attempt to at least try everything once. I just loved helping build the community around AB Tech and working with a team to put on a good show. And it's the same reason why I still volunteer with conventions today. Okay, now let me preface the manager portion of this talk with I never want to become a manager. I mean, clearly seeing where I am now, never say never. But given how much I already enjoyed what I was doing with System D, being a manager would put a huge damper on it. Because at Meta, the perception is that managers solve people problems. They deal with corporate politics. They don't code. And this style of work generally requires a lot of soft skills. But I like to think that I did go through a lot of personal growth in university. All the stuff I had been doing with AB Tech and being a teaching assistant eventually drove the way that I behaved at work. So much so that my manager asked if I wanted to transition to management. And of course, my immediate reaction was like, heck no. Management is like a parallel track to engineering in Meta. That is, you don't get paid more as a manager, you're just doing different work. So why would I want to get paid the same amount for more pain? My manager asked me to think about it some more, and I did, because over the course of about 6 months, he would make pitches about why I should consider management, and I kind of take that home and sleep on it. So after a few months of this back and forth, I decided I would make the transition. I acknowledge that I was extremely lucky so far to have had a manager that would support my work in open source, so why don't I just pay that forward and do the same for someone else? I figured if it sucks, I can always transition back, and so far it hasn't sucked enough for me to do that. I haven't been a manager that long. It's about 2.5 years at this point. I think every manager has like a few horror stories, and I think it's hard to have longevity in this role unless you survive a few trials by fire. For example, within my first year of becoming a manager, Meta had their first ever layoff. Imagine the mass panic and confusion as you try to be a rock of emotional stability for your team. And as an engineer turned manager, you also have like the constant thought of transitioning back. At one point, I seriously thought I'll transition back when we land this migration to open source. But then you find another shiny project and you can't help but stick around to help your team land the next open source initiative. And if these past couple years have taught me anything, it's that adaptability and motivation are kind of like big parts of staying in the manager role. It's kind of like keeping the show going until the end, even when your light board freezes. So at this point in my life, my mom has finally stopped making commentary like, aren't you worried about not having any girls in your class? By the final exam of my undergraduate computer architecture class, I was kind of the only woman left. My mom's probably tired of bringing it up at this point, or maybe she thinks it doesn't matter. But it's a bit better now. Instead of being the only woman in the room today, I am one of several women. But I'm still not ready to tell her that yet. All right. So like, what was this all about? Life is a ride. Enjoy it. Never turn down an opportunity for fun and shenanigans. Pay it forward. I wouldn't be where I am today without people like Ms. Kornbluth, Jessica, and everyone else who propped me up along the way. And friendship is truly magic. Nothing is quite as strong as a band of enthusiasts. Be excellent to each other. Okay, thank you for listening, and have a great day at Flock. I did end up getting a bachelor's in electrical and computer engineering. Yes. All right, no questions. We're out of time.
front, left, front, left, front, right, front, left, front, left, front, left, front, left, front.
Hello, hello. Hey, great. Hello. Hello. Right. Welcome everyone to our Mentor Project Showcase. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Fernando, co-lead of the Mentor Projects Initiative. I'm going to pass the mic to them, and then we are going to go with the actual presentation.
Hi, I'm Smira. I am also the co-lead with Fernando of the Mentor Projects Initiative.
Hi, I'm Jonna. I'm the executive sponsor for the Mentor Project Initiative.
Right, so, please.
I'm Justin.
Maybe you don't know him. Fair. Okay, so in essence, we had, during this Origin season, and also we had a Red Hat intern. We had 2 Origin interns and also 1 Red Hat intern. And they did an awesome work. So, unfortunately, Rosalind and Tosin are not able to be here with us. But we have a video presentation. So, we are going to go first with them. And then Adrian is going to go up the stage and is going also to present his work. So, please, I will leave you with the video presentation. We are going to stay here. We are not going anywhere.
We're up to this summer and hearing a little bit more about them and what they've been doing in Fedora. Let's get started.
Okay, cool. All right. So hello, everyone. My name is Rosalind Bassi. I am an outreach intern currently working with Fedora as a community architect intern. So in this presentation today, I'm going to I'm going to be covering 4 areas. First of all, I am going to tell you about myself, so you get to know a little bit about me. And I'm going to tell you about outreach internship and also tell you about my position at Fedora and highlight my internship experience at Fedora. So let's start with a quick background about myself. I have a BA in English from the University of Uyo, Nigeria. I love to contribute to open source through documentation, and I also love to build tech communities. For example, as a community builder with the Women in Calculative community, I led the first 90 days of DevOps challenge within the community. So my journey into the world of open source began in 2023 when I was selected as one of the mentees through the Linux Foundation Mentorship Program to work with CNCF No 3 project. So I'm going to quickly tell you a little bit about Outreach internship. So Outreach is a 3-month paid remote internship program for people who are underrepresented in tech. So for anyone to become an Outreach intern, there are 3 stages involved. First of all, is the initial application stage, and then there's the contribution phase, and finally the internship stage. Now, within the contribution phase is when a mentoring organization chooses whom they are going to be working with as an intern during the internship project and during the internship duration. So my highlight from the contribution phase was contributing to Fedora through writing this article called What's New in Fedora Workstation 40. So, about my position at Fedora. So, my role involved a lot about documentation related tasks. But for this presentation, I am going to be focusing on my long-term project, which is to launch Fedora Ready. So for you to know what Fedora Ready is, I'm going to give you a brief background of what this is. Fedora Ready is a program it is a program to support hardware vendors who support or ship Fedora Linux on their systems. Now, our goal for this program as a team was for us to provide more visibility and recognition to hardware vendors who ship or support Fedora Linux on their hardware. Now, the second goal is for us to provide a reliable resource for Fedora users to rely on when finding devices that works well with Fedora. So to develop this program, the first thing that we did as a team was to create a concept for the program. So the concept generation basically involved transforming the program's idea into a well-structured documentation to give us a direction of what the program is. Now, the concept also includes the aim of the program and the purpose of this program and the benefits to the vendor, the advantages of to vendors and to the Fedora users. So once the concept was documented and developed, the next thing that we did as a team was to collect feedback from 3 vendors that we're currently working with during the launch of the program. So the vendors that we worked with were Framework, Lenovo, and Slimbook. So we reached out to these 3 vendors and invited them to participate in a 10-minute survey where we collected feedback from them. Now, this feedback helped us to understand how clearly the program's concept was to them, and also help us to identify any issues or any areas needing improvement. Now, on to the next one, which was legal checks. So in this, this is a very important aspect of the program. So I and my team coordinated with a Red Hat legal department and trademark experts to conduct legal checks on the use of the name Fedora Ready. Now, the essence for this is for us to avoid any potential issues that may arise from using the name in our communications and branding, since we intend to use this name publicly. So once that was settled, I went ahead to develop a brand kit and guidelines for the program. Now, our brand kit includes the Fedora Ready logo. We came up with the logo and our brand messaging. This was defined so that everybody gets to know what our messaging is. And a lot more about our program was defined here, and plus instructions on how to use our brand elements. So my next slide is about my internship experience at Fedora. So for my personal growth, I have gained experience working remotely with a diverse community of people. And since I got to be the person between, I serve as a point of contact person between the vendors that we worked with during the launch and the Fedora community. And I have also gained experience developing a program from the idea level to launching it. So by the end of my internship, which would be concluding later in August, I am looking forward to learning about developing marketing strategies and campaigns for program launches. Now, this is a special thanks to my mentor and the Fedora community. I am really grateful for the support they've offered to me throughout my internship. And I'm also really excited about the launch of the Fedora Ready program and contribute to Fedora mission. So what's next for me? I am looking forward to securing a full-time position at Red Hat when my internship finally concludes. I am open to roles in community and program management, documentation, marketing, and open source management. So I also look forward to obtaining a certification from the Linux Foundation after my internship concludes. Thank you everyone for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I'm happy to connect with you, LinkedIn or Twitter. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Rosalind, for the presentation. Then now we are going to go with Tosin. Also video presentation.
I'm going to cue that up. And one thing just to comment on here too, you might have seen in the presentations, you're wondering, oh, these are Fedora presentations. They were outreachy interns, and it's on the Red Hat slide deck. So part of where I'm playing these from is I was working with the Red Hat build team, Blacks United in Leadership and Diversity, which is one of Red Hat's DEI communities. And they actually invited, together with other Red Hat interns, they actually included our outreachy interns to give these presentations to the Red Hat executive leadership team. So Matt Hicks, Chris Wright, Ashesh Badani, Jen Dudek, and some of the other executives at Red Hat. This was where these presentations were first played and recorded. So just to give some context about why they're all the Red Hat branding. The build team at Red Hat was super helpful for making this opportunity happen. So next up, I'm going to play it for Tosin.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I will be taking us through my Fedora project's experience. And in the course of my presentation, you'll be getting to know about me, my career goals, my position in Fedora, and my participation in Outreachy. My name is Oluwatosin Adeshola from Nigeria, and I am currently a community architect intern with the Fedora project. My passion for community, documentation, and creating impactful experiences have been ignited through my work here at Fedora. Now let's get into details about me. I am a graduate of educational management from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and I also have a product management certification obtained in 2022. Outside of my internship program, I am a product manager with experience across the fitness, e-commerce, and CRM industries. Before I became a product manager, I was a chef, and I used to work at Eden Life Concierge Limited. And prior to becoming a chef, before becoming a product manager, I was a compensation and benefits analyst with KPMG Nigeria. I would say that my key strengths include cross-functional collaboration, people and team management, community building and engagement, and technical writing and documentation, amongst others. When I am not working, I enjoy cooking or eating at fancy restaurants. I enjoy adventure and vlogging, which is a recent interest that I picked up. I love to sing, and I love listening to music. I also love to watch a lot of movies and series alike. Now let's talk about my career goals. I hope to become a recognized leader in the product and open source spaces. I also would love to build and lead inclusive communities based on my Fedora experience and drive innovation through communication and collaboration. Outside all of these, I hope to own a restaurant sometime later in life due to my culinary background. Now let's talk about my position in Fedora, which basically talks about my daily activities, and they revolve around promoting community engagement and collaboration, a lot of documentation, event planning and support, as well as data analytics and reporting to drive initiatives, that's community initiatives. Now, in the course of my internship, I have been able to create comprehensive user guides. A case in point would be the Pretox platform, which was new in the Fedora verse. I was able to write user guides for it, so to help people to leverage, usage and all of that. I have also contributed to the success of Fedora Week of Diversity 2024. I have edited and published various articles that can be found on the Fedora magazine and the community blogs. I have also created a general reports template which can be leveraged in the Fedora verse as well on all things event reporting. Now, the impact from all of the work done is a significant improvement in user onboarding of the Pretox platform, as well as an improved process in the call for proposals, which just basically talks about, is in relation to the Flock program, which is this week as well. There's also been enhanced accessibility and quality of Fedora documentation, and generally helped to promote diversity and inclusion within the Fedora community. Now let's talk about Outreachy. Outreachy basically provides paid remote internships in both open science and open source to people who face a form of systemic bias in technical industry where they live. Interns also have the opportunity to choose projects that align with their skills, and also just projects that they feel they would make the most impact in. Now, in the course of my internship, I have grown significantly in my technical writing and documentation skills. I've also developed event management, support, and collaboration skills. I've also gained experience working with a diverse global team, because this is my first time working with a team of different people in different locations. Some of my important takeaways from my internship so far would be understanding the importance of mentorship and community support. I've also come to value the continuous learning process and growth in the open source world, as well as the power of diversity and inclusion to drive innovation. Next steps for me basically would be to leverage my Fedora internship for community management, program coordination, or technical writing. I would love to secure a role at Red Hat to continue contributing to open source. I would also continue leading teams and building impactful products. And finally, utilize my project management skills, collaboration, and communication skills to drive team success. Thank you all so much for listening. I'm very happy to connect on LinkedIn and WordPress. Thank you so much to Justin and Joseph, who are my mentors in the Fedora space. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, Tosin.
And Tosin's also helped a lot with a lot of Flock things behind the scenes too, so I have to give a plug for that as well. So those were our virtual presentations from our outreachy interns. Give it up one more time for Rosalind and Tosin. Up next, we're going to have our Red Hat intern, who you probably have seen running around quite a bit during the last few days. But I'm going to go ahead and bring Adrian on up here for his presentation about what he's been doing this summer.
Leave the stage to him. Right?
Yes.
It's cool. I'll do that.
Got everything you need?
Yeah. Is this?
It's off. Okay. No. Let's see if it works. Okay, it worked.
Okay. There's.
Let me know if you need anything.
Cursor is somewhere. Hello. That is a separate desktop.
You have any problem? Can you mirror it, maybe? Oh, yes, you need to change the resolution there.
I'm not prepared at all.
Yes, if you need a laptop, you can also use mine.
That's fine. I think I tested this laptop with one of the other rooms earlier, and it theoretically worked. Wow, that is.
Yeah, nope.
Wow.
Should I bring my laptop here?
Don't know how I'm going to get you the slides because they're on Google Slides.
Can you share it with me on Element? Or
Sure.
Matrix? Sorry. Technical problems. I can use mine also. Sorry. pass the image? Oh, it's not working.
You can just mirror it. That works.
No, but
is the whole thing?
It's supposed to be mirroring.
How did your laptop work?
Mine won't work. I mean, can you?
You're on Fedora 40 CSB?
No, it's not CSB. I mean, mine won't work.
Because that's the same thing that mine did. I think my Kwin just.
What's the name of the deck?
HDMI.
Have you shared it with me?
It's probably on Red Hat.
Can you try first to just connect this because I think
just to debug.
You were.
There's still some noise on that.
Yeah.
I was nervous for the wrong things because apparently that was not where I thought things were going to go wrong. So what the heck have I been doing all summer? So I'm Adrian Edwards. I'm the Fedora Community Architect intern. I'm also a student at RIT pursuing a master's in computer science. So what the heck is a community architect anyway? I know most of you guys in this room probably already know that, but real quick, anyone with a little bit of coding knowledge can start an open source project. Project grows, more users and contributors get involved, and as the number of people increases, you kind of people start grouping up into teams. You've got kind of marketing team, different teams. And if you're the sole maintainer, you're suddenly going to be involved in everything that's happening, and you're going to be in the middle of everything, and it's going to be a problem. And now the maintainer's job is more people management than code writing. Not sure what's happening with the screen, but overall that. And if you're incredibly unlucky, your project is called XZ, and one of your maintainers is trying to sabotage you. So maybe you create a code of conduct to kind of fix some of these issues. You add a few moderators to help keep things maintained and managed. And as your community grows, you're going to want to communicate what's going on in your project to kind of the rest of the world. So you're going to need people for that. And sooner or later, you'll probably want to hold some kind of event or conference, and you need people to manage that too. Hi, Justin, Aoife, Natalie, Dorka, and everyone else who made Flock happen. Fedora is a really large project, and it's 20 years old. There's no single way to get things done. This is an org chart Justin sent me a while ago. There's a lot of teams. Every team decides what's best for them. So as a Fedora community architect intern, it's my job, along with the other community architects and really most of the people in Fedora, to help make sure that people in the community are taken care of. And so a healthy Fedora community, as you guys all know, means a better operating system for people and projects that depend on Fedora or rely on it for like spins, downstream systems, and especially RHEL. And so this includes things like helping organize community events, contributing fixes downstream when I find issues, particularly with contributing documentation fixes when I find issues, promoting news and events regarding what's new in the community, and gathering feedback to help improve for next time. So soon after I started at Red Hat with my internship with Fedora, I was helping out with running virtual events. So some things I did included creating matrix bots to help invite people to things like the Fedora 40 release party from the Pretix ticketing platform, scripts to help edit and kind of clean up some of the live stream recordings from Fedora 40 and re-upload those to YouTube so that people who weren't at the event could also see what was new with Fedora 40. And then even more recently, I've been working on scripts to kind of grab Pretix schedules from events like this where there's multiple tracks and multiple rooms and allow it to work with those kind of video editing scripts and things that I've been working on. Most recently, I completed a sort of in-progress redesign of the website for Flock. So along with the whole Fedora project website revamp that's been talked about previously, some of the Flock pages were also there was some design kind of previews that were meant to kind of migrate the Flock site over, but that kind of never really made it over the finish line. And so me and Justin and people on my team made the really smart decision to redo the whole conference website right before Flock. So this includes conducting a bunch of interviews with all sorts of different stakeholders, from Fedora leadership to design team, and that kind of pulling in designs from the previous kind of effort to design the website. We now have the fully finished, at least for now, website. Obviously, there's more things that could be done, but this is kind of the good enough for the conference version. And I'm currently seeking feedback on how this could be better. So there's a QR code if people want to scan that. I'll have this available after too if we're short on time. So what am I going to be doing next? So in the short term, I'm planning to be at DevConf US in Boston right after Flock, and also wrapping up from Flock, making sure the videos get processed and all that. For the rest of my internship, I'm planning to kind of transition more into working on Boot C, so working with some of the Ultramarine folks, basically any of the teams who are working on Boot C. I'm going to be working with Jason Brooks, who's technically my manager at Red Hat, and kind of learning more about that and how that can kind of help the Fedora community. So I'm super excited about that. The medium-ish term, I'm going to be finishing school, so I'm going to graduate in May from RIT with my master's degree in computer science. Medium-er term, hoping to find a job, ideally working in open source, maybe. And then long-term, I just want to make delightful open source tools that just make people's lives easier, whether that's live stream editing scripts or just software that everyday people can use on Linux. So yeah, thank you. That's me. There's all the emails and all the places, but yeah.
Also, just a note, if you do want to do that website survey, you can find the QR code at the registration desk. We would love to get your feedback on the new Flock website. Anything you want to close up with?
Yeah, it was just that. Thank you very much for attending to the showcase. That has been all. And sorry for all the technical issues we have experienced. Thank you.
Little leopards have been seen. Are ready? Hey, up and running. Okay. And hopefully without the screen flicker, right? Alrighty, so the good news is this one's a lot less of a race than the presentation I did yesterday. So it should be lots of time for questions. I know we're a little bit late starting, but I'm going to go through it fairly quickly and make sure lots of time for questions. So firstly, I'm really happy to actually be at a Fedora event live. I've done a bunch of these, either nests or release parties and all the rest, but it's really nice to be here to meet all these people I've talked to and interacted on online. So, hey everybody. And is this not going to work? Oh, there it is, yeah. So for those who don't know, Mark Pearson, I'm the technical lead for the Lenovo Linux PC team. We do Fedora preloads on a bunch of laptops. So I'm going to do an update on the Lenovo Linux program. I will try and make it fairly Fedora specific, but Linux is Linux is Linux. So there we go. Yeah, I'm from Canada. And this project has turned my hair and eyebrows white and grey. Alrighty, so just as a summary, just to bring you all up to speed on where we are on the 2024 platforms, there's roughly about 40 of them. So we do ThinkPad, ThinkStation, ThinkCenter, but we'll see them. So on the ThinkPad side of it, the ones in blue are the ones we're doing Fedora on. We've got a new one added, the T14 Intel, which we've not done before. That was added late, so it's not actually available yet, but we've added Fedora to that. And then the other ones should be, X1 Carbon we've done previously, and the T14 and T14S AMDs. So they will be having Fedora on. The ticks are kind of so a little bit confusing because they're done. There is an exception. So the Carbon Gen 12 we split into 2 waves. We did the initial release, and then we're doing a second release with the MIPI camera and WWAN, which is coming later. So you're not getting MIPI camera and WWAN because they have closed source pieces in it. So the Fedora option is ready, available online, and we'll come to that in a bit. And then you sort of hit frustrations. We've had a lot of issues on the AMD platforms, which are Wi-Fi related. So that's not done yet. It will be coming soon, I hope. On the ThinkStations, again, there's not really any surprises there for anybody who's been following this from previous presentations. We do full portfolio for the ThinkStations, and we do Fedora. Well, we try and do Fedora on the P1 and the P16, and we also P14S AMD. P14S has got the Wi-Fi issues, so it's not ready yet. P1 and the P16 are done. They all have NVIDIA cards is the big issue, and I'll come to that in a bit later. So, yeah. And we're almost done with this year's releases for those. And then there's no Fedora on ThinkCenter, ThinkBook, and other, but they run Linux well. Fedora runs well on them. I have an M70Q that I use in the basement as a media server running Fedora, and it does great. They're all done. So that's the state of play on the platforms. And, oh, did I miss one? No, all right, maybe not. Alrighty, so just to give a summary of what's in this year's hardware, for those who are interested, what's new and exciting. This year was Media Lake from Intel. And the nice thing is I was losing track as to which generation it was, 11, 12, 13. So it's the first gen with the Core Ultra. So yeah, so at least I'm good for this year. Main thing on the Meteor Lakes is don't really expect any big performance bumps, but it's more efficient. On the AMD side, we've got the Phoenixes. I find the AMD numbering a little bit confusing, but for those who are interested, the 8540 and the 8840, AMD are continuing to do really nice work on there. Really solid chips. They're good. Wi-Fi 7 is new this year. Wi-Fi 7 has been challenging. So we have the Intel Wi-Fi 7 chip is all working nicely on the Intel platforms. On the AMD, it's causing us a lot of grief. The patches that are needed went into Linux Next 2 days ago. So I hopefully will be doing some merge requests to get those pulled into Fedora soon. We need to do some testing, make sure it works. And we are waiting on a firmware blob to go into Linux firmware. But yeah, that's the new bit there. LPCAMM2 memory, not terribly exciting, but for those of you who hate soldered memory, this is supposed to be what is going to move vendors away from soldered on memory. So we have it on the P1 Gen 7. It's all look good. I really hope we see this on more platforms. MIPI camera, so this is not new, but this year is the first year that Lenovo are looking to certify on a Linux platform. Previously, we just went, no, doesn't work at all. Intel have made enough progress that it works. ish, kind of. The support isn't upstream. There's lots of issues with it. We can't do it in the Fedora preload because it involves closed source pieces. I'll come to that later, but we are, for the first year, we're trying to do a Linux preload offering for MIPI camera. And W1, again, isn't new, but we're doing it on a much wider, we're doing it on more of the portfolio, and the other thing is we're actually almost on schedule. Usually W1 we're 12 to 18 months late for various reasons, but we're actually on schedule for this, and so we're doing preloads with W1 support. So that's from sort of like vaguely thing. Technology challenges, and I specifically did this to be Fedora related, just so you guys understand some of the challenges are. And it's not meant to be negative, it's just, hey, this is it. So yeah, the MIPI camera, I can't do MIPI camera right now on a Fedora preload. The way it is closed source user space pieces are needed. The good news is there is some really nice work being done in libcamera. There is a software version which is open source, which is coming. So you can get the camera working on Fedora. I don't recommend it, but there's light on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to be 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, but there's potential. But yeah, for right now, on a preload point of view, we can't do it. The NVIDIA driver continues to be a pain. So for those I've presented this a few years, like every year we try and do the P1 and we fail, realistically, because the Nouveau driver does not meet the QA standards for Lenovo, so we can't do Fedora preload on anything with an NVIDIA card. This year was really close. Like I tested it and plugged in an external monitor and it worked, which doesn't usually happen. And I did a suspend and resume, and it worked. I was like, oh, maybe this year we're going to have Fedora on the P1 and everything. And it's not bulletproof. It's not reliable enough. So I'm afraid, so the P1 is going to have UMA only, the P16, the UMA, and the Intel ARC, though there was an issue in testing with the ARC. So yeah, there'll be a limited offering for Fedora. But there is some really good work happening here. Maybe next year, we will hope. And W1 enablement. The big issue I've got here is we have some regulatory needs related to the FCC and the US carriers. So the modem is locked, and we have a closed source utility to unlock the modem. It's really annoying, and I have no way around it. Trust me, I've looked for one. And unfortunately, it means that for the Fedora preload, we can't offer W1 on it. It's just the way it goes. Alrighty. So this is the bit people want to know about. Web sales. So if anybody's attending my presentation of this, the web sales, I'm technical, and yeah, this is a sort of set. So I have some good news. Hang on, no, before you clap. I was like, good news, there's good news, bad news, good news, bad news. But yeah, there is more availability in North America and EMEA, and I'll get into a little bit why. So we basically, working with the web teams, we're like, why are we not getting Linux online? And the US last year was terrible. So the way the US do it is you get an individual, platform with Linux offering, and they would tune it specifically. There's some limitations you can't have. Previously, we couldn't do W1, you can have RAID, MIPI camera. There's all these limitations, and so they would build a specific configuration for Linux, and that takes them time, and we were always bottom of the pile. And we're like, this is, basically, we ended up last year having very few Linux systems generally, not just Fedora. This was, any of them. So we ended up very few. So we really focused on removing some of those limitations. It's one of the reasons there's a focus on W1. We're just trying to make it easier so that Linux is on a par with Windows. And one of the things they've done is now if you go to build your own model, there's a drop-down box, and you can have Windows Pro, Windows Home, I don't know, I don't use Windows. And then you get the Linux options there just as part of that OS drop-down, and then the rest of it figures its way out. So what that means is they don't have to go build a new offering, and it should make it a lot easier for them. So the idea is that when we finish our certification, we say, yes, it's ready to go. It's all supposed to be enabled. And so North America moved to that model this year. So I have to do a lot less sort of nagging and begging to get them to enable it, which is good. There is still bad news, I'm afraid. The big downside with this approach is discoverability is awful. So the website, you cannot search for Linux. It's really stupid. So I shouldn't have said that. This is recorded. But the way the web tool works is it can't search the inside configuration. So if you search for Linux, you will not find it. It can't tell that if you go into this build config order that there will be a Linux option. It doesn't have that. So there's no way of finding out if a platform has Linux support and then if you can order it. So it was one of those. I had to make a judgment call. I was figuring it's going to be better to have systems online that you can actually do, but are hard to find rather than just not having them at all. But there's work to be done to improve this. I hope it happens. It's obviously it's out of my hands somewhat, but I do want to call that out. Anybody who complains that it's really hard to find the systems, yes. Honestly, the other bit that I've been a bit disappointed, so when I would talk to them, the whole point of doing this was it was supposed to be automatic. We'd enable the config, it goes through the process, yada, yada. It would just show up, and we wouldn't, really, I spent a lot of time nagging web teams saying, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? And that still seeing problems realistically, and I don't yet understand why. So it's better. There's still work to be done, I can't promise you anything. I don't know if I'm going to be brave enough to do it. I did pull up, you can go buy the X1 Carbon with Fedora in in Canada and England. Now, for some reason, it's not showing up in the US. I got to go figure that one out. It should be. The Canadian-US site's the same. And for some reason, it's not showing up in Europe. And I tried the French page. It's really weird. There's some strange stuff going on. But we still have still have a lot of work to do here. All right, so that's the web sales update. I just wanted to do a quick shout out to the Fedora marketing team. Oh, we're down 10 minutes already. Holy moly. Just thank you. They've been great to work with. And Fedora community are awesome. So I had some questions for you guys. I got 10 minutes. I'm going to get to questions. But I had some questions for you guys. I wanted to ask, so we're not going to be able to cover this all in 10 minutes, but come talk to me. So I wanted to know if we're targeting the right platforms. Is Matthew? Yeah, Matthew said, when we originally set this up, we were targeting developer platforms. And, that's why the P1 and the X1 Carbon are in there. I can't share sales numbers, but they're kind of low. And I just wanted to know, are we targeting the right platforms? We did the AMD because we had requests for AMDs. And I just want to know, what are people looking for? Come talk to me, tell me. I genuinely would like to know if we're targeting the right stuff. So you went there, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. This one's more controversial. So we've got the challenges, NVIDIA, MIPI, W1. NVIDIA, MIPI, there is, on the horizon, I hope, might be 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, but that, honestly, that's it. W1, I don't have a solution for it. There was an idea floated about doing a remix. I'm super, super proud of our Fedora preload because it is Fedora untouched. It is, and I'm really proud of that. But there was the idea floated about, hey, do a remix and put in these closed source pieces. Is there a way that we could do that where people would be like, yeah, that's okay, we get what you're doing? I don't know. I'd like to have that conversation and see. It's not something I'm pushing for. But if there's any feedback and if it's just like, hell no, that's not what we want, I'm okay with that. But I'd like to have that conversation and say, because there are some challenges that we've had and would like to know. It's only 4 questions. Third one, this one's more minor. PC tools, is there anything that people feel are missing? We work really hard to try and narrow the gap on what Windows has. I get asked constantly, when are you going to have Vantage for Linux? So Windows has the Vantage tool, and I look at it and go, it doesn't make sense. Vantage offers firmware updates, and we have LVFS for that, and they do driver updates, and it's well, no, it's all part of the kernel. You can go check your warranty status, and well, okay, fair enough. There's some thought about maybe putting in some battery management tools. There's stuff which maybe should be added to GNOME or KDE, but that process is challenging in itself. Anyway, open question. If there's stuff, configuring your haptic touchpad doesn't exist anywhere right now. But anyway, so I'd like to, you guys are using them. What do you find is missing? what do you want? And the last one is AI! AI! Yay! Yeah, no, I know, yeah. So I have to be honest, I don't know where yeah. It's very hard to have a conversation without AI involved these days. It's really hard. I actually think Linux has real potential here to do something that is privacy focused and that you can trust and that is not selling data. So I think Linux has real potential. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know. So I've been attending a few of the talks, and I think Fedora's doing all the right things, but let me know if there's things we can be involved with. You are going to start seeing laptops with NPUs on them, local processing. I think there's real opportunities of doing some really interesting things, and Linux is well placed to do it, to have that trust that I don't think anybody else can do. So 5 minutes left. I have some stats things. I'll skip those. Let me say any questions first, because it's more important for me to hear from you than stats things. Adam.
Hey, Mark, it's good. Is this on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. It's good to meet you at the conference.
Yes,
Great
I know.
that you're here. Thanks a lot. Thanks for all the stuff on. We really appreciate everything you're doing. I just wanted to say that first. You talked about, I've been trying to follow hardware this year, and it's been a nightmare. I believe you talked about Meteor Lake and AMD's kind of first half Q4 new hardware. I believe they both have new refreshes coming out. There's Luna Lake, and AMD has like Zen 5/AI 300 or something they're calling it. What's going on with those?
So I'm not allowed to talk about future platforms. So there's certainly not what I've been recording.
Can you talk vaguely about non-specified future platforms from your hardware partners?
Yeah, so no, there's a big focus on what's it, the namies, but yeah, you're going to start seeing NPUs showing up, and yeah, Linux is included in all the future programs. I can't tell you what and how. I'm slightly nervous because we try and meet the same ship date as Windows, and this is going to be a big change. But yeah, no, it's coming.
What about ARM?
Yeah, no, I thought about putting slides about ARM in. So we did the X13S as a proof of concept last year. I don't know, I really wanted the new T14S to be part of the Linux program. It is not. And the reason is Qualcomm are not ready to commit to Linux support. I think I'm allowed to say that. I'm going to say that out loud publicly. So they're not ready. They've done a lot of work. I don't want to throw them under the bus or anything. They've done a lot of work, but it's going from proof of concept to something that we can sell to customers and stand behind and support and expect, a proper experience. There's a jump there. I really hoped they were going to be ready to make that jump this year. They're not. I'm still trying to figure out how we do something. I kind of put a lot of eggs in getting it into the Linux program and didn't. But yeah, so I think the ARM platforms look really interesting, right? There's some great technology in there. I think there's going to be some. They'll get added eventually, not this year. So.
I wanted to ask, which challenges do you have with double V1?
Sorry.
Double V1. Like WVAN? Network, mobile broadband.
So on WAN specifically?
Yes.
So I covered this a little bit in talk yesterday. So the main issues there is, so we have to lock it to meet the FCC requirements. And so in the US, before we can enable WAN, we have to certify it with the 3 carriers, with AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. And so even though the rest of the world gets impacted by this, but we have a little utility, FCC WAN lock. It's on GitHub. Like the utility's there, but it's there's a bunch of libraries in there that are closed source. And basically that just goes in and says, I am this modem on this piece of hardware. I have been certified. I'm allowed to do this. And like right now, if you go get the utility, it won't work in the US. It says, oh, I'm not in the US. I'm in the US. And we can't do it as open source because you just hack the hell out of it.
Right, but the problem with that is that so the issue is that getting that utility into Linux without being open source, or?
Yeah. Well, no, so for Fedora specifically, no closed source at all, right? So I can't package it, I can't include it, which is fine. We understand that. So Linux generally, I will say packaging that utility was very hard. We tried Snap, we tried Flatpak, we tried doing it on the Lenovo website. We now got it on GitHub as a tarball. But yeah, it's hard.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's closed source, and we know that, and we know it's not what anybody wants.
So you could take some packager help.
You can't package it, right? How are you going to? They would be refused from any of the.
No, I mean, well, there are some other repositories that accept non-free utilities.
Sure, but
it's something.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah. So yeah.
Hey, so you were saying there were a lot of struggles with the website, and I've noticed one in particular. If you go and try to look for all of the laptops, you can't sort by operating system, or you can, but Fedora's not there.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Now this is it. The discoverability is horrible, and you sit there and think you should be able to click on Linux and go to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
That's really interesting.
It's outside my scope. It's not my team, but yeah, that's a website issue. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I was just interested.
So let's take one last question from Kevin, and
I'll be real quick. I have the Slim 7X, the Snapdragon laptop.
Oh, you do?
And it almost boots Fedora. Almost.
So I heard they got Linux up and running on it. I heard from the Lenovo
Yeah,
team
there
they
are
got it
some
working.
folks that do have it running.
Yeah.
I can boot the kernel, and the user space starts booting, and then it resets. So there's some module or something that it's loading that's wrong.
I heard they had it up and running, so I can.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is early days, but I really hope that we're going to see this, next year or something. So
I hope so. All right, I think I'm out of time, even though I started late.
We have to wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah. If anyone on the slides, I had some statistics just based on a year's worth of collecting issues, if anyone reads them. LVFS is an amazing project. Questions, we've already done that bit. If you want, please come talk to me at the conference. Really want to hear from you. My Fedora ID is M. Pearson. You can go get me on Element, Matrix, whatever it is. Email, put in the @ and the dots. If anybody was using the Mark Pearson at Lenovo.com, I stopped using that because it's an Outlook account and it was a nightmare. So I've switched to using my personal one. But that will get to me. I get a lot of emails, so if I don't respond, please nag. Yeah. Alrighty. Thanks, everybody.
Hey folks, just a quick note. We're debugging some AV issues. We're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. We had a couple issues in this room this morning. So just hang tight. We'll get started here in just a little bit. You're in the right place, but we're just swapping some cables out. So we'll be getting going in just a little bit. Thanks.
Can you hear me? Yes, it works. It works perfectly. Hello, my name is Lucas, and I work for the Fedora Quality Assurance. And I would like to talk about a recent experience I made. This is not a sponsored talk, so I am going about a framework computer. However, I am not sponsored by framework in any case. I am mostly a fan of computers, but I am not a hardware specialist. And I even can't solder things. I tried to learn it, but my soldering attempts were, not quite good. And I am not interested in benchmarking machines, so I just use it. And when I get a machine, I'm just going to use it. And I like when it works. I don't like be disrupted by something that doesn't work. So what I do every day is testing Fedora. And sometimes our team gets various pieces of hardware to test. Somebody says, please, could you test Fedora on this hardware? And we have had experience that it was a difficult and tough task to do sometimes because the hardware was not Fedora compliant. So it took a lot of work to make Fedora working on the hardware before we even started to test that Fedora works on it. We had to do some stuff. I am not very good at fiddling with hardware, as I told you, but my colleagues are quite keen, so they really are interested in fiddling with that stuff. And so all the time, we succeed, like we put Fedora on it somehow. And recently, we also bricked one device. So when we got an offer to test the framework computer with Fedora, we were a little bit hesitant about it, and the expectations were not high, I must say. And we discussed this on a list, who is available for testing framework computers, and not many people were like, yeah, I want to do it. So in the end, I said, okay, I will do it. And so this is the process of doing it. So what is the framework computer? If you don't know, it's a computer that is produced by a company called Framework based in San Francisco. And they want to produce modular, repairable, customizable, sustainable, lightweight, and portable, and user-owned computers, they claim. And I was thinking, when reading this information on the website, I was like, oh, this is... so can framework be to hardware what Linux is to software? Like, can I use my computer and change it to my likings? Is it something new? Let's see. Framework advantages, again, according to the website, this is marketing language. You can see that transparent regarding the sourcing of materials, ability to upgrade and repair, open ecosystem, and so on and so on. You can visit the website if you want to. What they have 2 versions of laptops, a smaller version, which is this one I am using right now. It's the Framework 13, and the bigger version based on Intel, AMD, and Chromebook. And for the future, they now announced the RISC-V platform, which I am pretty interested in if that's out. Unfortunately, Framework doesn't ship to the Czech Republic where I live, so you can't go and order. But I was given the option to receive the Framework as a personal mail, and we got it donated by the company, so I didn't have to pay for it. It came in a plain box, just with the Framework inscription on it, no colors, no printing. The box was good. The computer fit inside very perfectly, so it couldn't be damaged possibly. And I got 4 expansion cards, a power adapter, an American one, which I had to change, and a screwdriver. The screwdriver, as they say, is the only device that you need to modify your laptop. And I used it to modify it because I only got 8 GB of RAM, and 8 GB of RAM is not enough for me because I tend to run virtual machines. And I said my approach to Framework testing will be that I will take it as my everyday laptop, and I will use it for work, and I will use it for testing Fedora as I would do on my Lenovo laptop that I also own and that I also like. So, and I take Lenovo as a good standard of what computers should be, actually, for myself. So you can see the specs of this particular one. It's the minimum you can get. The more money you pay, the better stuff you get, I mean in terms of amounts. So you could have 16 GB RAMs or 512 GB storage, and so on and so on. The display is quite interesting because of the 3:2 aspect ratio and quite a high resolution, which is more than a full HD. But I realized sometimes I need glasses. I'm getting old. So I had to bump the fonts a little bit in GNOME to be able to see it properly. And you have stereo speakers, you have 2 microphones, you have a combo headphone jack that you can use for listening and talking. The camera has full HD resolution, fingerprint reader is there, and there is an USB-C power adapter. And it's very small, but actually I have not experienced any problems with it. The build is quite sturdy, you know. It's not plastic, it's a metallic stuff. So it really is a nice piece of hardware. And what is good, you can buy expansion cards. You can see that there are 4 slots here, and you can take it out and change it. So my slots are USB-C, USB-A, and another USB-A, and a HDMI. The problem is some of the slots do not support everything. I didn't know that. So when giving a talk a couple of days earlier, I plugged the HDMI to the computer and nothing happened. And I thought, so this is something I will talk about on the vlog, but it was my own stupidity because the website said We support HDMI on slot 1 and 2, and I had my HDMI expansion port connected to slot number 3, so yeah. So you can get an external drive, you can get another audio, an Ethernet port, HDMI display port, SD or micro SD reader, and USB A and Cs. You can replace mainboards, modules, keyboards, displays, various parts. You can customize the colors of the laptop by changing some parts of it. They have different colors. And what is good, so if you don't like your Intel laptop anymore, you can just switch the main board and have an AMD computer out of it, or you'd be able to switch the main board and get a RISC-V computer out of it. So you can use an Intel computer on Friday, and you can use a RISC-V on Saturday, and you could use, which is, I think, a great thing for testing, basically, because you only have one machine and you can change the modules and test the platforms as you wish, right? Changing the RAM modules, for example, indeed was very easy. Just use the screwdriver, open the chassis, put it out, put it back, close the chassis, off you go. No problems experienced with that. You can change keyboards, displays. If it cracks, open it, unclick the display, click on another display, you go. Probably in the future, when you want to upgrade to a newer processor or something, you just open the chassis, unclick the main board, put in a new one, and off you go. Build is solid, as I said, quite lightweight. It opens to 180 degrees, for sure. I tested this. I didn't want to go further because I usually love my stuff and I don't want to test it behind its limits. And camera and microphone have hardware switch-off buttons, so you don't have to put stickers on it. You can just close it and it's switched off. Nobody can hear you and nobody can watch you. Pardon? Oh yeah, I don't know. In the Czech Republic, we don't have them. Okay, so why Fedora? Framework officially supports Fedora, and they also support Ubuntu LTS. They claim that the Ubuntu LTS is a little bit better than Fedora because in one point, Fedora is announced as a little bit risky, while Ubuntu LTS is announced as stable. However, Ubuntu LTS is something that should stay the same for a long time, but we evolve and change every 6 months. So basically, we are pretty much supported. And this was also to prove the support that we would test it. And we were asked to provide help, and Framework was willing to provide laptops for testing. So far, we have the Ryzen and the Intel version. The laptops are normally delivered with Windows, or you could, or without an operating system. So mine came with Windows. I was a little bit disappointed because I expected a computer without an operating system, but Windows didn't last long. And immediately I installed Fedora. In Brno, we offer install fests for students. They usually come with laptops with Windows, and they want Fedora double boot with Windows, dual boot. We tested, it works, but I haven't tested it here. I took the standard process of installation, just download the Fedora Workstation 39, created a live USB, booted the live image, install it. start using the laptop, all hardware components worked out of the box. Using Fedora on it was flawless. There were no significant problems seen, so what worked on Lenovo worked on Framebook. I only experienced one annoying behavior when I placed my Windows on laptop screen and I connected it to an external monitor and I maximized the window on the laptop screen, so it started to fall apart. Finally, it became white, and you couldn't see anything on the laptop screen. If you moved the window back to the external monitor, then it got repaired somehow, and you could use it. I reported it, and through updates, this was fixed. So I don't experience this one anymore. Firmware are easily available through GNOME software, so you don't have to worry about that. I only used standard GNOME because before GNOME I was a Fluxbox fan, so I don't like fancy stuff like many extensions and so on. So for me the standard GNOME is efficient. I had to switch the fingerprint reader, not because it wouldn't work, it works perfectly fine. I just like typing a lot, and I am using an external keyboard, so moving my hand to the fingerprint reader all the time, I would want to run sudo or something, just wasn't good enough for me. The RAM was 8 gigabytes, enough for office work and browsing, but for my virtual machines, I needed some more, so I changed it for two 16 gigabytes modules and got 32 in the end. As I say, no problems. What testing I was doing, we perform release validation testing, which basically is we take an image and we do tests. We have a collection of tests that we use for every release, and when they work, we say the release is fine. So I took all the test cases and I run them on this framework to see whether they also work. I did it on stable Fedora, which I knew was okay and error-free, and I didn't have any problems. So installation, post-installation, basic functionality, desktop, upgrades to Fedora 40 beta, no problems. Upgrades to Fedora 40 final, no problems. The computer now is running Fedora 40. And I was using the laptop in daily routines of mine, as I promised, so it was not just I take the laptop and run the tests and close it and put it aside, but I really tried to live with it. And so office work, browsing, programming, scripting. However, I have not been compiling and doing some graphics and some audio production on Fedora. Everything was fine, and the computer could be used. So the conclusion of the talk is, I think there is a device finally that doesn't require you to throw it away if it breaks, or if you knew something better. You only can change the stuff. You can live with the laptop for some prolonged period of time compared to the standard machines, which maybe is good for the planet, or maybe which is good for us. For those who like their stuff, and for example, when I sold my last car, I had to cry a little bit. I tried to hide it so that the new owner wouldn't see it. The car was so good, but you know. And I think it compares to machines by Dell or Lenovo. I don't know whether I should have should have said that, but Lenovo's I've been using, or Dell's I've been using, these were all good computers. Maybe it's not as good as it in terms of new hardware and new technology that we saw just recently, but it still is a good piece of work, and I say thumbs up framework. So if you think about something like that, maybe you can give it a try. Thank you. If you have questions.
Testing.
Have you tried suspend or hibernate with the framework?
Yeah. So I know that suspend is when I close the lid, the computer goes to sleep, but eats up memory, right? It's flawless. No problems with that. I haven't tried hibernation because it's officially not supported in Fedora. But what is supported in Fedora works fine.
I'm just curious if you've ran the hardware certification program to see if anything taints the kernel or does anything crazy. I know this is taking it a further step into RHEL, but I'm just curious of how fully functional this is.
Well, I don't know, because what kind of certification?
If you haven't, I'd connect with Rob Landry in the certification team within RHEL.
No, I haven't done it.
Yeah, he could do is getting access to this, I imagine. And Wave Fu would be interested from the RISC-V side of the fence. He's at Red Hat as well, and he does Fedora and RISC-V and ARM and a whole lot of other things.
Oh, well, you can show me how, and
happy to.
I can do it.
So as you're going through the testing, what level of communication do you have with the framework team? Is it something where like you guys are emailing back and forth, or is there a specific process?
I am in touch with their Linux lead, and when I find a problem, he is the first person for me to contact. But they also have a nice forum where you could enter questions, you could discuss problems, something like we have in Ask Fedora. So they have something like that, based also on discourse. And you could also ask Fedora-specific questions. The forum is quite a living place.
I might have missed it, but did you talk about in your testing battery life of the particular model of framework that you had? And then also, since it was mentioned earlier about you testing the sleep function, some machines do better when they are put to sleep under Linux as far as barely sipping any battery at all. I know some Windows machines, you put them into sleep and they'll still suck the battery dry within a day. So what was your experience?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I haven't closely monitored the time, but the laptop can be, this is one interesting thing. You can set in BIOS, well actually BIOS, but it's UEFI based, but the setting thing that I would be used to call BIOS, you could set up the level of the battery being charged. So originally it was set to 60%. I set it to 80 because 60% was quite low. And the laptop only charges up to 80%. The problem is I can't do it in GNOME. I have to go to the BIOS and set it up there. So there is no, for example, no good and easy way to charge it to 100% before you leave. But when the battery is filled up to 80%, GNOME monitor says that, the energy monitor says that it has about 5 hours of battery life. and it's not the strongest battery, so you would be able to purchase a bigger one for the computer if you needed it. And if I close it and leave it, so it will be probably after 3 days it be drained. But it won't be drained if you leave it overnight, so that's okay, with me at least.
Okay, so I think it's time for the snack break. So let's thank the speaker.
Thank you. Enjoy your break.
Hey folks, just a quick time check. Our break is going to wrap up in about 5 minutes, so go ahead and start wrapping your snack break and conversations, and we're going to get started with sessions again real soon. Thanks.
All right. Hello. Are we coming together? All right, guys and gals and children and everybody else. Actually, it's probably mostly children here today, right? I was going to do a little exercise to get you on your feet. How about everyone stands up? Come on, come on. Now, Lewis is going to lead us in a little bit of clapping. So, it'll be...
Okay, you remember? We were rock you. Okay, let's go.
Come on.
Come on. And then sing. We will rock you. We will rock you. All right, we're awake. The blood is flowing through our veins and through those gray matter cells in our brains. And Dan is going, I knew that crazy Irishman was going to do something because he has to let the genie out of the bottle. Okay, so pre-game. You want a free t-shirt? You want a free pair of socks? Please fill in the survey here. It's very easy. There's a little tiny URL. Even I could probably type that one in without a mistake. I'm going to ask you all, if you're interested, take the little survey. If there are packages that you think are missing, etc., please let us know what you think should be on RISC-V that's not on RISC-V today. All right, we've got a Spartanic down here that says everything. I know for a fact that there's a lot of stuff already on RISC-V. So what I want is the delta, the gap analysis. You are my gap analysis team. All right. So there are challenges with new silicon platforms. And there's a lot of gray hairs in the room, and some of us have lived through the dream of having the best silicon on the planet. I think, Dan, you were in digital, weren't you? So we had True 64 Unix, best Unix on the planet, and it was sitting on Alpha, best CPU architecture at the time, but that meant diddly squat, because guess what? Our application portfolio was this size. Sun Solaris' application portfolio was that size. So where do you think the customers went? And so there's a certain arrogance around building a platform and expecting people to come because it's the biggest, the bestest, the greatest. There's an invention of a word there every second. And the problem is you really have to think about, hey, for a new platform, how do we get the ISV stack that sits way up in the upper atmosphere enabled to get from A to B? Historic migrations, they cost probably trillions of dollars, believe it or not. But we don't have trillions of dollars to do this, and we don't need to because we're living in the world of open source. Yay, I heard a yay there. Woohoo! All right, so what do customers want? Well, actually, customers just want something very simple, something that's going to solve a problem for them. And they need to support the solution. However, that supported solution needs to be a combination of hardware that's supported, OS or OSs that are supported, and then applications that are actually certified and supported on top of that. And there's a lot of pre-GA testing goes into all of this across these different layers. There's a lot of integration testing goes on, and there's a lot of certification testing goes on to ensure that, what's his name, up at the top of the list, the customer, yeah, those people that actually buy the products and, you know, cause the ripple effect of the money chain that actually pays our salaries, we should probably listen to them. They need supported solutions. Not an easy task. All right, so ecosystem relationship and complexities. Most customers, well, first of all, they don't care that it's a really complex environment. However, we do, right? So from a Fedora perspective, an Alma Linux perspective, a RHEL perspective, a Rocky Linux perspective, I will say Ubuntu perspective, anybody that I missed there, apologies. Really, the work starts with, and we'll see if this, I actually bought a laser, but I didn't bring it to the podium. All right, let's see. No, that thing doesn't work. All right, so you look at the different layers here on the slide, the hardware, the OS, and the certified applications that sit on top. To get to that scenario, when you get a new silicon vendors have to work upstream in the Linux kernel to get their silicon enabled upstream. In turn, those silicon vendors need to work with server vendors. They may indeed be the server vendors at the same time, who in turn need to work with all the major operating system vendors to ensure that their product, their silicon, is enabled, lights up, does what it's supposed to do. The same goes for the adaptive vendors. And the ISVs then, at the end of the day, once, like me, it's a little known fact, within Red Hat, there's a team that I used to manage. I'm very proud of that. They're called Engineering Partner Management, and they're like the central exchange for connecting with all the partners on the silicon side, the hardware sides, the servers, CPUs, I/O adapters, NVIDIA, you name it. They do the technical interface between the vendors and the partners and internal engineering within Red Hat. If they didn't, there would be a huge vacuum, because just because you got the best silicon on the planet, if the code isn't upstream to enable it, you're going nowhere really fast. Just because you got a server that has everything it needs upstream, you're still going nowhere fast. And guess what? When it comes to shipping a product, you got to work as a silicon vendor. You're going to have to work with the server vendors, the OS, if I can say, and he leads an open distribution forum. So any distribution on the planet, including those that are not members of RISE, can actually come to the table and converse every 2 weeks with the goal of enabling RISC-V across all the Linux distributions. And then we've got a developer board program. I got 1 or 2 slides on that. And the slides will be available after the presentation when they post these on the Fedora site. So our board program is a program where we have multiple boards from different partners that we then seed out to various other entities, such as yourselves, for you to do something meaningful and useful, such as the Rocky folks that have actually gotten product recently, and to bring it up and have it running sufficiently and effectively. I will also state that a shout out to somebody that's not here, Wei Fu and Gary Case, and Peter Marticelli's team, for all the hard work that they've been doing in enabling RISC-V over the last, these folks have been working on RISC-V for, 5+ years, and that's not like no NDA is broken, because all you have to do is look at the upstream submittals and track them, and you can see, hey, the Fedora has been very active in the RISC-V arena. So kudos to Fedora. Thank you very much. If you're interested in the boards program, there's a link. This is a hot link. You can join the boards program, submit that you'll, I want a board, I want to do something meaningful, useful, and I'll provide you feedback. And then with regard to the bulk of the tool chain, all the GNU stuff, KVM, LLVM, Rust, etc., Go, they're all enabled, they're all supported. Now, with regard to, is something optimized? Optimizations are continuous. So there will be continuous optimizations across the tool chain over time, just like it is on x86, just like it is on ARM. And then down the bottom here, we just have a shout out to all the distributions that are really actively involved in bringing up RISC-V, because it is no easy endeavor. So we have a thing called the RISC-V Software Development Dashboard. So I'm proud that I actually put this thing together. Felt like I was hitting my head off a wall at times, because I'm not a spreadsheet person. But this is where we're tracking the enablement of various, we'll say, packages, products, OSs, and applications. And over time, this is going to evolve into more of a software catalog on RISC-V. But right now, it's kind of in its infancy, but it is going to grow. But it'll grow with your help, right? Not me, it's you. We need you folks to assist. So that's why I got this little thing here, a little game time, right? Here's the link. We've got some goodies to give away. If you fill in the form, I'm going to monitor the spreadsheet that is fed out of the Google form, and I'm happy to give out everything I have. And if I have too little, I'm happy to get some more. So just as a backup, so this is my original thing where these are the vendors that actually have given us boards so far in the boards program, because I think it's useful to know. And also we have, these are boards that we already have out there, and the latest ones, and these boards within the program, it's closed, and I have to love all my children equally, so I can't say, hey, buy this one, buy that one. It's like, no, that's not really correct of me to do so. However, with regard to the boards program itself, everything is closed with regard to trying to get one of those boards, except these bottom two. So the Vision 5 and the Lychee Pi 4a, we're still taking applications for people that are interested in assisting in testing and debugging on RISC-V. And I've already picked up 1 or 2 connections while I've been here, which is kind of cool, because the more the merrier, because it is open source. And it behooves me, because my board of directors person that I identify to, it behooves me to mention that this is an open standard. So RISC-V is an open standard, which is like founded on the principles of open source. And this is the first time we've got an ISA, so the Bible of how a CPU should run, obey, how it should do subtraction, multiplication, etc. It's all open, and it's open to you folks to help. You can join the foundation, and you can determine, hey, I'd like this widget, I'd like this other widget, and if the consensus is this widget is the next best thing since sliced bread, it'll be baked into the standard, which is really cool, and it's international. So the interesting part of this is RISC-V is making huge inroads globally, not just US-centric or European-centric, but globally. Latin America, India, and of course China are prominent in their investments into RISC-V. So, any questions from anyone in the audience? Except Jeff Rock, because he should know the answers to the questions he's going to ask. Wow. Oh, we got a hand, we got a hand. Hands across America.
Not working, so I gotta switch.
It's a silent question.
Hello? Okay, there I am. All right. Is there a way to, like, is there a Fedora spin that has RISC-V or something that folks can play with? Is that even something
you
that...
want to play with Farty, and
Okay.
it's there. And as I say, like, I don't know if you're a Red Hat or a Fedora or whatever, but Weifu has got the keys for, hey, it's available through a handshake, and they're working on making it available more publicly, right? Do you want to comment on that one?
Yeah, I think so the availability is literally moving daily. I know the work is done to get things running on Fedora, and I think they were just recently found space on fedoraproject.org somewhere on the download site where you can actually get your hands on the artifacts and actually play around with the spin. I don't know the URL off the top of my head, but I do know that there are people here who will know. If you find Kevin Fenzi or and I'm sorry, I don't know your Neil. Awesome. Yeah. So there's some folks here who know where to find it and can hook you up. Yeah.
So Paul, I don't know if I should shout, dance, or just go up and hug you and give you a kiss. So thank you very much.
It's you don't even have to buy me a drink, Isaac, because
Wow. You get a free T-shirt. All right.
So the last non-x86, this is probably a question not for Fedora but the RISC-V upstream community. But I don't follow RISC-V with a magnifying glass, so I'm curious what the state of things are. So the last non-x86 board to gain popularity in the last few decades is ARM, and as we all know, in ARM there's serious fragmentation issues about SoC manufacturer A wants to boot this way, and BE wants to boot this way, and C wants to boot this way, and some companies really want to upstream, some some companies don't want to at all. Some companies kind of want to upstream half of it. Some people want ACPI, some people want device trees, and the list goes on and on. What is the state of the RISC-V community, and are there efforts being put in to prevent this fragmentation issue like we see in ARM going forward?
So one, the beauty of RISC-V is it's an extendable architecture. So you can have a very small SoC, very small cores for embedded devices, and hey, Fedora and Red Hat probably don't worry about sensors and things like that, or maybe they do these days. They didn't when I was there. And what's going to happen is, especially from an OS perspective, right? All the OSs are saying there are multiple profiles available within RISC-V, but the OSs are saying, look, we just want to do one superset, and we'll certify that and focus on doing that. And anyone that's outside of that realm can do whatever they want to do, but if they want to run one of the major OSs, they're going to have to stay within the parameters of that game. So that's on the OS front. On the fragmentation, yeah, on the one hand, they got the choice to fragment, but on the other hand, we also are going to introduce the certification within. There's a whole committee set up to look at certification within RISC-V itself, so that the partners all conform to the same standard specification. And it's not just, hey, I built it off of this specification, it conforms and it's proven certifiable that it is in adherence to the standard. So that should help as well.
Yeah, no, thanks for the answer. The ARM community, I guess, again, everyone knows that we tried to do this with System Ready, and System Ready had some success in the ARM servers world, but outside that, it's a bit, I don't know.
Yeah. And the thing about standardizing things, which is kind of cool, is to quote John Masters, who's absent.
Yeah, I'm thinking of him here now.
For obvious reasons. I think he's at the ARM conference in Cambridge right now. Yeah, he always said we want to make ARM boring. And yeah, we want to make RISC-V boring, but also exciting. Exciting from the perspective that this thing is coming at us like a juggernaut, and we got to get ready for it. And that sounds a little pompous coming from me if you're not aware of RISC-V, but if you start analyzing the data, you realize that, oh my God, this thing has got legs and wheels, and it's moving and starting to gain momentum. So it's... the first, and this will tell you how much, on the other hand, we're in our infancy. The first laptop shipped about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Roma laptop, right? Which is RISC-V, which is cool. It's like a milestone. And I don't know if it's a reasonable price as well for developers if they're interested in playing with it. But, things are moving, and it's exciting because, yeah, when you start, all you have to do is look at the membership of RISC-V International, the foundation itself, and you look at the premier members and the other members, and you're going like, holy cow, we got NVIDIA in there, we got Microsoft in there, we got like Intel. I mean, we got and apologies to any of the partners and members that I haven't mentioned because there's so many I couldn't, but that's not something that was happening at the same timeline within the ARM enablement side of the equation. So we haven't got any of the kind of market friction that they had. However, we have a big challenge, and this comes back to why I'm here. The bulk of enterprise applications today are sitting on x86. What are we going to do about that? We created the solution, and it's not a, hey, build this and they shall come. We created the problem, we have to create the solution for the ISVs to help the ISVs get their applications from x86 and PowerPC, if you're listening, and other architectures over onto RISC-V. So, and that is a humongous lift, but you need to have
emulators.
We need migration tools that will look at intrinsics, for instance, x86 intrinsics, and say, hey, here's the equivalent intrinsic call on the RISC-V side of the equation, and here's what you need to change. So, and there are several. If you look at what happens in ARM or what happens, like even PowerPC, all the major architectures, they had to put in place migration tooling specifically for the ISVs, for the application vendors, to get their apps over. So that's going to be the biggest challenge. Plus, all those apps are sitting on architecture that's going kind of the way the dodos eventually, and some of the applications are really old as well. Anyway, I'll shut up. It's your question time. Hey, Matthew gets dibs because he's a big wig in Fedora, right? I'll genuflect with the other knee for that one.
Way. So yeah, somewhat related to the ARM fragmentation thing. One of the problems in the ARM small device space for Fedora is that other than the Raspberry Pi, every ARM board basically appeals to ARM board enthusiasts or dev board enthusiasts, and if you want to actually do something with it, Raspberry Pi is the only game in town, and that is the price point, and just that I could go buy a Raspberry Pi 4 now or a 3, like those, I can get those kind of things. Whereas the other boards, by the time we've got them enabled, they don't work. Are any of these vendors committing to making the same thing for 5 years?
I think you're trying to ask a different question.
Okay.
I think what you're really saying is where are the servers?
No, this is not for servers. Well,
okay.
Yeah, where's the servers is a whole other question. But no, this is where's my home, IoT box thing that I can play with, or I want to do a little project, $40 for a device. I can just grab that off the shelf, and it'll be the same as last time I did that. I'm not learning a whole new device.
Yeah, for the enthusiasts, I can't speak on behalf of the people that are making product and the timelines on their roadmaps, right? Because, firstly, I don't have access to it, right? And I'm sure if the market, the market dictates everything, right? So if people start buying specific boards more than other boards, then those boards will start growing and lasting longer. Raspberry Pi wasn't, Roma wasn't built in a day. Neither was Raspberry Pi. It takes time. And yes, it's a great tool for developers to play with. However, when you're thinking of getting into the end game of getting into servers, it becomes a slightly different ballgame.
Yeah, so I think Raspberry Pi succeeded because their target was educational market, and they had a different goal than we're going to make some little dev boards that hopefully people will bite on, right? They had a thing they wanted to do that was long term, and so that, by side effect, happened to be exactly what a lot of other people wanted and needed outside that education market. I'm wondering if anybody it sounds like the answer is no.
Well,
no. But is anybody thinking of that ahead of that? We want to be that kind of.
Yeah, I'd like to see the people that do the Raspberry Pi boards doing RISC-V boards as well. Not, in addition to the RISC-V vendors, to have the people that are doing Raspberry Pi. The company in Wales, I can't remember their name, it would be great if they started doing RISC-V as well. But you see, for the vendors, it's a cheaper game. They don't have to pay any licensing fees to ARM. And for instance, there's another foundation called the Open Hardware Foundation. You can actually get fully baked silicon designs that have gone back and forth to the fabs and debugged. You can take the designs and say, hey, this is a fully fledged design for a taped out chip, and send it to a fab and say, hey, I want 1 million units. And not pay anybody for the privilege of taking that design. No licensing fee to anyone. So that, when you think about it that way, and you're thinking about boards, the board vendors are going to go I'm paying ARM XYZ. I don't have to pay over here. Water seeks the path of least resistance, and the market dictates everything. But at the same time, again, we got to prepare, and I do like the idea. And we got to prepare the grounds and enable folks to get from A to B. I think we had a question over here as well. And Jeff Rowe's on next.
So,
who's on next?
I was just trying to get an overview here on RISC-V because we got a project and we would like to test that in Fedora and in RISC-V. And I just learned recently that currently the Fedora RISC-V infrastructure is totally outside of the every other architecture. So, is there any plans to have support for that too? Like, let's say I got a package, I want to run a Koji build, and would I be able to get also a RISC-V build? Or how do you plan to handle that currently?
I apologize. I didn't quite catch
No
the
worries.
question because you're speaking even quick for me.
Okay, so maybe too many coffees. Let me get back to you. So I'm just trying to run, I'm just trying to get a build of one project I'm working into, and I would like to see some RISC-V builds. Those are in Fedora, and in Fedora I get access to every other architecture.
Yeah.
So I know that Fedora Infra runs also support for RISC-V, but I learned that that's totally isolated from the other ones. So is there any plan to have also RISC-V supported built in Koji? And if so, how would that work? And if it doesn't, how would they be able to test anything regarding packaging in Fedora and RISC-V so far?
Okay, I think there's another deeper question, and Jeffrey's going to answer it because it's.
So tag teaming. We'll be covering this in the talk in 12 seconds.
Awesome.
But as a preview, I can say that there is a Koji server currently. There are actually two. There's an effort to combine them into one. That hardware has been purchased and is in the process of being integrated now.
Thank you so much.
Let's see if that. All right. Oh, and he was talking about the Banana Pi. Just in case you're wondering just what these boards cost, this is a board with 16 gigs of memory, and it's $169. There was a question also about boards that have longevity. I think Matthew asked that. The Beagle board are making RISC-V boards now. They have two different models, and they are also very focused on education, and they've committed to long-term builds. They're a bit more expensive than the Raspberry Pi, and worth it. But okay. Okay. Is this one active too, or is it just the handheld? Okay. Set this down carefully. Well, anyway, so I wasn't supposed to be giving this talk. I was hoping that my good friend Steve Wanless from the Red Hat Enterprise Linux Business Unit was going to be here, but unfortunately he was not able to be here today. So you'll have to put up with me talking about the business drivers for RISC-V, why Red Hat has an interest in RISC-V, and where we're going from there. I should introduce myself. I'm Jeff Rowe. I work in the open source program office at Red Hat. RISC-V is, I guess it's one of my focus areas, along with automotive and a few other things. And I have an interesting history with RISC-V. I worked at Linux Foundation prior to coming to Red Hat, and worked on the RISC-V team for 2 years when it transitioned over to the Linux Foundation in 2019. So what we will discuss today, we'll probably not spend a whole lot of time on what is RISC-V, because you just heard from Isaac about what RISC-V is, and I'm guessing that there probably aren't too many questions on that. We'll talk about Red Hat's position, short-term planning, and what's going on with Fedora right now, and then some of the evolutionary next steps that you can expect over the next year or two. So RISC-V, of course, is a standard open source, or it's an open standard instruction set architecture based on RISC. It's the 5th version of the reduced instruction set computing architecture. Interestingly enough, Dave Patterson, who was one of the initial progenitors of RISC, is on the RISC-V board as an emeritus, and he's very involved with the project day to day. And so it's very great to have him there. The ISA is published with a Creative Commons license, which means that anybody has access to it. There are no restrictions or licensing fees. It does enable both open and proprietary hardware designs, as Isaac told us. And what I find most interesting is that the process of developing RISC-V, because an instruction set architecture takes a long time to create, develop, debug, and this takes much longer for standards than it does for software or even actual hardware. that's based on these standards. The way that RISC-V International goes about this is through a completely open process that is based on the open source best practices that have been around for decades now. And I find that this is fascinating. There have been other open architectures before, but most of them were developed by companies. I'm thinking of OpenSpark, for example. I don't think there's ever been one before that has been developed in quite this way, and certainly not with quite this level of support. So that's one of the things that makes it interesting and keeps it interesting. I don't think there's going to be a way to make RISC-V boring for many years to come. So Red Hat's position on RISC-V can be summed up by saying not if, but when. We can see this juggernaut on the way, and Red Hat we believe that it is inevitable that RISC-V support will be needed. And because of the way that Red Hat Enterprise Linux is developed through Fedora and CentOS and RHEL, we want to be out ahead of it as soon as possible. And so as soon as possible is last week, or now, or very soon. So that's where we're at right now. We believe it's the first commercial successful implementation of an open ISA, as we described. One thing about RISC-V that I wanted to mention is that it is actually shipping. This is a work in progress. It is not something that's happening in the future. Western Digital famously converted their entire line of disk controllers to RISC-V back in 2018 and 19, and they've shipped billions of these things. So that's which one is that? That's the Beagle board down there on the right, by the way. The Beagle via head, I believe. The hardware and software ecosystem are growing very quickly. As with all new technology, they are growing, in leaps and spurts in some directions and some in others. One of the things that has been I'm trying to decipher my own slides here. You'll have to give me a second. There's been a number of open source projects and open source communities that have formed around all of this. Besides the RISC-V technical working groups and the open discussion groups that are on Google Groups, there is an Eclipse Foundation project called Open Hardware Group. The Open Hardware Group was started by Rick O'Connor. He was the first CEO of RISC-V Foundation. And what it is a bunch of silicon design companies and design verification companies coming together using open cores from academia, because when you have an open ISA, you're going to get a lot of people using that ISA to develop their own grad student theses and things. And a lot of these get published. And so Open Hardware Group has picked one or two of these cores and gone through a development process with them. And what these companies get out of this is that they then have a completely open design that they can iterate on that has been developed in the open. And Open Hardware Group is one of the things that Red Hat feels is that Open Hardware Group has a great opportunity to create a reference standard around RISC-V. Because as we were talking about, RISC-V is a very flexible architecture. It's a very flexible ISA that is both a blessing and a curse. It means that people are going to iterate on it, and they're going to be coming up with things that are non-standard. So there is a certification effort within the RISC-V community to determine essentially what is RISC-V and what isn't. And I think the Open Hardware Group has a great opportunity to help be the reference architecture around that. And if they don't, then others will. I mean, it's just been a really dynamic thing. CHIPS Alliance is sort of similar. I'm not totally familiar with CHIPS Alliance. You didn't cover CHIPS Alliance just now, I don't think. Okay. They do also produce open hardware cores. I don't believe that they do that from academia. I think they do it from commercial organizations. They also spend a lot of time on development tools and interconnects. It's one of the fun things about RISC-V is that there's a lot of open development tools out there. There are ways you can go out and use a website to literally design a processor from the ground up, which I don't think has ever been done before. RISC-V standardization, this is the standardization effort that I was just referring to. There's a lot of different, there's essentially a core of extensions within the RISC-V ISA. And then there's a bunch of other extensions that are being developed on top of that. And with Red Hat, we really want to be focusing on a single standard architecture to target to, so that we don't end up having to build 10,000 different iterations in order to support hardware. And that has been a challenge up until now, because there really isn't a single standard. You know, when you think of x86 is backward compatible all the way to the beginning of time and possibly beyond, and that doesn't really exist for RISC-V. It doesn't exist for ARM either, and so the RISC-V community is really working on taking some of the lessons learned from the ARM ecosystem and building those into, building standardization around those into RISC-V from the very beginning. In general, Red Hat does not support vendor extensions. So what it is say you have a specific iteration of the RISC-V standard, say RV23. The way these are named is they tend to be named by year, at least currently. I know that there are efforts to change that naming as well. So if a processor comes out that is RV23, it might have extra vendor extensions built onto that, literally baked into the silicon. Fedora is not going to address those. Those can be addressed with tool chains, but we will be focusing on the standard opcode space. And if vendors want to create special opcodes that address different hardware on the board, that's going to be up to them, and it's going to be up to them to provide the tools, probably open tools through LLVM, GCC, etc., that can address that hardware. So the hardware vendors are very enthusiastic about creating new bits to address. They so far have seemed to be a little bit less enthusiastic about developing the software to enable people to address those bits. But I can definitely see that that is going to be an effort or an area of focus over the next 2 to 3 years. Oh, and that's Isaac's diagram there on the right. Call out to Isaac for creating that wonderful dashboard. I know he was making fun of it, but it was really cool. It's very, very useful to understand what is the state of RISC-V software. So RISE is a project that started about a year ago. With with ARM, there has been a project now since 2009 called Lenaro. It is an open consortium that any company can join to provide resources into building out the ARM software ecosystem. Lenaro was originally created by ARM to address the Wild West that was present in the Linux kernel community around ARM hardware support. As I said, the RISC-V community would really like to take a lesson from that and start out early. So instead of having a giant consortium, what we have is an open source project called RISE, which is made up currently of about 22 companies who have got together to essentially pool money and resources and engineering resources and use those to address the RISC-V software ecosystem from where its needs are. And we have a huge spreadsheet of things that people have identified as immediate needs. The way that RISE goes about this is through an RFP process. So companies can submit RFPs or answer existing RFPs and basically petition for a grant from RISE to go off and do a bunch of work. And we have 9 of these in progress right now, with close to $1 million worth of effort going on in the RISC-V software ecosystem right now. And that's just the paid RFPs. Every company also brings in 2 full-time equivalent. So there's engineering firepower that we just have available that is going on with a lot of different smaller projects. And this is all available on the RISE wiki, which is probably not linked there, but it's just wiki.riseproject.dev if you have any interest in it. Red Hat also chairs the distro integration working group within RISE, which Isaac also referred to. That's Redbeard's group. We have representatives from the 3 major, from Fedora and Ubuntu and SUSE, Canonical and SUSE, as well as some of the smaller ones. We try to invite as many distros in as possible. And also, I'm the chair of the outreach committee for RISE. So this diagram is probably very familiar to most of you. I think everybody knows what the technology evolution process is, the way that Red Hat goes about building enterprise Linux, from the millions of open source projects down to the roughly 23,000 packages in Fedora Linux, down to CentOS Stream, and then into RHEL. We would like to this is where we want to address RISC-V. RISC-V is an architecture that, like any other, that we want to fit into this process. And so Fedora has been being ported to a number of different platforms. You can take a look at the link down here on the Fedora wiki to see which hardware architecture, or which boards have actually been addressed over the years. As I mentioned, there is a shared Koji that is being developed. There is a Koji already that is linked from, I believe, from the wiki page, that you can go and look at artifacts today that are being developed by Fu Wei on the enablement team within Red Hat. There's also a community effort to port Fedora. So there's essentially two parallel porting efforts. You can get to both of these in Fedora through either the Matrix channel or the discussions group. There's stuff out there going on. That, by the way, is one of the early laptops. That is that's not the Loma though, that's I don't remember honestly the name of it, sorry. It says, the Saipid Liche laptop. So that's essentially a laptop with a tiny little board inside. It is very cute. Yeah, it's kind of like, literally a pocket laptop. It's almost like one of the early PDAs. That's the Milk 5 Pioneer up on the right. It's a box package. It's roughly yay big. And that's where most of the work is being done because that's been available for about 6 months. Red Hat Research has a number of these that we're working on putting into to make them public access through the Massachusetts Open Cloud. And I believe that Isaac and RISC-V International have given away a number of these as well. They are in this $5,000 to $6,000 range, I believe, and they're available now. You can order them. There's a lot of hardware coming out. Here we can see some of these slides will be posted. This is a bunch of links to the things that I've been talking about. And that up there is the diagram for the Beagle board via head. So, evolutionary next steps. The most important thing that RISC-V or that Red Hat needs from RISC-V, thank you. The Red Hat needs from the RISC-V community is hardware, and specifically data center quality hardware, which means it needs to really comply with the guidelines around hardware certification that Red Hat publishes. I think there's going to be some flexibility in that because this is a very fast-moving and new world with RISC-V. RISC-V hardware manufacturers are not necessarily targeting Red Hat with their own requirements. They are really focused on the vertical markets where they can do some immediate sales. So we're seeing a lot of really innovative hardware coming out. A lot of it is, I would say, pre-release, and a lot of it doesn't have things that we need in order to slot one of these things into our testing matrix, like a BMC, for example. Those things are coming. We have talked to a number of hardware manufacturers, and we know they're on the way. They're just not here now. Once those are available and we have access to them, that's when we can really start the integration process of making RISC-V into a fully supported architecture within Fedora. So obviously, I'm not talking about roadmaps, or I'm just letting you know that this is all moving very fast, and Red Hat is doing its very level best to be ready for it as it comes. So that was the slides that Steve very thankfully supplied for me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yes.
Sorry. Since the hardware seems to always be 1 year away from being ready for server rooms, I heard some talk of making it actually a architecture in the main Fedora Koji using emulation and VMs. What's the status of that? Or are you still thinking that that's a good idea?
I think it's a good idea. I think you're not going to get the kind of performance with emulation that you would get with actual hardware. So that would be one thing to worry about. Interestingly enough, the Open Hardware Group also does a whole lot with emulation. And so I think that we can actually get some goodness from them in our relationship with them. We've been members with them for about a year. But I think that at the end, all in all, I think we still need the hardware.
Yeah, we definitely do need the hardware. I just don't want to fall way behind because we're waiting for it to show up. And I'm wondering if often our builds are disk bound anyways, so maybe if we put it on our real fast x86, might be good enough.
Oh wait, it's thanks.
The Fedora RISC-V Koji is actually pretty up to date with Rawhide as it exists today, and there's active efforts to upstream changes into not only upstream projects but into Fedora itself to support the RISC-V things. So I don't think that we're really behind, even with the hardware that we have currently that is maybe a little bit slower than it could be.
Yeah, I can second what he's saying here, because like from me as both in Fedora Multimedia and in Fedora KDE, I've received patches from the RISC-V folks to enable the software that I maintain in there, and that's all kind of working. I mean, the Fedora KDE SIG is very interested in being willing to be one of the first desktops supported for Fedora RISC-V. The main problem at this point is, I mean, for us to do that, we need something to run and test this stuff on, and so that's sort of the catch-22 here. I mean, we would love to do it. Like, you know, people here who are about Fedora RISC-V come talk to me because, like, I really want to know, and let's get that ball rolling. But that's, I think, like the next real blocker at this point to like get things really moving.
Yep, totally agreed.
Just a real quick question. What is the most common applications of RISC-V? I'm looking at your applications, even more like automotive mechatronic applications for modules and stuff. Is it a general computing format that we can use for general computing eventually, or is this going to be a specialized system for more edge systems, basically?
I would almost let Isaac answer that, except that I would say the answer in general is yes. It's a very flexible architecture that can be focused on a specific vertical market. It can be definitely addressed for general computing as well. And servers. I know there are actually startups that are focused on building out servers using RISC-V. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to, you mentioned there that a new Fedora hub. I'm involved in getting that set up. So
thank you.
I think sometime probably in the next month, we have the hardware now. It just needs to be like racked and set up and installed. And the advantage over the existing hub for that is that it'll be tied into our authentication system. So Fedora contributors can log in there, do scratch builds, all that kind of stuff. And so I think that will move us to the next step. But we still need hardware down the road for officialness.
Very great, thank you.
So I know there's work, at least in academia, on FPGAs that are inexpensive and reconfigurable, and I know a lot of that work is with customized coprocessors that are reconfigured to be a different coprocessor depending on what it's computing. Have you heard of any RISC-V implementations in FPGAs?
Indeed, I have. In fact, Red Hat Research has something going on in that regard, which I will link to, if I can get to it right here. It's called the DISL project. Come on. So I'd encourage you to take a look at this. This is done with Red Hat Research through a cooperation with Boston University. And it is a dynamic infrastructure services layer for reconfigurable hardware. It's all done with FPGAs, all on RISC-V.
Hi, maybe a less comfortable question. What would happen if ARM were to kill its licensing fees? What would happen to this work?
That's an interesting thought experiment. I think that RISC-V would be left alone on its own because ARM would disappear if they got rid of their licensing fees. They don't make money any other way. Yeah.
I feel like this might be a bit of a
cart before the horse sort of question, but the thought crossed my mind. So once we have hardware available and in the hands of people and we can start enabling software on there, one thing that's interesting is RISC-V has kind of a similar problem that ARM had, or specifically in Apple's case when they released the Apple Silicon, that they had to get all of these existing software running on there. So x86, 64 software that they were previously using. So my question is there any thoughts about the idea of having like a translation layer similar to like Rosetta, or, and I know that that is like a controversial thing, but it did allow Apple to kind of get over the hump of, you know, like, hey, this is what we're doing now, and that sort of thing. So
I will let Isaac address that, but one thing I do want to say is that you're speaking to my heart because I worked at Transmeta for 5 years.
Oh. So, you know, as part of what we're looking at, yeah, we are considering binary translation and binary translators.
For the board with CPU without memory, and like 4 to 5 with the whole box.
That's the Milk 5 Pioneer specifically? Yeah. Any other immediate questions? I think we're over time. Okay, I'll be around for the rest of the day. Glad to chat with anybody.
Ooh, I can hear myself. We're going to be talking about bootable containers. We're going to do a deep dive into an image-based operating system. So my name is Dan Walsh. I'm a senior distinguished engineer at Red Hat, and I've been working on bootable containers for the last about 8 months now. So for those who haven't seen me present in the past, whenever I present, if you ever see text on the screen that is in red, you have to read the words. Oops, there was a couple there. Okay. So anyways, let's look at the problem. So this is talking about general operating systems, the way we do package-based operating systems right now. We have difficulty managing Linux at scale. Okay, so usually if you're managing a few laptops, a few servers, it's not a problem. But once you get into tens to 20s to hundreds of machines, how do you manage that at scale? How do you manage infrastructure drift? So you might start out with, say, 100 machines all running the same operating system, but over time they're going to drift and they're going to become differences, right? Someone's going to SSH into a box, they're going to add additional packages, they're going to modify the SSH keys, they're doing something on that machine that's going to cause all the machines to start to drift apart. We have a very different way we handle day one versus day two of install. So usually you install a system and then you come back and sort of reinstall it, right? You go in with tooling and stuff like that to sort of configure it, reconfigure the machine after you've installed. Administrators are driven to invent image mode. So if you're going to ship, you're not going out to each one of the machines, you're just running Anaconda and picking out packages to install. You're going to, if you're serving 10, 20, 30 machines, you're going to have image mode, right? You're going to have, you want all those systems to be the same, to look the same. And so what's happening now is almost all sysadmins in the world is developing their own way of doing some kind of image-based system or some kind of golden image-based system. Now the problem we have in the industry right now is that there's different tools between ops and dev. So developers right now over the last 10, 11 years have been taught to do everything as containers, right? So they're all used to using container file or native, container native format. So it's all the stuff that's going on for Kubernetes and stuff. But operators are doing stuff the same way, using Anaconda and Kickstarts or other tooling for managing the operating system. Very different than the way that the container techs are doing it. We have different content types of images, so we have different ways of building images. Different, there's lots and lots of tooling around that, and it's all desperate. It's all different. And finally, probably the biggest hurdle, at least when I talk to customers, is the fear of upgrades. So, any sysadmin who's managing anything at scale is deathly afraid of updating the software, right? That something's going to be updated and all of a sudden the software's going to blow up in their face. So when the systems blow up in the face, and from a security point of view, you want to have signed and verified images. You want to know that the content in your images is safe and secure, not visible to CVEs, so it doesn't have CVEs, and that it's signed. It came from a trusted third party. It came from Red Hat, or it came from the vendor you expected it to come from. So when we're making, we're talking about making bootable containers because it's all about someone shout out something. Give me, fill in the blank. Oh, ecosystem. Yeah, I heard that in the back of the room. So it's all about the ecosystem, right? So over the last 10 years, there's been a buildup of a huge ecosystem of tooling for building up basically the container ecosystem was what we're talking about. We want to use standard container practices and tooling, such as the OCI standards, for layering, container registry, signing, testing, GitHub's workflow, and built on Linux systems. So when we're talking about bootable containers, we're really talking about taking advantage of all the stuff that's been built over, during the Docker / Kubernetes revolution that's happened over the last 12 years. So all this tooling, everything's been built for it. So we need to take advantage of that at the operating system level. So again, Docker sort of introduced a revolution back in 2012, 2013 timeframe. Kubernetes came along a couple of years later, and everything in the technology world for running applications over the last 12 years has revolved around this infrastructure. So how do we take advantage of that at the operating system level? We have cloud native development. We have container registries. Right now, if you look at the infrastructure that everybody has a container registry in their environment, right? Whether it's from Quay from Red Hat, or it's Artifactory or Docker Hub, all the big cloud vendors have container registries. And what is a container registry? Really, it's just a website with lots and lots of content that you can have. But the beauty of the container registries is the container registries are also behind their firewall. So a lot of our customers, a lot of users of this technology don't even want to go out to the internet, right? They want to be able to host this stuff privately. So the one common factor that they have in all this environment is container registries. And the container registries lead to things like your ability to sign the images, sign the content that's sitting in the container registries. And then it has tooling. These registries have tooling for scanning. So if you look at Quay.io, it has the ability to scan images, right? To look at the actual content of these images and figure out if there's any vulnerable code inside of those images. So all that technology has been built up over the last years, and we need to take care of it as as part of the operating system. So what am I really talking about here? We're talking about building the OS as a container using. Oh, no, yeah, foul language. We call them container files in my world, okay? A few years ago, I gave a talk where I put up a swear jar, and anytime I said the D-O-C-K-E-R adjective, I always had to throw money into I didn't want to say the D word. So anyways, we're talking about building the operating system as a container. It's using the same tooling. So you can use Podman build, you can use Docker build, you can use OpenShift builders, things like that. And what we're talking about here is a base image. So in this case, we're looking at Fedora boot C, and we'll be talking about boot C in a minute. But this is a special image. This image includes the Linux kernel. It includes systemd. It includes everything you need to be able to boot up an operating system. And then you can add layers onto that with all the content that you want specific to your job. So in this case, we're installing, using DNF to install stuff, but you're able to just copy content into these images. So that really, you don't have to package everything as an RPMs. When I gave this talk at DevConf, that was like one of the big quotes. Somebody from Red Hat says you don't have to package everything as RPMs, right? And that was like earth-shattering to certain people. But also, you can start to move your day 2 operations into day 1. So when you're building your operating system, right, instead of having to run Ansible scripts after you've installed 100 machines, why not run the Ansible scripts while you're building the operating system to be able to distribute them out? So some of your day 2 operations you can do as day 1. For instance, this example here, we're enabling FIPS mode inside of the build of the operating system as opposed to when it's distributed. The tooling for basically building these operating systems, same tooling we've been using. So Podman build builds the operating system. How do you test this operating system that you just built? Well, you test it as a container. So the first pass of non-testing would be using container technology testing. So you can just run Podman run, and it's going to run the entire operating system. Not the Linux kernel, but everything inside of there, the systemd and all the services files. You can SSH, you can get into the box, make sure the service is set up correctly. You can actually fire up the whole system into a CI/CD system. So when we talk about fear of upgrade, right, it's because you haven't tested the systems well enough. So if I basically have an upgrade to an operating system and I can run it through a huge CI/CD system to make sure that my operating system's working the way I expect it to work once it gets deployed, I can do all this testing using cloud-native testing, OpenShift, Kubernetes, and any type of CI/CD systems, but I'm testing it on the operating system before it gets deployed. We talked about container registries. So once I've built my operating system locally and tested it, I'm able to push it out to the container registries. And again, this is an open standard. So the container registries, it doesn't matter which container registry, you can store your operating system on the container registries of your choice. You also can, once you have your operating system built as a container, you can extend it. So you might want to, inside of your company, you might want to build, Acme Inc.'s default operating system. And these are the packages I expect, right? These are the security packages I have to have, and I have basically a gold standard operating system. But then each one of these is going to diverge, right? I might have a web services, I might have DHCP service, I might have all database services, but I'm all going to be based off of the same base operating system. So just like the revolution that we have for containers, all of a sudden I could just start packaging off of that. Now, if the base operating system of the original image that I built, which I call an SOE here, has a vulnerability, it gets updated, and then I trigger an update to all my systems, just like we do with containers. And once I do that, I'm just going to use the same tools to rebuild my operating system. So I'm going to Podman build again, and I'm test it out again, so I can test to make sure this new operating system works correctly, and I just push it up to a registry. When I push up to a registry, by default, the systems I'm talking about will be watching that registry, and when new code gets to that registry, by default, they will just pull them down and update. So the actual individual systems will just upgrade automatically. You can turn this off, obviously, but we want to get to the point that it becomes no humans have to get involved in your update process. So you could just push to a registries, and all of a sudden, if you trust that the update is going to be successful, then you could do that. So in the talk I gave, this talk at DevConf, we had a stage person named Hans. So now, when you read the red text, you have to do it with a German accent. Okay? Okay, I don't speak German, so I really did not understand that. But I think what you were saying is, hey, Dan, up to this point, we've been talking about containers, right? You're just talking about general containers. You haven't talked to, how do I get this thing onto the system? How do I boot this thing? And that's where Boot C comes in. So introducing Boot C. And there's a great singer back in the 1970s, actually a bass player, and his name was Bootsy Collins. We're not talking about Bootsy Collins here. We're talking about Collins Bootsy. So Colin Walters, a co-worker of mine, really brilliant engineer, he's the guy that developed OS Tree back in the day, worked on the core OS team, and working for OpenShift for the last few years. Basically figured out, why can't we just do this, similar technology for containers? So he sort of built the next generation of OS Tree, and he called it Boot C, Bootable Containers. And so I'm going to show you a demo now. So this is going to basically is going to show you a general stock system in the cloud running package-based. I think it's running package-based RHEL. And what you're going to see here is the first thing he's doing. He's going to install Podman onto the machine. So this is just standard RPM packaging. And now what he's going to do is he's going to so he's just finished installing Podman, and now he's going to run Podman. But if you see here, this is a special Podman. What this is going to do is, let's use this little laser beam and see if this works. Okay, so here he's running Podman. He's doing some volume mounts into it, but down here he's running his Boot C image. So this is the SOE image that just was installed, right? So this has been pushed out to a registry. And what he's going to do is, inside of that image, there's a Boot C. And so he's running a privileged container, and he's going to run Boot C install to existing system. So what this is going to do is it's going to download the image just like a normal Podman would do, install that entire operating system as a container onto the system, but then the Boot C inside of it is going to replace the running operating system with the contents of the container. So, oop, I wasn't supposed to do that. Yeah. Now I'll let it run through for a little further. Try this. Ugh. The arrows don't work the way you expect. Don't touch the arrows. So here he's running the, now he's running the container. He's actually switching that variable name to be a bootc application, a bootc image. It's downloading it just like it would download any other image onto the system, and then it's going to start overwriting the operating system. So he's going to replace the stock image that he's running in the cloud with the image that he did. Now he's going to reboot the system. He's showing that it's running that. It's going rather quickly, but he's basically rebooting the operating system. So he's showing that he's running reboot. So once he's rebooted, he's going to be into the new operating system. So he's going to attempt to upgrade again, and it's going to say no. So he did a bootc install to the system and actually switched out the operating system from underneath him. Yes? Did you remember I said bootc is the next version of OS tree? So it is. It's basically it's the same thing. It's the next version of that. So RPM OS tree, what he's talking about is actually does similar things inside of OpenShift, and so this is bringing that out to the masses.
The cool thing about this is he started not on OS tree.
Right. There was no OS tree underneath it.
The actual system there was an RPM-based install, and he just live switched out the whole file system to.
Yeah.
That's what makes it different. That's what I was From then on, he would just update it. Like
Right. There's no magic. I could have taken a Fedora image, done this, and switched it into a RHEL image. Yeah. This is not upgrade. This is shovel it into the dumpster and then replace it. Yeah. So we're about to what you can do after you've done this. Now you're in OS tree. Now if that image gets updated, you can do a bootc upgrade, and it will now basically live the OS tree life size style where the operating system will get upgraded and the stuff remained. Yes.
So since it's a container, where are we getting the kernel from?
The kernel is in the container. So that, remember it said from Fedora bootc, that had the Fedora kernel inside of it. I have a CentOS bootc with a CentOS kernel. I have a RHEL bootc with a RHEL kernel inside of it.
Slightly less related. Have you tested doing this with like a unified kernel image instead of with RHEL?
Yeah, we don't get down to that layer. Again, if the operating system, how the machine's going to boot up, what tooling it's going to use to boot up, can be embedded inside of that inside of that image. Yeah. Okay. So that just showed a demonstration of how you could do this, on a host by host basis. But you could also do this, using more advanced technology. You could probably use Ansible to go out and spread this operating system out. And there's lots and lots of tools to build these in the cloud native format. But if you want to start with an operating system, start with not start with an existing operating system, but install a machine right away. The team that did Image Builder have worked on this as well. So if you've ever played with Image Builder, which is building sort of edge type operating systems, they built a new tool, which is another container called bootc Image Builder. And what bootc Image Builder will do is actually translate this OCI image, this container image, into an actual bootable disk image. So you can create ISOs out of it, but you can also create raw images, which runs on a Mac, or a QCOW2 for running on Linux VMs. You can run It'll create Hyper-Vs, VMDKs for VMware machines, AMIs for running in the cloud. So I think the last time I looked, it supported about 9 different output formats for disk images. So if you want to just take an AMI and put it into a registry with a bootable container, a bootc image already pre-installed on it, you can do that as well. And here in Podman Desktop, and I think this is on a Mac, is actually showing this is all built, all this tooling is built into Podman Desktop. In this case, he's taking a bootc image and converting it into both an ARM and a QCOW2, I believe, system. So you can do it all graphically. So you can build these images very easily using this technology. Finally, you can actually do this inside an Anaconda as well. So you can take an Anaconda kickstart and any raw image, any ISO in the world, and if you run it, put this command in your kickstart, it will ignore the content of the ISO and will actually go out, Anaconda will go out and pull an image off in an OCI registry and use that as the contents for the install. So you can actually do lots and lots of really cool stuff with Anaconda and all the standard Anaconda teams. So if you wanted partitioning tables, things like that set up, this will all work. You could also take the kickstart files with bootc Image Builder and inject them into the ISOs that you're building with bootc. So if you want to have a hard-coded kickstart file embedded in an ISO, you're allowed to do that as well. Day 2 orchestration. So again, we want you to do more stuff in day 0. We want you to build the operating system, have everything set up, have the Etsy password with all the rules. Take your dyssystigs and apply them. Everything, we want you to do that at day 0. But through the system, we can actually start to manage your Linux systems at scale. Because you're now moving into an image mode, we've eliminated the idea of or at least trying to prevent infrastructure drift. And again, because you're doing everything, you're not going into the machines and modifying them after they've been distributed. If you want to modify them, get new updates down, you basically rebuild the systems, push them to a registry, and then allow the systems to be upgrade themselves using a bootc upgrade on the systems. So it's going to be a very different day 1 versus day 2 experience. We want to standardize on this so that each individual sysadmin stops building their own image mode, and we all move to a container flow image building. And a lot of these problems that we talked about in the beginning are eliminated. And why aren't you advancing? So where do we recommend that? I don't know why I didn't go to this slide. So a lot of people think of this stuff as being, for edge deployments, right? If you were, ordinarily going to be running lots and lots of edge deployments, but we actually believe that this is the way you want to do, if you're going to be doing lots and lots of systems inside your data center that are identical, it's similar that you want to manage that. Obviously, we want to move OpenShift. OpenShift has sort of a predecessor to this available. We plan on OpenShift is going to move to bootc container images, and we plan on moving a lot of the cloud infrastructure to this. Right now, in the Fedora community, we're working with different products to make this happen. So in Fedora and CentOS Stream, these are available as Fedora bootc and CentOS bootc images, and there is a RHEL bootc 9.4 image available now. But we see a lot of this activities going on all over the place. I went to a great talk yesterday talking about Bluefin projects and some of the great stuff that's going on there. And that's all image mode too. And we're trying to do, we're working with Fedora IoT, Fedora Core OS, and the Bluefin and Silverblue teams to basically all coordinate on, let's get down to that one kernel module. And Matt's talk yesterday where he put up this, his lovely hand drawings from, I don't know, it was 7 or 8 years ago. This sort of plugs into that, right? So It was 11 years ago? Oh, time flies. But basically we're talking, it's almost Fedora Core. We could have called this thing, instead of Boot C, we could have called it Fedora Core. Anyways, so that we see all these projects coming, and we're trying to consolidate everybody together on container technology, and then we can start to concentrate on new technologies for upgrading. So RHEL at Red Hat Summit announced that RHEL image mode is a way of doing RHEL. So this is all going to be standard RHEL in the environment. So there'll be package mode for RHEL and then image mode for RHEL, but they're basically, bottom line is they're both RHEL. They're just different ways of delivering it. And we're planning on bootable container images going into OpenShift. But we believe this is the tip of the iceberg, that there's lots and lots of people out there doing things with image mode, and we will hope that this thing takes off and becomes the standard way that people do images. And we believe that this is makes total sense. If you want to contribute, we'd love to have more people looking at Boot C and the Fedora images into the ecosystem. So we want people to start playing with this stuff and again, building up the whole Fedora image-based world to use this type of system. We want to experiment and look at how, there are certain things that blow up when you go to image mode, because it's somewhat opinionated, but a lot of the stuff is problems in packages. So systemd's developed really good tools for like handling how do I add users to these systems and things like that. So we want people to start thinking about how do we manage users on an image-based system. We want to have config file specification. We need to figure out how do we configure these systems better than what we're doing in the past. We don't want to store any state in var. So the classic one is the Apache program. Apache puts all its base content in var HTML, and it's been doing that for like 25, 30 years. What would be really nice, again, I think the talk yesterday was they mentioned that how do I system reset? Right? Imagine you have an edge device, you want to press that button that puts you back into the initial state. Well, one of the things you probably want to do is remove all the files that are in var, all the files that are in home and /root. But if our packages are actually dropping content into var, that's a problem. We need to get away from that type of activity. We don't want to require defaults in Etsy. Again, because in a perfect world, you could just rm/rf of Etsy and have the system be able to recover from that state into a known good state. Bottom line is we want to test your workloads as container builds. So we want to make sure that all packages can be installed in this type of environment. A lot of packages assume things like systemd is actually running. Well, if you're doing if during install you assume the systemd is running, it probably is not going to be running in the container that you're doing during a build. So that could cause failure. There's working groups on this that were working on standards for how to do this packaging with UKI. And a big thing that came up a lot yesterday, if you move to image-based updates, we need to make sure that these image-based updates aren't colossally large. So one of the things we're doing with RHEL AI right now is actually RHEL AI is going to be based totally on bootable container images. And some of these images are 50 to 100 gigabytes. So if you are updating a 50 to 100 gigabyte file, that's going to be a heavy toll on the network. So ZSDD chunked, the Z standard chunked, is a method for inside of containers to only bring down individual files that changed in a layer as opposed to the entire layer. So when you're downloading, instead of having, if only 5 files changed out of that 50 gigabytes, we'd only download those five files. And that's coming along, although as I've whined to several people in Fedora today, my pull request, or my request to change Fedora images to default to this was rejected. But I'll try again next week. Finally, there's a new file system that's coming online. It's in Linux kernel and in Fedora now called ComposeFS. And what ComposeFS can do is actually compose a file system out of existing file system objects. the really cool thing that you can do with this, you can start to move towards a somewhat immutable operating system. So for Rivos, for instance, Rivos Red Hat in-vehicle operating system, what they care about is making sure that individual files on disk have not been modified. So with Compose FS, we can actually start to take advantage of FS Verity in the Linux kernel for an OS tree-based operating system and able to compose a file system where if either by hacker or an act of God, some file in the file system got modified, that the kernel would realize it and throw up an error. So there's lots and lots of technology, lots and lots of work going on in this environment. And at this point, I'll open it up to questions, although you guys asked questions during it. So, yes.
File is bad, container files is better. But the problem I have with...
Just the word. They're exactly the same.
I know. And the problem I have is that in the example, we have DNF in the image.
Yes.
And it's clearly not needed in the image because the image is immutable, right?
Sure.
That is being built. So we want tools to work from outside on a change root and modify stuff.
Yeah. So
how to do that?
So with, I mean, we can argue about whether or not you want DNF inside of your image or not, but containers have been dealing with this for a very long time, and containers have what they call multi-stage builds, so that you could do the DNF stuff all inside of it and then remove DNF from at a different layer. So you can do that. But in certain cases you might want DNF because DNF has things like telling me what packages are installed. I mean, RPM does the same thing, but there are occasions that you might want DNF inside of it. But
so I'm kind of wondering what happens with per host configuration. So say I have a data center and I don't want DNS in it. It's just something I can contrive quickly.
yeah, so you have control. You have control over what goes inside of Etsy if you want.
But that would mean every machine in the data center would have to reboot when I add a new machine?
No.
Because
No,
the
I mean,
hosts
the only
are
time a
only...
machine has to reboot is if you updated the image.
Right, and I'd have to update Etsy hosts every time I add a host to the data center.
It wouldn't be any different than what you have now. So I mean, usually I would say use a DNS server or something like that. But you can
I know
you can update the Etsy hosts on each one of the nodes outside. That doesn't have to be inside the image.
But what about like Etsy host name, which is different on every host?
Right, you can update those. Those are going to get created at boot time. So they can be assigned per host, just like you do normally.
I have an option of
the
having configuration
Etsy directory,
at boot
the
time.
Etsy directory is not necessarily read-only, if that's what you're asking. So you can put content in there, and that part of the system can drift. But the content that's inside /user is going to be more static or more based on the image that you upgraded.
Okay,
from.
so what's the mechanism in this environment for the boot time customization?
So just what you have now, it's the same tooling. Yeah, it's just OS tree. So you can either the system's going to update those files itself, or you could go in with something like Ansible or any other of your classic tools for modifying your environment. So you're still going to have some day two operations. Yeah.
This is a follow-on to Zibjek's thing. I had heard from Colin at one point many months ago, so it may have changed, that the plan was to extend DNF so that the administrative commands for boot C were just DNF subcommands. Is that still in the plans?
That I'm looking around. Is Dave here?
Yeah, he ran off when he saw you get on stage. He said, "I don't need to be here."
So that's been our plan all along. We in a lot of ways it would be really nice here is if you say DNF update on one of these systems that went out and did a boot C upgrade, and so the DNF becomes what you understand of DNF ends up being the commands to modify it, so you can use different commands inside of DNF to manage an image-based system as well as a non-image. That's our we put in request to the DNF team to do that. Anybody else?
So a typical thing that is being done when you have a trouble, to troubleshoot and at day 2 operations, you might need to install additional software, like pick up the SOS stuff and pick up the other things that support tells you to install and run and so on. How this would work in the these kind of environments?
OS Tree, which is a technology that's built onto it, has the capability to layer and allow you to run DNF commands, DNF install on top of it. What it does is it mounts an overlay file system on top of the existing image and then allows you to add individual packages that you want at that time. Although this is kind of an anti-pattern, we really don't want people doing that. But yeah, so like as you say, SOS tools or strace and tools like that. You could layer on top of it. But we want to treat it like containers again, that if you later on upgrade, whatever you layered on top can be thrown away. Because really, it's sort of like rebasing an image to a new container. So we want to get people to start thinking about that, but we understand that that's a big problem. And that's something that they've had to bolt on for OpenShift because they've had that issue.
Yeah, so this is effectively a methodology change for support organizations.
Yes.
So there's
Yeah,
potential to change a lot.
In my container world, I would say you run a privileged container to be able to do what you want to do. So I would run SOS inside of a container on top of one of these systems in privileged mode to allow it to examine the system. That would be my preferred way, but it's going to be, admins are not going to like
and
like living
especially
in my world.
in the cases where you need to modify, add debug statements and so on.
Yeah.
And we will have to examine all the software that requires modifying immutable content for doing these kind of debugging things.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of this, again, this OpenShift's been around for about 10 years, and they've been taking advantage in learning how to deal with these. And now we want people to start in the regular RHEL world to
My concern mostly about is software that never ran in OpenShift because it's too low or too...
Right. And that's
what you call legacy stuff, which is actually what people run in this.
And one of the cool things here is that I guess I probably should have had Hans jump up and say, wait a minute, you're telling me I have to package everything as containers. And no, we're not telling you that. So if you need a legacy application that you feel could never be containerized, you can do a DNF install or add inside of your build of your OS image, and that would be standard content. It would not be running inside of a container on the operating system.
So we are moving to legalize anti-patterns.
Yes.
Wasn't it supposed to be with the container thing, layering would be better because now layering is just going to be a new container, a new layer in the container, as opposed
Yeah,
to
so you're not supposed to be shouting out questions without the microphone. So. So the question he asked is shouldn't this be layering? So the question we asked about adding a package on to be able to do debug. Theoretically, you could have in a pure container world, you would push out a new image with the SOS tool in it, and then you would do a bootc upgrade to get the SOS tool in it. I think most people are going to think that's too big a pain to
But you can do that locally on the same machine because it doesn't change anything. You need to have Podman, and that's all. And you can enable that layer which you erase much clearly. So it's a nice kind of approach to the problem, more clear, also from the support point of view, because they have clear delineation of what is being modified on the customer system. That's really a good point going forward.
Yep.
There's one more over here, Doc. There's, okay. But the route is better this way, so.
From what you just said, if I'm understanding correctly,
if I have a layered image SOS built on top of Fedora bootc, if the kernel changed in Fedora bootc, I have to build SOS image before I'm doing the bootc upgrade. Is that right?
Ask the question. You ask the question again.
Okay. I have a layered image SOS built on top of Fedora bootc.
Right.
If kernel changed in Fedora bootc image, do I have to rebuild my SOS image?
Yes. So if you have, I don't know why this has done that, but yeah, if the bootable image changes, so that the Fedora bootc or the rel bootc image changes, you would, just like you would do any other container image, you need to rebuild your entire image, push that to a registry, and now all of your 100 nodes will see the update in the registry and will download the updated kernel.
Yep.
Yep.
So a lot of the talk for Atomic Linux and what have you, Universal Blue and Bluefin, those have been examples that have helped to popularize the concept, but they've also been desktop-focused implementations of the technology. My question, because I'm curious, and I don't know if you would know or how much this is getting talked about, but when you mentioned the use cases that Red Hat is exploring for this as like a solution for those spaces, has this changed or maybe like brought up the idea of like how does Red Hat maybe address the desktop use case and have that be something that's happening from Red Hat's side as opposed to just whatever's developing within Fedora? I don't know if that's a thing.
I mean, Red Hat. Probably got to watch myself very carefully. So Red Hat, up to this point, has basically looked at, this is a small desktop business inside of Red Hat. So there are people that use Red Hat desktops. But I think we're watching. I think the people working on Silverblue and the downstream packages are showing some interesting stuff going on. So I don't think anybody in Red Hat's ready to make the leap and say, is there a business that we can sell supported desktop operating systems based on this technology? But I think that's one part. If you guys keep showing promise in this thing and building upstream communities around it, and it becomes very, very popular, then I think it would be something Red Hat could potentially look at.
Thank you.
Is that mealy mouth enough?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. So my question is, which addresses actually another question, that something that the Universal Blue project has been exploring, which this is very early days, not something that we have done in any of our images up to this point, but is showing promise, is the idea of systemd systems extensions. Has the team looked at that as a potential solution for the problem that we were talking about? That we know it's an anti-pattern, obviously, to, install software on top of a container-based image workload, but it could solve certain problems with the size of containers that you can have at a certain point when you start putting all of the stuff in there.
We're looking very closely at stuff that Leonard and the systemd guys are guys and gals, as we found out today, are working on. And I don't know specifically about what you're talking about is going to get added, but we are following those. We will be participating in All Systems Go in the fall. I think the key difference from us is we're trying to say the container ecosystem has won, right? And anything that isn't based off of the way people deal with containers is going to be a one-off project. And really what we want to do is we want to participate within the container ecosystem and make this easy for people to adopt. And there's a lot of assumptions. At Red Hat Summit, we talked to lots and lots of customers, and we had the assumption that, you know, sysadmin understood the container world, you know, and that, you know, in a lot of cases proved to be incorrect. But I think in the long run, consolidating the way people are building apps and with the way they're building operating systems into a single workflow is a winning idea. So.
Awesome, thank you.
You're getting your exercise.
I'm telling you, I'm
people,
this close to trying
you have
to
to
throw it.
coordinate raising the hands and not be across the room every time. And I should have done a longer presentation because this is way too many questions, and I still got.
Sorry, Dan. So, given that you said that we're starting to ship Bootsy container images to the public now, right? You said there's a RHEL 9.4 Bootsy image somewhere out there which contains a kernel. Is it correct then that this is like the first time that Red Hat is publishing binary kernels to the public anonymously, basically non-customers?
Did you use the word anonymously?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be a mistake on your part.
Okay.
You have to have a Red Hat, in order to get the RHEL image, you have to have a RHEL subscription. So you can't go to the registry without a RHEL subscription and download that image.
Okay, good. So this is still the same rules as we had, like UBI lacked the kernel on purpose for the longest time. So that policy is still in play?
Yeah, yes. So UBI is a subset of the entire RHEL packages.
Right, but that is available to people to download right now.
No.
Okay.
Right, you can download UBI. You cannot download the RHEL 9 image without showing proof of subscription.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Someone over there.
Probably.
Yeah, it's this size. Are we?
Roughly 10 minutes left.
Oh, God. I'm tired just watching you.
I'm back to thinking about the layered image thing. If you have two things you want to layer? You've got, say the SOS report, and you also want Chrome, like things that don't run well in containers, and you've got to put them there. Like, can you put things side by side in easy way? I mean, the container model is basically stacked one on top of the other, right?
Correct.
There's not like a way to install two.
No, it's just a container model. So you'd either install them both in the same layer, or you would layer on top.
I feel like we need that, but
I mean, usually,
different problem.
I don't think SOS is that's probably something you don't want to have installed on every single system. That would probably be most likely just a temporary layer that you would add on. But you would have, if you wanted, say, a desktop version of your operating system, it'd be, you'd use something like Silverblue, and that would pull in all the packages for what it would mean to be a desktop operating system.
Yeah, I may be wrong, and we should check this with Colin, but my understanding is the way this is, I don't know how well this works yet, but the idea is that the RPM OS tree tooling will help you with this. So when you do an RPM OS tree rebase, instead of doing all the overlay FS stuff, it will create a new container image layer for you, like a local one. And now your system is running that. And to address the question from Mohan earlier, the tooling would also, if the base image updated, it would know that you were running an overlay layer and rebuild all the way up, so that the next time you rebooted, you would have your overlay layers on top of the base layer. So that's going to be like an intermediary. And again, I may be wrong, but that was just my understanding.
I think you might be over-promising, but yes.
Well, I don't know if it's going to happen, but it was the idea that I heard.
That's the goal.
Right, yeah. So that was
the
glorious vision anyway, yeah.
Anything else? We're done. Good.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
We're getting the thumbs up. Let's give it a go.
Okay, folks, the next session is starting. If you'd like to take your seats, please. Sit down now. Thank you.
I think that's enough of that. We went from 1950s jazz, easy jazz to 1950s rock and roll.
Okay, so this is Ramalama. So we're introducing the boring AI companion. It's something myself and Dan and several others have been working on the last few weeks or so. So I'm Eric, and I'm guessing you guys all met Dan. You all know Dan from the last talk if you were here. So I'm just going to go through some of the goals of the project. One of the goals we speak about is making AI usage boring. We were talking about John Masters in an earlier talk, and one of his favorite phrases around ARM was make ARM boring, and I kind of stole that, to be honest, from John Masters. And what we mean by that is AI tooling can be very complex, and what we mean by that is for the most simplest use case, that is basically a one-liner install and a one-liner run command, and you're in business. And by the way, I semi-stole that with John Masters' approval because he's actually a vocal supporter of this tool. So, another goal of the project, again, as Dan was talking about in the last talk, is containers have one in terms of usage, in terms of infrastructure, etc. A lot of the world in enterprise revolves around containers. So we aim to be OCI centric by default, so in two different ways. So in terms of providing a runtime environment as containers, so this could be your ROCm, NVIDIA, Vulkan, etc. And also one that's more interesting in my opinion is, in our opinion, is providing models as OCI artifacts. And we'll go through that later. Another goal, have any of you guys seen this Demon Slayer series? I haven't, but I thought the logo looked really, really cool, so. But another goal, it's falling in line with Podman and lots of other tools, is to be daemonless by default. So a lot of the AI tools, they kind of demand a client server infrastructure, but with this tool, say if you're using it for a desktop use case where you're just typing something on the command line, it spins up its own process and there's no single point of failure. But you can also run it as a server also. It's just daemonless by default. Yeah, so this kind of goes back to the OCI-centric qualities we're going for. So, so in the last talk, originally OCI artifacts were built for containers, right, running in the container runtime. But now people are finding OCI registries useful for many use cases. Again, referring to the last talk, Bootsy is a typical example of that, where not only are you packaging a small user space here in a container, you're containerizing the kernel, the whole operating system, essentially. And yeah, I have some other examples written down here. We containerize Podman machine VMs, KubeVirt, although I haven't used that, and there's something called Crun VM, which is another way of basically containerizing an operating system. And we aim to containerize AI models also via Ramalama. I was on that one already. Okay, so another goal is to have native GPU support. So yeah, you can run AI workloads using your CPU, but it's obviously not the most optimal way. So we're hoping to be compatible with all the various GPU types out there that are useful for AI, be it an NVIDIA graphics card, an AMD one, Apple Silicon device, Intel, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, one of the interesting things in the AI world is actually how to turn on the GPUs on your individual machine. And we had talks this week talking about issues about doing that. So one of the goals of this project is to find container images that have to sort of discover what the native GPU that you have on the system is, and then download a container image with the appropriate libraries for actually activating that GPU. So taking that guesswork out of a person's hand and actually building it into the tooling.
Yeah, exactly as Dan said, and another thing, when the layman runs an AI tool, sometimes you might be SSH'd into a box, you don't even know what the primary GPU is, or you're just on a random. Let's say you start a game on your PC, right? You don't have to pick your GPU, but with a lot of AI tools out there today, you kind of have to know your hardware and specify, I'm on this hardware, run using this configuration. But Ramalama should, it's something we're working on. Do a quick query of the system and auto pick the primary GPU for running the AI workload. In terms of OS support, right now, as of today, we support Linux x86, but probably as soon as next week, we're aiming to support running on a macOS machine via Podman machine, and we're also looking into possibly native macOS support also, if you want to run it natively on macOS. I'm sure we'll have a Windows solution as well via Podman machine or WSL, but this will be the focus for the next few weeks or months. This is another way we differ from a lot of the AI solutions out there. We don't really want to lock you into any specific type of repository for models. There's kind of a lot of competition in this space at the moment. Only last week I saw GitHub released some new data store for models, which I haven't even looked into. But the two most well-known ones today are Hugging Face, which is kind of the de facto standard. Olama is a really cool one because they made it easy to use and push-pull from. But we think there's a lot of potential in OCI container registries because a lot of people just have the infrastructure set up for that already, and they don't have to play with firewall rules. They don't have to spin up new infrastructure, and yeah, it just works. It's well suited to multi-gigabyte files, so we think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm going to show you a quick demo in a minute, but this is basically how it works. You run Granite Code is the new open source IBM model that's focused on code. It's really cool, actually. I recommend you trying that out if you haven't. So you run a ramalama run, Granite Code. It'll pull that model via one of the three repo options. The default as of today is Olama, and yeah, then you'll basically start your model. Yeah, so I'll just show you a demo of how that's done. So yeah, so here I've ran ramalama run Granite Code, and I'll say write me a Python program that tells. This is a 3 billion parameter model, so it's not super intelligent, but it's useful for testing. Llama from Meta, they released a 405 billion parameter insane model last week, so this is a lightweight one. Write me a Python program that tells me about Rochester. I don't have a GPU on this machine, so it's not exactly going to be. What I'm disappointed in is it's not writing Python. But whatever. Write me a Python program that does addition. Okay, just want to do something. So now it's writing some Python. That's actually not down to the tool. That's more down to the model. If I ran a different model, I'd probably get different results. Yeah, what else did I want to show you? Yeah, just to install, it's just a one-liner command. It's nice and simple. We'll probably package it eventually, but it's not packaged right now. You can serve models. This is what we mean by boring. Like everything's like 2-3 words, click enter, and you're serving a model. This dry run thing, this is kind of handy if you want to. It just prints out basically a podman command that shows you how that model could be served, and you could actually convert that to a quadlet format or whatever. There's a very cool tool in the containers GitHub namespace called Podlet, and you can give it that and it'll dump out a quadlet format of this. Now, I would inspect it to make sure it's correct, but...
So basically what's going to happen when you run the ramalama command, it will go out, if you don't have a container installed previously that understands your GPU, it will download that GPU-based container image, and then it will run, it'll also go out and pull down a model that you want to work with to your system, and then basically start serving the model. By default, a run command will just run a chat bot with the model running in behind, and serve will basically put up an API server that you could have other tools then query against the model. But the bottom line is it's just a 3-line command, I mean a three-word command, and you're suddenly up and running with an AI model on your laptop. And if you're on a Windows or a Mac machine, it'll be happening inside of the VM running on the system. So it's that simple. That's why, again, that's why it's so boring.
And if you've ever used like Podman before, you'll notice the syntax is very like Podman. That's deliberate. So the difference in this example to the previous ones I show you, by default we pull from the Olama registry, which is Olama. One thing they did really well is they make it really easy to use. So if you want Granite code, it's literally like Granite-code. But in this case, I'm pulling Hugging Face, and we have support for that. And you can check what model. These are some models I downloaded in the last few days. You can see there's 5 different models from the Olama registry, and 1 from Hugging Face. Excuse me. And that's kind of it. It's very early development. I just wanted to show you some of the high-level features. So anyone that's tinkered around with AI tooling in this space, basically like 99% of the open source tools, they're powered by Llama CPP under the hood. So our tool is no different. It's some very lightweight Python that calls this tool.
Yeah.
If you, go on.
This is sort of us revealing our dirty laundry here. Is we probably have a couple hundred lines of Python code that is all calling into this library, and this library is doing all the handling of the models. So really, all our tool is doing is pulling down the containers and executing Podman under the covers, and then executing this tool to actually serve up the models. And so, there's really, the really cool thing is that this project was thrown together. Originally it was a bash. He wrote it in bash to first demonstrate, and we rewrote it in Python to make it easy for people to contribute to. And all we're really looking for, yeah. Well, the guy that wrote this is the genius behind it. It's not,
Yeah. There's very few, although this is kind of the tool that does all the heavy lifting for everything, there's very few people that use this directly, because this is like AI for rocket scientists. It's definitely not boring at all. It's very exciting. You have to be a bit of a guru to use it directly. But yeah, we're looking for contributors, so feel free to join us. One of the reasons we wrote it in Python is a lot of the AI world revolves around Python, and yeah, as Dan already referred to, it's very easy to contribute. Like, it's a couple of hundred lines of Python at the moment, so like if you looked at the code base now, you'd probably understand the whole thing in a matter of hours. I had a guy who was made aware of the project this morning. I was speaking to him. He was interested in contributing this morning. He pushed his first PR literally an hour ago, and I merged it just before the talk, so it's really accessible if you want to join it. Another thing where we differ from other tools is we really want to push an open ecosystem. We don't want to tell you to use Ramalama repository. We don't want to tell you to use Hugging Face repository. We think probably that OCI registries will win the race maybe in the enterprise use case, because the infrastructure is there already. So, but we're not going to tell you. We're trying to create an open ecosystem and not lock you into any specific type of infrastructure or repositories. Yeah, so I got that working in one of the old bash versions of the tool. Basically how I did it is just I query dev sys, like in code, to try and, on a best effort basis, try and detect primary GPU, and then we'll poke holes in Podman depending on the GPU. Like I know that this GPU you're talking about, it needs access to this file, dev/kfd. I don't know what that stands for, but it needs access to that file. Depending on the GPU, we poke enough holes in the container to run the AI workload.
Yeah. So one of the things we're looking to steal from is there's a big RHEL AI project going on right now, and one of the things that they're doing inside of that project is they're building, inside of StructLab, there's these different container files that are all about lighting up different types of GPUs. And what we want to do is take those container files, build Fedora-based images off of them, and then have those images available to Ramalama, so it'll notice that you have this kind of NVIDIA GPU, download that image, and then use that image to light up the GPU. That would be the perfect, well, actually, to tell you the truth, I think those images right now in StructLab are based on top of, I think they're CentOS at this point, but they're not big. So they are, AI Lab Recipes has all these, or InstructLab has an open source. But yeah, we want to get to the point that it's Fedora. And I think the talk yesterday when they were talking about how the AMD is making this available, we want to be able to take advantage of that. But we're looking to have probably 4 different images available, one for NVIDIA, one for Intel, one for AMD, and then one for Mac, as well as, well, we just use native CPU. So if we have, he's demonstrating CPU at this point. But then have, in a perfect world, those images, we'd make those public, and when people found problems with those images, they would open up pull requests to us, and we'd be able to get it back into RHEL AI. So improvements to those packages would then be able to bubble down to RHEL AI. But the main goal, the two of us are not AI experts. We're not experts in lighting up GPUs. We're just trying to throw together a little Python wrapper on top of Llama CPP and figure out, take advantage of other people who are figuring out how to light up GPUs, and then putting those things into containers and then running it. So
one thing we have in the back of our minds as well, especially because we're thinking about doing Mac we have Mac OS builds running for this as well, so we're thinking about doing native Mac OS support. But if you want an easy life, it's containerized by default. So if you want an easy life and something that just works, that's probably the best way to do it. But we're probably going to have some kind of an option like -- no container. So if you want to manually, if you want a 10-page install guide of how to configure your GPU and install all the dependencies and run it like that, we'll leave you do that. You know.
I think the interesting thing also with the stacks of tools used to light up GPUs is they're probably going to conflict with you having your base operating system, so you're almost forced to use containerized tools to light up GPUs. Yes.
So I was curious, the chatbot one is always a classic example of like a model and thing that you can do and pull down. Is there any desire to work on like image generation models? And I'm not talking about containers, I'm talking about actual like pictures.
Right. So right now the tool, our goal with the tool is just to either set up a service that you could use a tool like you're talking about to run against it. So a separate project we have going is called AI Lab Recipes. And AI Lab Recipes is actually doing something similar. It's not using Ramalama yet, but eventually we want Ramalama to be the way that those tools get a service. And then, again, people who actually know AI will write code inside of AI Lab Recipes that would be able to go out there and do things like RAG and summarizer and different types of activities that you do. I think there's about 7 or 8 different ways people interact with AI models at this point. And that's the goal of AI Lab Recipes, is to give little Python code examples on how you would interact with an AI model.
I'm asking this question because I don't want Dan to throw me a curveball in the future. With the Mac enablement with Podman machine, I can understand that you are using libkrun, but with the native support on Mac, are you going to use same libkrun or are you going to change?
No, native support would basically tell you have to get Vulkan and everything else set up on the Mac before you run it. Oh. So native, when we say native support, we're saying we'll download the model and we'll fire it up, but we're going to run Llama CPP. It's going to expect the entire system to be configured, the GPU to be lit up and ready to run.
Okay.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we have a very low dependency count. I keep Mac OS builds running for this reason. Like, we don't use a crazy amount of libraries or anything like that. And as we've referred to several, it's Llama CPP that's really doing the heavy lifting. So to get it running on Mac OS native, if we want to not use the libkrun solution, it's just building Llama CPP with the metal build flags on or whatever. So it's not a big deal.
So is there this question comes from, is there any skill building that we can do with the output that comes out? So upvoted, downvoted, like is there a way in future we would be able to look at whatever is generated and build a skill?
To improve the model?
Yep.
So that's not an area that the interesting, we're throwing this out as an interesting idea. So there's another upstream project called InstructLab. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes, I presented something.
Yeah, so we're not looking to compete against InstructLab, because that would be something that would probably cause our careers at Red Hat to be shortened. So right now, InstructLab is all about training. This tool is more about what we call inferencing. So in the AI world, inferencing is basically just using a model. We're not looking to make the model any smarter. And so that's where we're concentrating. Whether or not these eventually InstructLab right now is at 1,000%, the full steam ahead, and they're going nuts. We don't want to go into them and say, hey, we have a cool idea, let's look at this. So in the future, we might go to them and say, maybe we should see some symmetry here, and maybe, look at merging the projects or getting the projects to somehow work better today. But for now, I don't even want to talk to, I work with the Instruct Lab people, but this thing is, they would just like scream at me if I brought this idea up. So this is sort of a side project we're playing with.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, so make sure that they're not long-winded questions. All right, go with you first.
You can have a short question, might have a long answer.
Will you be calling this ramalama in the enterprise version of this?
There's no enterprise version yet. This project's about 4 weeks old.
We renamed it Ramalama just because I heard llama. I said, "Oh, that's a stupid song I sang as a kid." Yeah, go ahead.
I really found the idea of having containerized build environment, or rather, the environment in which it runs, like ROCm and Vulkan and all that stuff. Could you not also have Llama CPP containerized and layer that on top of that, or have dependent versions on top of that, and then you could have an iLab one?
That's exactly the plan. Yeah.
I think it's a really good idea. It would be nice if you could have versioned of the runtime environment as well, because I know we have various projects that have reliance on particular versions of ROCm and things like that.
Right, yeah. Again, you're far smarter about this stuff than we are. We're looking to steal other people's tooling that they've already built. Yes?
I wanted to ask if the OLAMA registry, is it an OCI compliant registry, or is it its own thing?
It's basically a brand new thing. OLAMA does basically exactly what we've shown at this point, but OLAMA seems to have a business model where they want to force people to use their registry, which is not an OCI registry.
Got it.
So it's not standard. I don't know what their long-term goal are, but we're looking at this as being an alternative to that. OLAMA also doesn't do the GPU enablement stuff.
Sure.
So that's, and what I don't want to see happen is OLAMA becomes really, really successful, and Hugging Face looks at it and says, "Oh, we'll build our own tool to do this," and then we'll end up with like 5 different tools. And bottom line, from a Red Hat perspective, our customers tend to live behind firewalls that are not going to allow their general employees to go out to pull random AI models off of Hugging Face or off of OLAMA, and we want to make it available, a tool similar to that available to them, so that they could download and play with the approved models for their enterprise.
It's an adapted OCI protocol, all right. I was looking at the OLAMA PRs very recently, and there was a PR opened in upstream OLAMA, which enabled, it was a guy who wanted to enable usage of his private OCI enterprise registry in OLAMA, and he wrote all the code. The PR was pushed 4 months ago. 0 comments.
Yeah.
So read into that what you may. But
yeah. We've lived through this in the past. All right, thank you very much. We're out of time.
Hey folks, just a quick note, we're on refreshment break, so we've got some coffee and beverages out in the hallway, but we'll be back here in 30 minutes. Oh wait, we got a Fedora strategy session in here too with Matthew. So if you want to go and get your coffee and then come back, we'll be in this room for 30 minutes. So grab a quick refreshment if you'd like, and then there'll be Fedora strategy session in here with Matthew Miller during the break.
It's going to be a lean coffee kind of conversation, which is basically like a bar camp that we fit into 30 minutes. If you've not done it before, it's a good way to get a conversation. Come sit at this table. If we fill up this table, we'll start another one. Or don't. It's okay. You can just go get coffee. It's not a mandatory thing. I'll be here.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. All right, folks, we are about to get started with the panel discussion here in just a couple of minutes. So if you're going to be in here, we are going to do the mentorship panel in here with some of our community mentors and mentees. So we'll get started in just a couple of minutes.
Can you ask them to put the...
Can we put the screen up? Perfect. Who are we missing? Oh, where's Renee? He's better hurry.
Yes, it'll be just 2 seconds.
You just shared it? She's helping. So Amita?
I sent out my work email because that's why I don't have it. 2 seconds.
This is Renee, by the way. Amita, Renee.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Nice meeting.
Nice to meet you. Is everyone supposed to answer this
No,
question?
4 questions each.
Okay. But we don't choose which one.
You can. Do you have a preference? Oh, nice.
I'll hold on to that for you.
But you have it. I have it as well.
All right. All set? Good? Come on up.
Check, check.
Yeah, open the rapid. You need the rapid fire. Right? Yes. He has it. Okay. Yes, I have it. Can you share it with me? It's Robert, right? V@gmail.com. I know. Use any of my emails.
Do we need one more chair for Amita?
No, I stand. This is for the audience. One member from audience.
Or Yon? Are you on the?
I will be.
No.
No. Thank you. It would be for the audience.
Yes, now after every 10 minutes.
It's on the Fedora YouTube. Fedora YouTube.
For that, I need the separate timer.
All right. We are 4 minutes past time. Should I go and kick us off?
Justin can do that.
What's up?
We need a second timer. I will be the
I'll be the
first
session
one.
chair. I've got the signs and I'll watch time.
Okay, Amita?
Amita.
Every 10 minutes, we need to change the person
topic?
sitting there. No, the attendee speaking there.
Huh? What?
Yeah, it's
On my way.
Yeah.
Okay. We're all panicked.
You're doing great.
No, wait.
It'll be.
Hi, Mom.
The stream.
I just need
Should say hi to Mom. On the stream, yeah.
I should keep this off because we're about 5 minutes past time. Ready?
Yeah. You pass me this, okay?
All right, folks, thanks for joining us here in the main room. So we're going to have a panel discussion on mentoring and mentorship in the Fedora community. I'm going to go and hand it over to our panel host, Amita Sharma, and she'll get to know a little bit more about the panel. Thanks for being here.
Hello, hi everyone. Can you hear me well? Thanks for being here. So as Justin rightly said, we are here for a mentorship panel discussion. And to help me to conduct this panel, I have Yona. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Amita Sharma. I'm from Pune, India. And as a day job, I'm an engineering manager for Red Hat OpenShift AI. And out of my interest, I also contribute in Fedora DEI team. And I would like to request Yona to introduce herself.
So, hi again. I'm Yana. I'm part of the DI team, and I'm also the current DI advisor. And I'm also involved with mentorship topics. That's why I'm also one of the organizers of the Fedora Mentor Summit, and also helping Smira and Fernando with the Mentored Projects initiative.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so why we are doing this panel discussion? I just want to reiterate, I think we have already seen this, the 2028 strategy for Fedora. It says the community stability, where everyone in Fedora has a mentor and everyone in Fedora is a mentor. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my panel members. We'll start with Marie.
Hi, everybody. I am Marie Norden, and I am a local from Rochester, New York. I work at the Python Software Foundation as a community communications manager, and I have been contributing to the Fedora community since 2013. And this is my 10-year flock anniversary. Who's next?
There you go. That's a nice review.
Hey. Okay, so hello, I'm Fernando. Software engineer at Red Hat, and I started my journey in tech mainly with mentorships, as a mentee, of course. And, well, nowadays I'm a mentor and also a mentor project initiative co-lead with Smira and Jonah. Yeah, I think that's mainly all.
Hi, I'm Smira Goyal. I am a UX UI designer at Coincide Labs. My journey with Fedora started as an outreachy intern, and then I became an outreachy mentor with Marie, and we co-mentored a couple of interns, 3. Yeah. And now with Fernando, I am the co-lead of the Fedora Mentored Projects Initiative. So yeah, that's me. Hi.
Hi, my name is Robert Wright. I'm the head of advisory services at SureStep, a GRC consultancy. And at Fedora, I am a part of Fedora Pride and Fedora ComOps. And I do a lot in mentorship to help new contributors get a great experience and time here at Fedora. So.
Yeah, I'm René. I'm from Germany. I'm a junior developer, not yet working a lot in Fedora. I'm a new community member, but I had amazing mentors in the past, and unfortunately not through mentorship programs. I organized it myself, but I'm really grateful.
It's so great to have you. I think we need one more mic if it is possible. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we will start with some fun activities in here. It will not gonna be a traditional boring panel question answer session. We tried to make it more creative. Okay, so I have questions here which is in the form of rapid fire round. Each of you will come in the center on a hot seat, will be given 2 minutes to answer 4 questions each of you, okay? So let's do that. Can we pull a chair as a hot seat? 2 minutes for 4 questions. Okay, so this is our hot seat. Who would like to come first? I'll leave it up to you. I think Robert is very much ready. Let's do that. A big round of applause for Robert. Can we start the timer, please? Okay. What's the best piece of advice you have ever given a mentee?
Ask a billion questions. There's no dumb questions, and you should ask every single question you possibly can. I think it's really hard for people, especially when they're starting anywhere professionally, open source professionally too, anywhere, any community, anything you're doing. I think the more questions you ask, the more you understand, the more you talk to people, the more you're going to get and understand things. Especially in Fedora, the most I learn is asking people the why, the how, everything like that. So, yeah.
Nice. What is the biggest lesson you have learned from a mentee?
Check in as often as possible. I think sometimes people either try really hard to do everything they can themselves, or sometimes may get stuck and may not speak up. So checking in on mentees is probably the most important thing, even if it's just a casual, hey, how's it going? How what's you working on? Or even in a formal one-on-one setting. The check-in is so important to it. So it's something I've learned that the more I do it, the more value and the more our mentees get out of the programs. So.
Oh, I like it. The check-in. One word to describe your mentoring style.
Chaotic. Yeah.
Why so?
I enjoy having a combination of very formal type of things, but I also love just, hey, you got 2 minutes? Let's look at this thing. Hey, I'm looking at this. You should maybe look at it too. It might be interesting for you, even if I'm just sitting here talking and going, like, let's take a look, right? I do think it's important that folks get exposure. So, I will periodically, personally, say, hey, you want to come in and take a look at this thing with me, right? And, pull folks in. So, chaotic.
Last one, how do you motivate your mentees when they are struggling? And time is over. Your clapping sound will be directly proportional to how you have related to the answers. So, big round of applause for Robert. Thank you so much for your time. Okay.
This for the stream, you're in the best position for the stream, and then you can come here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And your time starts now. We'll start with the question we left with. How do you motivate your mentees when they are struggling?
Empathize with them, understand what they're currently going through, what's at the root of why they're unmotivated, what their struggles are, what their challenges are, and share experiences that I've had feeling those similar feelings.
Amazing. What is the most rewarding part of being a mentor?
I think there's two parts. One is the aha moments, when you see your mentee really grasp a concept or do something that they're like, wow, success. And then like long term, seeing them blossom and succeed and go on to do, their goals, basically.
Mm-hmm. And how do you balance giving guidance and allowing independence? I think I saw that happening live.
So I think it's a mixture of creative freedom and within the guidelines, right? So I do a lot of design mentorship. So, there's, if we're looking at badges, for example, there's kind of the style guide, but then within that style guide, there's a lot of space to do, what each individual person wants to do. So some of it is just like letting go, like I might do it a different way, and I just need to accept that that's not how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Nice one. I think that works for every relationship, right? If you could give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be? Okay.
Oh.
So,
All right.
round of applause for Marie. Louder, I think louder. She did really, really well. All right, Smira. Okay. Did you get the best angle yet? Okay. I think, Smira, you are too young to have this question, but still I gotta ask, if you could give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be?
Oh gosh, my younger self is with me right now. I think I would say don't take yourself too seriously. It's not that big a deal. It's okay if you mess up. It's okay if you do something that was not perfect. It's completely okay.
Mm-hmm. What is the most common mistake you see mentees make?
I think they try to make sure that they do everything correctly and they try to not mess up. They're afraid of making a mistake, which I think is, making mistakes is important because that's how you learn. And more often than not, they're very afraid of doing that. And when mentees do make a mistake, that's a very nice learning opportunity, which they might miss out on if they are too paranoid about perfection or not making a mistake.
Excellent. Okay, favorite book or resource to recommend to mentees?
Oh, I would have to skip that one.
Okay. Quick tip for maintaining a strong mentor-mentee relationship.
Communicate. I think communication is super important. Whatever you're feeling, it's important that you communicate with your mentor because more often than not, you'll find that the mentor is on the same page as you and they might offer you some advice that you may not have thought of. Like, they're not going to get mad at you if you say, like, oh, I don't really know, like, I'm struggling with burnout. That doesn't mean that your mentor's going to be like, oh, no, that's bad. Like, you should not be having that. They might help you through it because more often than not, they've been in this exact same position as you are in, and they'll offer you advice that will help you get through it. So communicate.
Mm-hmm. What is the best advice you have received from your mentor?
I think there's so many, actually. Oh, no.
Okay. So it is the next one. Thank you. What is the best advice you have received from your mentor?
Oh, it was so long ago. So find the best time to work for you. Fixed schedule might not work for you. If you are comfortable working at 2 a.m., go ahead. If you are comfortable working at 8 a.m., at 2 p.m., 3, doesn't matter. Just find the best for you.
One word to describe your mentor.
I think I have not had, like, chaotic. I mean, it has been a long ago. It's a little bit hard, but yeah, chaotic will be the best word for him.
Okay. How has your mentee helped you overcome a challenge?
Mentee?
Mm-hmm. I changed the question so that you can't cheat.
Can I skip this question?
That's totally fine. What is the most surprising thing you have learned from your mentor?
Oh, there is a lot of special people out there. Social relationships are really hard. Everyone is special. Try not to be the bad guy in the room. I think that's, yeah, try to tolerate people as much as possible, as long as they do not do something really bad.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Okay. What do you appreciate most about your mentor?
He's really a smart-ass guy.
And why do you think so?
Oh, he always knows how to do the things, and he keeps calm about the situation and know how to fix the things.
Yeah, before you go, can you name your mentor?
I would prefer not to.
Okay, thank you so much. That was your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you. and your time starts now. How do you prepare for your mentoring sessions?
Writing down my questions in my notebook.
Mhm. What is one skill you have improved thanks to your mentor?
Perseverance.
Can you explain a little bit about it?
Prior to having my first mentor, I gave up often and changed also jobs quickly. And my mentor explained me the long-term results from continuing this, and this helped me a lot to change.
Mhm. What is the biggest challenge in being a mentee?
Many not being afraid to ask whatever is on your mind.
Mhm. Okay. How do you give feedback to your mentor?
I ask for permission and then I go full power.
If you could ask your mentor one thing, what it would be?
Good question. I asked already all of the things that I want to know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I have to skip.
Okay. What is your favorite ice-breaking question?
Talking about core values in life.
Talking about
Core values.
core values. Describe your mentoring relationship in one word.
Parental.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I think all of you have enjoyed the rapid fire round, and I'm sure it has trickled some thoughts in your mind now, and you are ready to ask the questions. So now it is your time that you ask our panelists questions for next few minutes. So, yeah, please.
How would you recommend mentoring someone when you don't have a lot of time for that? Because that's me. I don't have a lot of time.
That's exactly what we want, that what you are going through, the challenges, you can ask those questions and challenges to our panelists. And who would like to take that question, please?
I think the easiest way to do that is, it doesn't have to be a lot of time that you commit, to being a mentor, right? I think putting aside, like a fixed time once every 2 weeks or something where you can say, hey, for 30 minutes, I'm just going to check in. I think that's still an incredible amount of value to somebody, even if it's not, like a daily touch point or like a, hey, like how's it going on a weekly basis? Just having kind of fixed cadences for somebody allows them to prepare and come to a session to be able to say, hey, I'm going through these things, I'm looking at these things, I have these questions. You're making yourself available, but it's also not consuming, a lot of time. You don't have to really spend, hours with somebody to, get the same effect as maybe a really good, session once a week or once every other week and get a lot done. So I think that works.
I think I would recommend shadowing, like if you let them shadow you working or going to a meeting, so like double multitasking, like you're already doing things so they can kind of tag along and see how you work.
I would add that it's important that you set the correct expectations. I think it's great that you recognize that you don't have a lot of time to mentor someone full time, but I think it's important that it should be communicated to the mentee as well, so that they don't expect a lot from you, and so that you don't feel pressured that, oh, I have to give more time, I'm not giving enough time. Once you set those boundaries and communicate them clearly, like I don't have a lot of time, but this is what I can do, this is what I can manage within the time I have, a mentee would also feel like they are being mentored properly, or they have they know what to expect from you, and so they will agree to the mentorship accordingly if that's what they need.
I will say find the right mentee. There are a lot of different people out there, and some of them might not require a lot of time for you. Yes, just some small time to get things like moving forward, but maybe once a month, once every 2 weeks, or something like that. And there are others that will require daily support. So if you don't have capacity to do daily support, avoid that kind of mentees and try to redirect them to another person that could do that, and try to help with the people that doesn't require that amount of time.
Yeah.
What would be your suggestions or recommendations, or maybe what are the different approaches you use for something that might be more like group mentorship, working with like a larger group of people, versus one-on-one mentorship where it's a lot more personalized? How do your approaches change for that, or what are your thoughts on kind of the differences between a kind of group mentorship or individualized one-on-one mentoring?
I think in a group setting, especially if you're mentoring somebody, having some sort of thing for that group to do, and that is something that is okay to be repeatable by many people and get different results. I think that's really important for folks who are maybe learning for the first time something, and you're giving them the opportunity to evaluate, like, hey, how would I solve this, and to leverage each other, right, as much as possible, which I think is different than maybe in a group one-on-one setting where you're more trying to not necessarily say, hey, this is how you should do this, but, you know, hey, this is how maybe the 5 ways I would solve it, and you may be suggesting that to the person individually. And in the group setting, you're more kind of leaving it open and saying, hey, come to the conclusions on your own, work together, share those results, and if you guys come to different answers, that's okay too, right? But I think it's just the way you're formatting kind of how you're not necessarily like saying here's something to do, but giving kind of the things, opportunities for somebody to learn, right?
I think another thing that you can do, this is more like more specific to the kind of deliverables that you would expect, and that is something like in a group setting you would probably have something that is, as Robert mentioned, it's something that they can maybe discuss amongst themselves, or maybe something that they can check on themselves, that they don't need you, so that you don't have to like go to, let's say, like 15 people and individually review or give feedback on something, versus like in a one-on-one setting, that's more easy to give that kind of feedback. But in a group setting, you might want to have deliverables or work that is just more objective and easy to review within the mentees themselves, or maybe other resources.
Okay. We have 4 minutes left for audience to ask the questions. We have more exciting stuff after that. So one last question we can take from the audience.
Do you think anyone can be a mentor? I'm just saying that as someone who is kind of more on the introverted side, that is interested but kind of, I suppose, scared, if that makes sense. Like, do you think that can be overcome?
Great question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think especially as an introvert, it makes a lot of sense to become a mentor, as many introverts are also a bit afraid of extroverts. So I think you can be a great mentor, especially for people who have similar insecurities to, that they can really relate to this, and you can also understand their situation way better. So you should just go ahead and try it out.
I would say yes, of course. But if that's a challenge that you're facing, I would also then look for mentorship on the mentoring. So, you know, it can be challenging, but if you have someone to talk to about
specifically mentoring and the challenges that come up with it, I think you could feel more confident. And once you put that advice into action and you see it working, it will build your confidence.
I think mentoring is a team sport. I think it's actually important that you have folks who maybe aren't extroverted, and I think you need introverted folks who are maybe not necessarily have to be the person who's like directly, kind of mentoring on a day-to-day basis. But like I myself, I run an internship program at my company, and I think it's really important that there's not just me providing that, that feedback. I actually have multiple people who meet with the individuals and provide them, hey, I know this person is going to be able to help you with this specific thing. They have this experience. I need you, I tell my mentees to go check in with that person, right? So I can not only help build the folks who may not be directly mentoring or kind of in that mentoring role, but they're still engaging with the process. So maybe as a broader team type activity of mentoring, if you're looking to start mentoring for the first time, that might be another avenue that you could look to do as well. So.
Amazing. Those were really nice thoughts. Anybody would like to add anything in there? Okay. How much time we have? Okay. So the next section we are starting is about role play. I know that you all have some kind of questions, like how does it look like to be a mentor-mentee, how those conversations flow, and the mentorship sessions or conversation, how it organically goes. Okay, so for that, we have a section of role play where a real mentor and mentee will come and play a real scenario in front of you, that how a quick 5 to 10 minute session goes between them, back and forth questions and the conversations. So I would like to invite Marie and Smira. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you so much for accepting this last-minute request. That is very bold, and I'm sure our audience will enjoy it. So all the very best.
Okay, I'm just, let me
I'm
go
going to look
back.
at you.
Let me go back to my 4 years ago, yeah. Okay, so we could do like...
The example Amita gave earlier was pretty good.
Yeah, like my design ticket. Okay, so for context, I am a designer, and Marie is also a designer, and when we did our internship, she was my mentor. So this is something that we would actually happen quite often. So yeah, okay, so this is one of our feedback sessions. And do you want to start us off?
Yeah, how's it going? How's it going with ticket 392?
It's going okay. No, it's I don't know. I posted design. I don't know if you saw that, and I got a lot of feedback from a lot of different people. But it's I don't know who to listen to, and I don't know how to respond to them.
Okay. Well, let me bring up the ticket. Okay.
Beep,
have
beep,
it
boop,
up.
boop.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about. This is a lot. Whew. I see there's 25 comments on here. And I think only a couple of them are actually from design team members. So, just a thought here. Well, first of all, let me check in. How are you feeling about this response?
I mean, some of the feedback is quite useful, but also there's some feedback where I know, okay, this is not how we should be doing it, but I don't really know how to say that to them without, I don't know, I think they'll be mad at me if I just say, no, this is not how we're supposed to do it.
Yeah, well, when you're working in the open, like we are, in the Fedora design team, you'll often get a lot of comments from people who aren't designers, and they think maybe they know what's best, but you have probably attempted these things, tried them out, they don't work, they do work, and I think you probably don't actually have to respond to them at all, or you can make a sweeping kind of thank you everyone for your input here. This is the direction that we're moving forward with. So I think you can actually just kind of ignore most of it. That would be my advice, because working the open can be kind of tough. So would you feel confident like writing something like that?
I think so. I mean, can I run it by you first? Like I can draft the message and then you can just let me know if that works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think I would feel more comfortable knowing that like I don't unintentionally sound rude or just sound like, oh, I know what I'm talking about, but you don't, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Stay there. I'm sure you must have watched a real live scenario, first time in your life, the conversation between a mentor and mentee, and you must have some questions. So anybody who would like to go first and ask the questions? If not, I'll go ahead because I have question. Okay, so I'll go first. What I have seen is the approach here you have taken is like giving the advice and then you end it with a question, which I really liked. Okay, do you think so? This scenario can be true, or this scenario stands okay for the person who is very, very new. Do you think these kind of mentorships, and I'm pretty much sure this kind of mentorship is always required at every stage when you, even if you are mature, even if you have spent enough time in Fedora. So do you think this approach needs to be tweaked, or the mentorship should be situational mentorship, and with respect to the mentee, like where they stand, are they mature, are they new, are they, what kind of struggle they have, according to that your answer will change? Or do you think that that needs to be changed, or this should be a situational mentorship?
So do I understand the question? It's, depending on where the mentee is in their career or open source journey, is the approach different? Okay. Yes and no. I would say that it needs to be adjusted by personality. Like, I'm really familiar with Smira, so this was easy for us to do, right? If I don't, for outreachy internships, for example, there's a certain point in the internship where I'm just meeting the person. I don't know their personality. I don't know what kind of feedback they're going to react well to or not. So I think that there's definitely a point in the relationship where you're testing the waters with that person. And I think it's about trust building. That would adjust how I approach a mentee, is how much trust have I built with this person, right? So I might be more cautious, and if I know them really well, I can make jokes and say things like, just ignore them, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say that to someone I was just getting to know as a mentee. Does that make sense? Okay.
Any of you would like to add to that answer? What do you think?
So I mentor people in a corporate setting, and I think as a leader, there's some folks who work for me are very, very, very senior, and my mentorship with them is much more high level, strategic. It's much more like making sure that they're thinking kind of in building on that knowledge, and it's less about maybe personal development at that point. It's more just about fine tuning. Just skills at that point, right? But somebody who's very new, very junior, and I'll agree with that, right? It's you're gonna have a very different touch in that point, right? It's gonna be more personal, in my opinion, actually, because you're still building confidence in somebody who's maybe newer in an organization or newer just in general in their career. They may not have the same needs as somebody in that position, right? And I think that it really just depends on what that person's looking to get. Right, like what kind of support that person really needs, right? even in Fedora, I meet quite a bit with Justin, as a mentor to me in the community, right? I've had to readjust my own thinking in coming from a corporate world to open source. I've really appreciated the way that even for me, I'm senior in my career, but I'm new here, and again, having a mentor who's been kind of a hey, let's kind of start from basics. I've actually really appreciated that because it's helped me reset myself as I come into this space. So.
Do you want to add anything? Okay. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our actors for today. Okay. With that, I would like to ask one standard question to each of our panel members, and making sure that camera is not blocked, otherwise Justin gonna kill me. So you can take as much time as you would like to, okay? So the question is, what I wish I knew? And it has to be related to the mentorship, mentee, open source, the relevant. One question, what I wish I knew?
Right, I'm going to be quite direct. Nothing matters. Try to do whatever you want and what makes you happy. There is no sense into doing things that other things are right, but you do not. Go ahead and do what makes you happy, whatever that is. Well, no, if that causes damage to other people, try not to do that.
I think I would say that it sounds kind of extreme, but like no one knows anything. I feel like when you enter, like for example, an open source community, it can seem like, oh, that person is so knowledgeable and they know everything about everything, and I can never be that person and I don't know anything, and it just sounds like, oh, to get to that level, I have to put in like years and years and years of effort and time into it. But that's not true. At every point when I would feel like, I don't know anything, I know someone would come up to me and say the exact same thing to me, like, oh, you know so much, how do you know that? I'm like, but I don't know anything, what do you mean? So I feel like it's the same for other people as well. Like, no one has it sorted. Everyone is like going through the motions, they're also learning new things, and they are essentially at the same level as you are in just a different time.
So mine is related to formal mentorship, specifically outreachy, as a mentor. Taking on a mentor to do a project takes the same amount of time it would take for you to do it, plus more. It's not like you're handing off a project and you're like expecting it to come back all done and you're like, check, done. It actually takes more effort than doing it yourself. So mentorship is a labor of love, and it is not a time saver.
Very well said. Can we have a round of applause for that very statement?
But it is worth it.
I think working in open source is very different than closed source, in that closed source is all about just get it done, right? Get a deliverable in place. Whereas in open source, and I think the hardest thing even for me, and I'm a corporate raider, I'm big company guy, right? Coming into open source is it's not about the deliverable, it's about the community and the people along the way. And I think it's really takes some adjustment for anybody kind of coming into the world of open source, and is not what gets done, it's how it gets done, and making sure that you're working in the open together to get to a common goal. So,
Jenny, you would like to add?
I wish I knew that even as a quite incompetent career-wise beginner, I can have a profound impact on the life of my mentor if he sees me grow. That can add to his general satisfaction, and I wish I have known that before. because that was holding me back to really go into ask people to mentor me.
That's amazing. Would you like to elaborate a little bit that what is that moment where did you realize that you are making an impact on your mentor as well as a mentee?
So one of them, they told me quite openly, which is very, very amazing, and I couldn't believe it at the time, but now I've heard it more than once, and yeah, it makes sense now that it's yeah, if you light up a lamp for someone else, it will brighten your own path, and that also there is just satisfaction if you see somebody takes your advice and gets the results from changing, and yeah, my mentors told me that was satisfactional for them.
Amazing. So it means if we analyze this answers, all of these answers, I think the benefit is both ways in this relationship, and it is very important to openly share these feedbacks in this relationship, right? With that, I'll move to the next question, is that I understand that we are virtually, sometimes we are virtually, most of the time we do it virtually, right? So what are those tools or methods or strategies to make this relationship work better when we are not in person together? What are those best practices which worked in your favor?
I think as a mentee, what worked for me was that my mentor would often just talk to me, you know, like our sessions just didn't start with like, oh, did you work on this or did you work on that? So many times you would spend the entire session just talking about like life and random stuff, like how I would be catching up with a friend, and then we would have to schedule another session to actually work. But but still, it just made it seem like yeah, she was right there, you know. So I think that really helps, like not making it all about the work that we are doing, but also just like about the person.
So actually developing a relationship, yes, and not just making it about work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This might be a little bit odd, but being vulnerable with your mentee, like approaching them, like approaching a call, like, oh, how's it going? You know, they answer and they're like, how are you? And it's like, I'm actually doing kind of crappy today. Like, I have a lot going on. I have this stressor, I have that stressor. It just makes you more human and helps to build trust. And, like, I don't think it's something that, like, undermines authority or anything like that, or your knowledge on a topic. It just makes you human.
Robert?
It's tools, right? Yeah. I think it's something, I'm distracted easily, I'll just admit it. And I appreciate having a kind of like here's what we've talked about, here's what we're going to talk about next, and this is what we're going to walk away with. You know, I think it's not always done everywhere. You know, and not every meeting I've ever had do we have an agenda nor action items. I appreciate Fedora, we do, but not everywhere in the world do you do that, right? But I think as a mentor-mentee relationship, it's really important to document that, because you can go back and look at it at any point in time. You have a reference point. So.
Rene?
Okay. Yeah. I think one of the most, I'm not sure if this is a tool per se, but in essence is to make sure that as a mentor, that the mentee see you as, understand that you were in that position in the past. Like, okay, everyone has been a junior in their job. Like, it's not possible to be born with knowledge. You started. Maybe 20 years ago, but you did. So I think it's very important to let them know, hey, I know where you are. I know how you feel. I know you have some questions. I also had them. It's not a big deal. We are going to move forward. And I'm here to help you. As long as you show that to the person, to the mentee, I think they can empathize more with you and you also with them. So, yeah, that could help to build trust.
I would like to, do you want to yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would also add to the whole vulnerability and open yourself up in both ways. That's very, very helpful to build the trust between mentor and mentee. And this is what makes this really special for me. If there's really vulnerability and people show you or tell you that they've been there before with all the insecurities and being afraid of challenges and that they might not be able to make it. And if a senior person tells you that they had all of these doubts, that can be really useful to get the connection deeper. Yeah.
Amazing. I really love all of those thoughts. And with that, this question is linked. So we talked about the vulnerability. We talked about not knowing the things is okay, asking the questions is okay, using the tools and everything. So do you think, currently I don't see there is a formal way to have the mentor-mentee relationship between a newcomer. Okay, they can apply through Outreach, even GSOC, there are tools for that. I think as a mature contributor as well, they give a lot to the community and they also have that kind of pressure. And they can also definitely utilize having a mentor who can listen to them, who can tell, okay, you're gonna burn out, you need to take it slow, how you are doing, how you can connect your contribution to the strategy of Fedora. So all of those things. Do you think it makes sense to formalize that kind of platform for the existing people as well, to have a formal mentor for them?
Yes. No, I mean 100%. I mean, I think it's everybody's going to be in different points in their journey, right? I mean, like, this isn't a hierarchical organization, but it doesn't mean that somebody can't add value and teach you things that you wouldn't know, right? I think every one of us has skills that are transferable to others who might be looking to gain those skills or to learn more. Even you could be doing, Fedora Linux back in the days of Red Hat Linux 9. I mean, you've been doing it since the origination. I mean, but you're still going to need to learn things, right? I think it's something that we should be looking at more, is how to open that up and make it so that all of us, no matter where we are in our journey in the project, can become a mentee or mentor someone else. So no matter where they are in the journey. So
I kind of have a different opinion. So I'm not gonna say no, but I'm in favor of it, but I don't think it should be formalized as a formal process. The main reason is because it's like, probably at Fedora there is a very small number of juniors, because with the time they grow to more senior profile. Well, usually the string of people coming is smaller than the people that is already in. That's natural thing, it's okay. And you can handle that. But a formal process to a mentorship program, like for senior people, it's like a huge effort and someone needs to maintain that. And I think it's really non-sustainable because of the amount of people that will be there. Instead, I look forward for a mentorship culture in the project where everyone feels like a mentor and everyone a mentee. So if you are from you are a packager and you want to learn something about marketing, you can just go to Fedora Marketing and say, hey, I need help with this. I want to learn more about this. And then someone from Fedora Marketing will pick up on you and say, hey, sure, yeah, I can help you with this and this and this, and so on, and make it something like more informal. Of course, the problem with that is that, well, people and cultural differences and different people, different ways of behaving and so on. So it's really also hard to have. But I think it's more, if you reach that point, it's more sustainable than a formal process, because the formal process requires a lot of effort just to be run. You want to reply to that?
I don't think it needs to be incredibly formal, but I think we also should do better at recognizing who is mentoring and who is available to mentoring. I'm really obsessed right now with we should have Noggin show you are mentoring and who are you mentoring, and that you're available to mentoring. I keep talking about that. I would love to see something like that if someone wants to work on that. But I think it would be, not everybody has the time and bandwidth to do it, but I think it is something that we should recognize our mentors, right, and give them, the same value we do to packagers and to anyone else in the project. But yeah.
100%. Thank you so much. I think you have something to add.
Maybe it's a. Oh, never mind. We done. All right.
Okay, we don't have time.
One question. Give it.
So, as you guys are talking, my head was at where's the space for I don't know if you'd call it mentorship, but the peer-to-peer conversations that happen that may have the same framework of mentorship, where maybe one person is not formally a mentor or a mentee, but for that conversation, it's, hey, here's where I'm at, and then that other person is being a sounding board, is mentoring you in that conversation, and then to his point, it's not formal, so it's not part of maybe the broader initiative, but I think that there may be a space for peer-to-peer dialogue that's informed by, both people bringing what they know about mentorship to specific conversations as needed in a proactive way, or sometimes in a more reactionary way. I don't know.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for all my panelists here. I think we are out of time, but I think we all are living with a thought that this is the relationship where both mentor and mentee get benefit. So with that thought, I will like to close this. Thank you so much, and big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
And since we love badges in the Fedora community, we have a badge for you all that attended the panel discussion. I will leave it here, so feel free to come and scan it. Thank you.
Go. She's already scanned it, though.
I already scanned it.
Oh, I just want to be first.
Spira was first. Not me. We can leave it.
So now, 3 minutes? Yes, so you're going to be over in the
Hello. This is the pointer.
Oh, good.
And this is HDMI.
That's yours?
No, mine's this one.
Oh, okay.
course. Hey, Perry.
Hi.
So if you want to use, this is on and this is on. So if one wants to use the lectern and one wants to use this, I can hang on to this for Q&A for you.
Sounds great.
And I'm
Thank
going to
you.
be sitting right here, so I'll do the times for you.
Thank
so
you.
I'll keep an eye.
And is it Ife or Ife?
Aoife.
Ife.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'm Perry.
Perry, lovely. And Alejandro.
Okay, yes.
Lovely to meet you. So there's one mic there, one here, and I have
Testing.
All right. So we can go between whichever.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't pop up weird windows I've never seen before. Okay. Where's the pointer?
Okay, the next session is just about to start, so if you'd like to take your seats, please.
Do you need to swap the output?
No, that's not there.
Other one?
I don't know why it's not.
Not working?
No.
Do you want me to switch the output?
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Okay, yeah, try yours. Oh, I'll just choose mirror. So.
Okay. Very good. I think.
Sorry.
All right. Seems like we're ready to go. Thank you for being here. We are Perry and Alex, ambassadors from Fedora, and we're here to talk about the actual process to becoming an ambassador. I'm going to skip this one because we have one where we introduce ourselves. So this is, as I mentioned, and I think I'm going to be going very fast because we short on time. We'll cover who we are, what it's like to be an ambassador, what are the benefits, the onboarding process, and what's the commitment that you are signing up for. For me, my friends call me Alex. I've been contributing in Fedora since 2008. My first Fedora version is Core 1, and previous to that I used Red Hat 9. I work for a company called Softtech as a DevOps engineer, and I FOSS enthusiast. I've been professor, member of one of the remaining Linux user groups in Mexico, and that photo is 3 days long, so that's me, you can be sure.
And hello, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. My name is Perry Rivera. I'm a Fedora ambassador since about 2015. My fun fact is my first version of Fedora was Fedora Core 4, so a little while ago. And I'm a Red Hat customer success architect, providing services for our customers, internal versus external. If you happen to be a Red Hatter, just log on to demo.redhat.com, and partners can log in to partner.demo.redhat.com and access our OpenShift AI and educational offerings. Yeah, we enable our customers through our OpenShift technologies, and our teams use Fedora as a daily driver.
Okay, so what is a Fedora Ambassador? It is a person that represents Fedora. Some of their function is to spread the word, to ensure that the public understands what is Fedora, what are its principles, and how the community works. We give a face to Fedora, probably not the prettiest, but this is what it is. We facilitate the expansion of the users and contributor base, and we connect to different people in different parts of the project because we try to bring together the people that is interested. We have some responsibilities, and one of the primary is to ensure that the Fedora updates are being broadcast to the public and to collect feedback as well from users and contributors. We share our input to other Fedora committees like Mindshare through the representatives, but also organize participation in events for Fedora like info booth sessions, university, Linux users group, etc. We try to onboard new contributors and users by guide them into the project, coordinate release parties, install fest, and so some sort of more technical stuff, and talk and make sure that the audience understand the principles or the foundation that we are guided for. We checked on other ambassadors to ensure if they're doing well or if we can be of any help or assistance. To try to promote other projects, not necessarily related to Fedora, but free and open source, demonstrate Fedora and open source projects in several events, and promote Fedora in users groups with talks and other activities. There are some benefits of being an ambassador. You get to contribute and collaborate with people like things like you and worldwide, which is you get to get involved with people from many cultures. It helps you to expand your worldview and your mind about how other cultures work. It might help you advance in your career path because your skills are getting more strength. There are enhancements in your process development, networking, doing this like right here, right now. And occasionally you get to travel and to meet other people and to promote Fedora. But you also have some, you need to be committed. You need to take this responsibility seriously. You need to invest time and effort to the activities of the group, to catch up on email, to respond them, to participate in forums, and whatever is assigned to you. You're not getting paid. You're volunteering. You are participating in a community. So what is expected from you is to this kind of commitment, right? And of course, to commit to the community rules and apply them in the day-to-day interactions. How do you know if you are made for this? Well, if you have some skills, you enjoy coordinating events, if you can engage interest at Fedora release events, if you like distributing swag or exchanging swap, to connect to others, to lead them to success, And as we have mentioned earlier, you're the face of the project, so you have to be your best face. Perry will take it from here to talk about the actual process.
Thank you, Alex. So yeah, just dovetailing on what Alex has mentioned, basically, you may be asked to help out in local events, whether they're Linux users groups, just stopping by to check out and see if they need any assistance with Fedora topics, or a release party. If a big release is coming up, you may want to organize a release party for, say, release 41 or 42. Probably 42, since there is a timing issue in terms of getting the funding set up, and so you want to be sure that all those ducks are in order before attending your event. Same is true with future events like, say, Scale or any type of events which may be either in-state or out-of-state. You do need to make sure that all of the approvals are in place, and there are some processes as to what type of websites you need to go to. So for folks who are here at the conference, we'll be sending a copy of the slides down the channel in the chat, and after the conference you should be able to find some way either on the website or later to download these slides. Basically, to get started on the process on how to become an ambassador, you'll need to browse to this link, and then on the key is at the far bottom right. So you want to scroll down and go to click the button that says Start the Ambassador Membership Process. Then from there, read the information that's on that page. If you've never set up a Fedora page before, it's pretty simple. It takes a few minutes. If you'd like, you can Google for some of the other profiles, like either mine or Alejandro's, so you can get some idea how to set it up. It's pretty simple, like setting up a wiki page. And once you get that going, continue exploring things about Fedora. So if you've never browsed these links before on like what's going on with the community, like Fedora Magazine or the Com blog, community blog, check those things out. It's good to know what's going on, because that way you keep tabs on what the latest versions of things are, who needs help, and where is help most needed or least needed. What are the hot topics? Like, I'm pretty sure you'll see quite a few things about AI. And then just peruse the mailing list there. You can add on to it if you like, and then possible lists of things that you'd like to join. And then just lurk in any of the IRC channels. We encourage you to download some type of IRC client, either Element or your favorite text-based chatting program, and then connect to the various channels that are in these links below. And then from there, the next thing you'll need to do is choose a mentor. Now there are, before selecting a mentor, you'll need to find out who's available. And this page is in a state of flux, so you may find that people who are listed may or may not be available due to their current time commitments. So if you find that no one's available, please let us know, and we'll see if we can arrange a connection between you and a mentor, so that way you can get your process started there. And then once you've selected a mentor, and then the possibilities for LATAM NA are possibly Luis Bazan, NB, or perhaps Karsten Wade. And then from there, join or request to join and subscribe to the ambassador's mailing list. There's key information there on the current events that are coming down the pipe. It's very important to know who's needing assistance in terms of like becoming an ambassador. And then continue checking your email box. You ready?
Just to mention that probably anyone from the previous session here in this room, they know for sure.
Yeah, definitely make sure that the person you're tapping for a possible mentor does have the time available to assist you during your process there. And then, so they will reach out and discuss the next steps with you, which includes reviewing the mission and the 4 foundations. Freedom, Friends, Features First. What are the various policies for ticketing and the reimbursement process for events, do's and don'ts, like, you know, is it okay to charge certain items to your card? Do you need to prepay for certain things, or do they get auto-approved? They'll go through these details with you. And then they'll let you know what your selection result is based upon your commitment. So just to recap, we discussed what a Fedora Ambassador is and what we do and why we do what we do, and then onboarding and the next steps. So we do encourage you to apply now, and we look forward to you hopefully joining us soon. All right, so are there any questions?
Hey, how many active ambassadors are there now?
We looked for that, and there used to be an automated script that calculated or retrieved from the Fedora Ambassador membership, but that script is outdated since 2017, I believe. So we don't have that information at hand. I know it is useful, and it used to be at hand by running a script, but unfortunately, we don't know that with precision or estimate it.
Cool. And my second question was, are there any geographic areas where there's like lack of coverage now, or is there coverage mostly everywhere? Because I know at one point there was pretty much someone anywhere in the world, but that's going back a while.
Well, at least for me, I cover the west coast part of North America, and Alejandro here covers LATAM, and
Oh, no, I mean, Eduardo and Luis, there are others, but I'm not sure if there is a specific coverage. I mean, I don't have specific areas assigned. I try to participate as much as my capacity is able to, but I think the short answer is no.
Yeah, and if there were a lack of coverage, typically the board would let us know, so that way we can see if we have friends in that area who might be able to assist in possibly onboarding as an ambassador. So, yeah.
Is there another question?
I have
Sure.
a question. So we've heard between today and yesterday that there are various other groups within the Fedora project, like the community operations revamp. We also have a really strong Fedora marketing brand as well. How tightly intertwined is the Fedora Ambassadors program with these initiatives? And if not, do you think that would be a good fit for Fedora Ambassadors to work closer with those kind of groups?
So at least for the Scale event, which happens in Pasadena yearly, we're constantly working with our marketing teams regarding any type of logo type of information, logo type of swag that is most needed. We also provide feedback from our from our user base as to like what is desired swag and what is, and or if there are any questions about the logo that they have. What are the thoughts about the current logo compared to the previous logo? So yeah, but we're definitely working with other teams throughout. So.
But we can always work with more tight with other teams. Yeah, we can always do that. Yeah. It's never enough.
I have another question as well, actually.
Sure.
If there's anyone else. So we've heard you do an awful lot to support the Fedora project.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like from the project to support you more with in that work?
I'll have to think about that one. Alex, do you have an immediate answer?
What can the project do more for us? Is that
Yeah.
I never thought of that, but if and I'm not complaining, of course, but yeah, sometimes some activities, and it is understandable, they go through the bureaucracy of the approvals and the funds and the money, and sometimes that takes a lot of time, and sometimes we have to confirm in the latest minute when there's a lot of progress, for example, for an event. That is something that I feel that if it was more agile, more faster, it could help us. Probably we can improve our communication somehow, and I understand the ComOps is working on that, but if we are more aware of what's happening in other regions, in other groups, in other efforts, that'll be very helpful for us.
Yeah, I think for me, after thinking about the question, is ultimately what I'm trying to, one of my main goals as being a Fedora ambassador, so I have a few friends who are Fedora ambassadors, and just the way, just speaking with them on how it's changed them for the better, working, listening to our users and all of the people who use Fedora, and just giving back to our community. I think probably that was the main reason why I started as a Fedora ambassador. As to what people could do for me, I mean, pretty much just keep doing what you're doing in terms of making sure that Fedora is a strong brand, and if there's anything we can do to help, whether it's advertise some new app or something that is definitely going to push Fedora far ahead, or make Fedora like look nicer for some reason. If someone asked for like I think we had a question recently about could we have nicer fonts like kind of like this other distro or something. It's like, well, you know, we will pass that information back to our back to our developers and see what we can do. You know, things like that.
Or we can teach you to do that, and you can start contributing. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Related to his question, I think we need to run that script that you say, check what are the regions that needs more ambassadors. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to change the way to get that ambassador. For example, having a landing page in our site, okay, like inviting to the new contributors to be ambassadors directly, and not what we are doing right now. That we are attending to the event and we ask to the people, hey, do you want to be ambassador? It's always. Always we do that, but I think we need to change the way and be more like marketing side and make this invitation online. Okay, it's my 2 cents there to change that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions, thank you again for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Oh.
You're welcome. Thank you. Excellent presentation. I didn't realize the scope and the depth of it. And take your feedback.
No. Okay, everybody, if you could have a seat, we'll get started in a little bit. I think I'm the last thing in between you all and the museum. Ready to go, Evie?
Yep, go first.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This is a Q&A session that we kind of threw together last minute, more of an AMA. There's been a lot of announcements and things in the industry in the last year. I found myself at the front seat of some of it. There's just a lot going on right now. If you don't know me, my name is Mike McGrath. I'm currently the Vice President of Core Platforms Engineering at Red Hat, and that includes all of our operating systems, so RHEL, Fedora, CentOS. It includes things like OpenStack, Insights, Satellite, and a lot of those related technologies. But I got my start in the Fedora community. I was a volunteer before I started working at Red Hat 17-ish years ago. I spent a long time working in that role. Eventually I left Fedora and was a founding member of OpenShift. And so for all of V1 and V2, I was the infrastructure lead for that and the OpenShift architect. And then for V3, I noped on out of there for the Docker times. And then kind of just worked my way through various roles in the operating system team until I got to the spot that I have now. So with that, if anybody has any questions you'd like to ask me about what's going on, raise a hand.
Before we get taken over with like questions, if you want to ask a question, raise your hand. Please keep it raised, and I can kind of get to you as like we get through the questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll give you an easy one, because I'm sure the audience is not going to be too easy on you. Well, we'll see. What are you most excited about right now, just generally in the Linux industry?
I'll get on the hype train. I'm pretty excited about AI. I think there's going to be a lot of very interesting things are going to come out of that. And I'll just share my anecdote. I actually may have mentioned this to some of you already. During winter, Red Hat has a company shutdown where all of us kind of go away for Christmas and stuff. And I kind of made a Christmas resolution to go and look at all the AI technologies that exist. And if you haven't actually tried to get a model up and running on your system, the barrier to entry was way, way lower than I thought it was going to be. And I'd set some goals for myself for the entire break, and I had met them within the first 4 days. And now, with my team, we've been encouraging it, and I know people have been using it to do a lot of things that they don't like to do. I've dabbled in having it write my status reports with mixed success. And I know for a fact that there's at least a couple of people in my team that use it we have quarterly connections. That's our HR term for when you meet with your manager and say, hey, this is what I'm going to be doing for the year. They're using AI to write their quarterly connections with actually really high quality, because you can write a big thing, it can be this long, and you're just taking their status reports, say, hey, this is actually a little bit too long, make it smaller. Saves them a lot of time. I think it's interesting.
Very cool.
Thank you. Sweet. Adam.
Hey, Mike. What do you think is the most important thing Fedora should be doing right now? And if your number one answer is AI, what's your number two answer?
I have an internal project name called Project Mullet that has been slowly pushing through, which is AI related. For me, number two is recruitment and volunteers. I've been in several discussions and things over during this week, and I think there's a couple of things going on. Certainly 17 years ago, if you wanted to volunteer and get involved in open source, there were some open source projects that you could get involved with, but the center of gravity tended to be the Linux distributions, and that is not the case anymore. I think getting the word out about volunteering, especially to college-age people, gives them experience that they need and brings much-needed ambition and youth and all the good things that come with that to our programs. I enjoyed speaking with all of you, but there's not a lot of, I would say, young people out there. I think it would be really good to change that.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Jack.
I wanted to kind of get your take on what you feel about the sustainability of open source moving forward. Specifically, I mean, over the last, 15, 20 years, things really shifted where it seems now any open source without some corporate funding somewhere is bound to hit the floor. So just wanted to get your take on that.
I think the success of open source and its interest in business was that's a natural thing to happen. I think there are a lot of people that kind of yearn for the days of hobbyists and working more in that realm. I think open source is as relevant and will be as successful as it has ever been. I don't think that we're on any sort of downward trend. I think you can actually just look at the AI stuff that's coming out. The current open source solutions, and we can get into license washing if you really want, but Olama, a lot of the stuff that's coming out is roughly where ChatGPT was, a year ago? Like the race is on. And I think that the sustainability of the whole thing is going to be just fine. I think that there have been some adjustments needed. And I also think this has come up a couple times too, which is in the early days, I'm going to say late 80s through 90s, so the early 2000s, there was a we're going to conquer the world mentality with open source. And then we did it. And so now we've got to make that shift from conquering to ruling. And if you've watched Game of Thrones or read any of the books, there's two different concepts. That's a very classic literature conundrum. And I think that we're still making that shift right now. But I think it's going to be fine.
Hey, Mike, I wanted to ask what operating system are you running on your work laptop that you use every day?
My daily driver is Fedora. On my laptop, Red Hat actually recently switched from using RHEL as their CSB to Fedora as their CSB. I typically run CentOS Stream on my laptop, but for the last 4 months or so, I've been using the Fedora-based CSB just to see how well IT is doing it. They're doing fine.
So I used to think of Red Hat as a company that made money because even though all the software was free open source software, they were great at support, and that's where they made their money. And that seems to not be Red Hat's business plan anymore. How would you describe what Red Hat does to make money?
I think that Red Hat still does exactly what it used to do to make money, but I think people are mischaracterizing support as I'm going to call and use a phone and get questions answered. To me, support is all the money we put into partnering relationships with OEMs, with ISVs, the countless number of trips I've had to take over the last year to go meet with NVIDIA to make sure that things are working okay, and NVIDIA is now doing some more open source stuff, which is super great to see. I think that support includes documentation, active bug analysis, testing, all kinds of other stuff that people don't often look at when they think about support, but they're the things that we do. And so, yeah, for me, I think that there was, for many, many years, this kind of concept of, well, they just do support, and I'm smart enough, I don't need to call Red Hat for support, so I don't need anything else that they do. But the life cycle that we put around RHEL, all that work is the support that we do. And it's a lot of work, and it is way more work than just what the support team does. And so the business model hasn't changed. It's the same as it ever was.
Don't be shy now. We're here for another 20 minutes.
I'm going to turn back to AI for just a second. So all the work that's being done around Instruct Labs, where do you see that intersection for us in Fedora?
Yeah, it's a good question. So if you don't know, Instruct Lab was part of a major announcement that we made at Red Hat Summit this year. It is, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it a partnership or whatever. We're working together with IBM with their Granite model. And it is a way to democratize what models know and what models can do So there's obviously a lot of, I don't know what you want to call it, metadata. There's data around that you can go and change and get involved with. And then there's a whole slew of software around that as well. At that moment, we also announced something called RHEL AI, which is kind of a purpose-built operating system for that Granite and StruckLab model. I think what we should be doing in the Fedora space is taking a look at some of those lower level bits that we always do. I'm a big fan of PyTorch. At some point in time, somebody had mentioned to me, at this point, PyTorch already has like 10,000 packages that integrate with it or depend on it. That to me is, PyTorch and some of those related areas, that is the kernel of AI for what open source is going to be. And it's great. I know a lot of you are Red Hatters. I'd imagine that a lot of you know Python. So it's already pretty well built into our ability to contribute to it. For me, I would go looking there. And then the last part of that is a bit on the recruitment side. I've been talking with Matthew and trying to get others to look at meeting developers where they are and maybe getting Fedora to start producing things that aren't just a Linux base. So developers, whether we like it or not, are often on Macs. I think that we could be building a PyTorch distribution that runs the same on Fedora, on Macs and elsewhere. I think that would be, if I had my druthers, I think that is something worth investing in and looking at, just to really make Fedora relevant in the AI space, because it's kind of wide open right now.
Hello, Mike. So I wanted to ask you, if you were a college goer today and you were to start contributing to Fedora, what would you look at?
Me personally, I'd go back and join the infrastructure team. It's just, I'm an ops guy and I'd go do that. If I wanted to go and make a difference, I would look at some of the things that would add polish to the organization. I brought this up at I forget what it was. We had these roundtables, things like search engine optimization. Our SEO is pretty crappy right now. I often, if I go to Google something, will get sent to Arch Linux or something like that, and it hurts my heart every time it happens. I think, and I also would probably take a deeper look at the contribution model. It's both difficult to start contributing and the docs aren't there. I'm generally going to avoid saying the docs are the solution to those things, but I do think it could be easier.
Hi, Mike. So a lot of companies, not Red Hat specifically, but a lot of companies that are pushing AI out there. I'm sure everybody here has seen some of the missteps with recent ads for AI stuff. But a lot of it seems to be derived around the idea of removing humans from the creative process. And how do you answer people who are curious about whether or not developing and helping to develop AI is actively engineering themselves out of a position?
That's a question I get a lot internally at Red Hat. As you can imagine, the emails that we get at Red Hat are very pro-AI. Our CEO is really big on it right now, for good reason. I would say, as someone who I feel like I've embraced AI, I'm a fan of it. I've been trying to use it where I can. I don't think that there's any real danger. If you're somebody that is worried about being replaced or losing your job, I don't think there's a danger that AI is going to replace you in your job. But I do think there's a danger that someone that knows how to utilize AI properly is going to replace you in your job. And I think when you look at AI as a tool to make you more efficient, I think that it opens up a lot of really interesting possibilities. I'll give you an example. We have quarterly business reviews at Red Hat, and we record them. And so I've got a recording and the transcripts for our various QBRs over the years, and I can push those with RAG into a model, and suddenly I can have actual chatbot conversations with a meeting. These are half-day to day-long meetings where a lot goes on, and I can ask them things like, hey, I remember somebody was concerned about X. Who was that? And it will tell me who it was. It makes me incredibly more efficient at my job, because something like that could take me an hour to go, hey, I have to go out to our general manager, Gunnar, and say, hey, who said this or that? I can just go and say, I remember somebody's concerned specifically about this one thing. Who was it? Or I remember, this PM had a few concerns. What were they? And it can summarize them for me. And that's been interesting to work through. It's nice.
So Fedora did a survey recently trying to gauge what's sentiment within the community, both from a contributor perspective and user perspective, and long story short, we're divided. So
Yes.
I don't think that's new necessarily.
I would expect nothing less.
So from your perspective, with being someone who's very interested in AI and seeing that, what would be the dream AI implementation in Fedora? Like if Fedora was like, hey, let's go, locked arms with Red Hat for your vision, what would we be working on?
Yeah, I think the boundary for Fedora would probably stop at models. I don't think that we were going to get into the model training business. I think that doesn't play to our strengths. But I think supporting those models, and I think providing ethically sourced software, and doing it in a way that is easy to do, easy to use. You got to remember, a lot of the research that's going on right now is being done by data scientists, and they have probably taken computer engineering classes. They probably know how to code. I would suspect fewer of them generally know how to make code for something that is in a product that has a life cycle. At least that's been my experience working with researchers. And I think for us, that's something we can do to support them. We can have a multiplier effect for those researchers. But I do think that our boundary is going to stay at that software layer and trying to find ways to integrate with those models, whether they run locally or remotely. And so that's why I think it's not a big stretch for us. I think it plays to our strengths. But I also think bringing the community as we have it kind of up to some base level where they know what AI is and what it can do is helpful. I suspect there are probably some good use cases too that we could have in the community. I know a log detective is one that we've been looking at, for example, as a way to more quickly troubleshoot build failures. It's a pretty easy thing to do, or maybe not easy, but a pretty useful thing to do. And I think that we'll see some areas like that that are good too. I'd love to see more. Where did Adam go? I'd love to see more QE related things too. I think there's some good testing works that we can do. That'd be good.
You observed a moment ago that distributions were once the center of gravity for the free and open source software community, and really are no longer. What do you think the reason for that is, and where do you think that leaves things like reproducible builds, supply chain security, and other things where it seems like, at least I think distributions could really help?
I think what I think that means is that we won. What I think that's going to entail long term, the secure supply chain is actually an excellent example. That is one where we are still very relevant, where trust is important. I think that that's something that Red Hat is currently investing a lot of money into to try to make sure that that flow of code is, once it comes from an upstream, that it is what we intended to pull. I know there's been a lot said about Red Hat's source code plans, but we still have an upstream first policy, and so we continue to pull those things up into upstream before we pull them back down in almost every case. It's pretty rare when that doesn't happen. And I think that that's one area where distributions are still very important, but I'll just be honest, that's not sexy work. That's not, I don't think there's going to be too many people coming out of colleges going, you know what, guys, I'm going to major in secure supply chains. I don't see that happening. And that's that represents a real problem, but it also, perfectly makes sense when you look at where distributions are on their maturity. This is the kind of problems that we're solving now. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of hard work, and it's going to be hard work that's done by all of us. But like I said, it's hard to put a recruiting campaign together for that if you're going to try to get new and interesting contributors, I think. I'd love to be proven wrong on that if somebody has an idea.
We've touched a bit on things that could be added or expanded in the Fedora mission. If you could stop something, what would you stop?
Tons of our infrastructure. Anything that I wrote should have been long gone by now, except for Zodbot. He can live on. But yeah, I think we could greatly simplify the way that we're doing things. I would love to see us adopt more externally created items. I don't know if that's a Jenkins or something else. But I do think, what is it? Okay, OpenQA, that's fine. But I do think, I've made this joke, and there's some amount of this, but I'm sure many of you have heard the concept of not invented here syndrome. I think that we need to get a case of the opposite of that, where it's time for us to go out and formally adopt some of these technologies from others, and whether that's Debian or any, I think there's a lot of communities out there that are utilizing things, and Debian is not different from Fedora because of the infrastructure that they've selected. And I think that in all the various communities that we have, there's some work that we could do together that would benefit everybody.
An increasing number of our users interact with the world strictly through their web browser, and an increasing number of those websites don't work in Firefox. A specific company's online learning platform, for example, doesn't work with the browser that they ship. What is Red Hat planning to do to combat this browser monoculture?
We're probably not going to do much. We actually don't really ship a desktop, so it's not surprising to me that we have some conflicts there. I also saw in the news recently, if somebody can confirm this, that Google's planning on not sponsoring Mozilla anymore. Like they're going to be pulling their search engine out because of... People are fearing it because of court, the lawsuit. So it hasn't happened. Okay, I don't want to spread misinformation. I saw a headline. But yeah, no, we're not really in the browser business. We've got a browser. We work with one of the main reasons we have that is because we work with partners. These are OEMs and things to make sure that, for example, if they have terms of service with their RAID controller or something, that stuff loads. That's the kind of thing that we're looking at. But I'm not aware of any plans inside Red Hat to fix the browser problem. So it may have to be up to somebody else.
My question is that I see that there is a lot of value in having AI. As you said, we can have the chatbot for the meeting summary, for failures analysis, log analysis. I also see that AI is the big thing right now. But I think we also need to strike a balance, not following each and everything. So what is the strategy, not even Fedora, but at Red Hat also, that we are not following and getting into each and everything in AI space? So what is our main strategy there? And if you can talk a little bit more about the Project Mullet, that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. The best way to not get into everything possible in AI is to not be able to afford it. And I think that's a pinnacle of where Red Hat is right now. We can't possibly be competing with the open AIs of the world, not directly anyway. But we've picked some targeted things. I think the biggest stuff for us you're going to see is around OpenShift AI. If you haven't taken a look at that, take a look. And then all the announcements we made at Summit this year are really where we're focusing our efforts. That's on RHEL AI, that's InstructLab, Granite models, things like that. We've got 5 minutes. Project Mullet is just an internal code name I've had to try to get us to take the PyTorch and related technology seriously. I think that is probably a best bet technology right now. And even if we're wrong, we can change it later. We were wrong with Zen, switch it to KVM. Like, these are things that we can do. But for my money, I think PyTorch and that ecosystem is where we're going to best succeed.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Out of all the sessions you had seen at Flock, which one really surprised you and made you more excited about?
Which session surprised me? I don't think any of them really surprised me. I was surprised that Apple had a whole hour. Where's Troy? It's fine. I was fine with it. It could have been 30 minutes, but that was all right. Otherwise, I thought that was fine. I thought more people should have gone to the Fedora server SIG. I went to that one. That was only slightly attended. I expected more interest at that one, but otherwise, there you go.
So business models in general has kind of been something that's been interesting to me, like kind of going back to the earlier question. Why do you think Red Hat's business model is so hard to replicate? And what would you suggest for people interested in building like sustainable and scalable ventures with kind of a similar upstream first policy to what Red Hat's doing? And does that change for whether you're selling to a business versus consumers?
Yeah, I actually, in a lot of ways, I don't know why Red Hat was so successful. I am sure it wasn't intentionally.
Well, let's
just being honest. But I do think there are lessons that everybody can learn from Red Hat. First is never mix project and product. I think having Fedora as a separate project from RHEL, the product, when you start mixing names, it becomes a problem. Ansible did that, it becomes a problem. People get confused about the differences between them, and that caused quite a bit of strife with us recently last year. I think a lot of people were surprised to find that Red Hat no longer endorses rebuilds, for example. That was something that was useful, we found for a while. We went and sponsored the CentOS Linux community, and over time, it became a tomato and a fruit salad. There's a saying that says knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. And I think CentOS Linux and the rebuilds have become a tomato and a fruit salad to me. But I also think that there have been plenty of companies that have successfully replicated what Red Hat does, maybe not to that extent. Rancher was acquired by, we've got, when you take a group of people like this that have expert level knowledge of Linux internals, building operating systems, things like that, they should be going out and pushing the industry further, inventing new things and contributing to our ecosystem. SUSE bought Rancher for something like $600 million. CoreOS was purchased by Red Hat for $250 million. I would say that these were successful companies that did what they did, and had they, they've been acquired, they've grown far beyond that now. Had they not been acquired, I'm sure they also would have grown far beyond that. So I don't think that there's a specific magic out there to doing open source, and I do disagree with some of the pundits and influencers that A, have claimed Red Hat as closed source. I don't think so. Or B, have claimed that open core is really the right way to go. I think that Red Hat's proven that a fully open source model works great and is one that benefits the whole industry. So.
We've seen what AI is doing. You've talked about that a few times. There are some other more emerging technologies that aren't necessarily getting the attention that AI is. I'm curious if you have opinions on things like WASM and what Red Hat's position might be for those spaces. Is there a different emerging area that is interesting to you beyond AI?
I think beyond AI, the big one for me is, I'll go quickly, Ify. Secure compute, trusted computing in cloud spaces. That's one that I'm actually surprised has not taken off more than it already has. I feel like we've been working on these technologies for almost, 5 years now in some of these, and they have not gripped in ways that I had thought they would grip, especially in the government and elsewhere. So that's one that I'm looking out for. It's right adjacent to secure supply chain. People need it, people know they need it, but for some reason it's not quite gotten that critical mass yet. So there you go.
We're out of time, everyone. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, Mike. Thank you to everyone for questions.
And folks, just a quick heads up for the evening plan. So from here, you can go directly to the Strong Museum of Play, which is a short walk distance away. Or if you'd like to take some time to refresh, be there by 6:30. We'll have dinner. We have a open arcade hall at the Strong. It's a National Museum for the History and Art of Play. So we're going to have a great time tonight. You can go there directly right now. We've got folks who are already over there, but we'll start having everything, dinner and everything by 6:30, followed by the conference group photo. You can wear your conference shirt if you aren't already, but otherwise,